Sir, a system update alerted us to an unauthorized deep dive by Agent WB.
How the hell he managed the override this time?
We don't know how, sir, but scans report he is in the middle of a fight.
Then as soon as he is unconscious, yank him into regression with the king's power so I can have a heart-to-heart with my pupil. The Watcher's creed dictates that we observe and recount the events unfolding in the endless worlds. However, for some, the irresistible urge to get a closer look overrides our creed. So let us delve into our story, focusing on Kim Taehyun. Taehyun slowly opened his eyes to the sensation of being slapped on his face. "Are you awake now?" Taehyun, puzzled, as he looked at the individuals around him, realizing that it was Huku, the one who had bullied him during his high school days. He was confused about why Huku had suddenly appeared in front of him. The last place he remembered standing was in the abyss, just moments before.
Sensei, why do I feel like you took a shot at me? All I did was convince a god of this world to take an interest in a porter who, despite not awakening, still tried his best to gain strength. As the last man standing, his lifelong wish came true. Taehyun fulfilled the conditions for awakening, and a mysterious figure named King appeared. King decided to bestow his authority upon Taehyun, expressing admiration for his will and tenacity. A blinding light enveloped them as King mentioned that a day would come when Taehyun would understand everything, and everything went dark. In the darkness, Taehyun heard a voice asking if he was sleeping. Later, he realized his eyes were closed, and people around him assumed he was ignoring them.
And now we got another pussyfoot with knowledge of the future that's given a second chance to change his and everyone else's fate. I won't tolerate a sequel to The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. That Tales Videos playlist is waiting for you viewers in the comments. So, kindly keep quiet and observe WB how the job is really done. Huku continued slapping him, but Taehyun paid little attention, focusing instead on deducing what had transpired. He recalled a mysterious man who had told him that he was now bestowed with his authority.
No thanks is needed. I know I did him a solid with this. My actions were just making it fall under fair use, and it makes for a better story.
WB, no need for your comments. The onslaught of slaps from Huku continued. Taehyun erupted into laughter, startling Huku and the others. Huku concluded that Taehyun had gone mad, yet Taehyun's laughter persisted. Emboldened, Taehyun landed a confident punch on Huku, causing him to vomit blood and collapse, leaving his comrades in shock. With tears streaming down and a wide grin, Taehyun had truly awakened. Remaining motionless, Taehyun wiped his tears as the bullies activated their powers, charging towards him, mocking him as a nobody. A bully attacked with flames. Taehyun deflected it and responded with a powerful punch to the face, followed up with a swift kick into another bully's stomach, sending him soaring. Amidst the emotional moment, Taehyun acknowledged the exhaustive efforts put in during his 35 unawakened years, from fundamental physical training to acquiring knowledge of the abyss, monsters, various skills, and interpersonal combat. The bullies regrouped for another charge, but Taehyun struck them a second time, effortlessly rendering them unconscious. Satisfied with his victory over the bullies, Taehyun admitted the necessity of re-engaging in physical training. Glancing aside, Huku was struggling to accept Taehyun's awakening, driven by anger, transformed using his C-rank stone skin skill. Swinging his stone-covered fist, Huku aimed to punch Taehyun, who dodged as the ground exploded. Seizing the opportunity, Taehyun materialized behind him with a clenched fist, delivering a powerful punch. Dumbfounded, Taehyun observed his own blood splattered around. Huku asked what Taehyun was doing, and Taehyun pulled back his hand, realizing he hurt himself by hitting Huku. Huku punched Taehyun, causing him to fly away and slide on the ground, his face covered in blood. Huku was not satisfied, belittling Taehyun and stating that he was just a lowly, unawakened bastard. Huku continuously mocked Taehyun's chances against him, a C rank, with Taehyun possessing an unknown and unheard-of skill of the worst rank. Despite Taehyun's belief that he couldn't win, Huku was shocked to see Taehyun suddenly possess a mysterious power, confirming that Taehyun had truly awakened.
Sensei, it's quite reasonable for him to have initial doubts. Awakened abilities come with varying ranks, from the lowest, F rank, to the highest known as S rank. These abilities also enhance their physical capabilities as well. And I think we've been saying his name wrong too. I believe it's pronounced Taehyun.
That tends to happen from time to time. However, staring at his own hand, Taehyun marveled at the unfolding phenomenon was a manifestation of his power. The magic responded to his will, leaving him uncertain about the intricacies of the event. However, one thing remained clear for Huku. Everything would culminate once he defeated the caster. As Huku lunged at him, Taehyun extended his hand, and releasing his skill, stopping Huku's advances. A primal scream escaped Huku as his stone skin shattered under the impact of Taehyun's formidable manifestation of his predation skill. Unnoticed by the students within the school, the surroundings transformed into a sea of red due to Taehyun's burgeoning magical power. Smoke enveloped the area around Taehyun as Huku succumbed to total unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Despite the visibly fatigue, Taehyun noticed a notification on the status window signifying the completion of Predation. By preying upon his target, Taehyun's rank ascended from F rank to rank E, and his hands gradually metamorphed into stone. The system declared the acquisition of a new skill and confirmed the successful registration of the skill, Huku's Stone Skin. In the aftermath of the commotion, Taehyun took himself to the school's clinic, where the nurse was left dumbfounded by his entrance, bringing in 3 unconscious men. Offering the lady a brief smile, her confusion turned into a scream as Huku and the others lay on clinic beds to recuperate. Leveraging the nurse's healing abilities, Taehyun's injuries were addressed, and to divert any probing questions, he spun a tale of all of them rolling down the stairs. Fully healed, Taehyun left the school, reveling in his triumph of awakening and settling the score with Huku. However, a new conundrum surfaced with his predation skill. Its rank barely moved after a lifetime of training, but surged after a single altercation. Despite its F rank classification, its newfound potency surpassed that of a C rank. Taehyun grappled with the mystery of why the enigmatic figure from the abyss bestowed this power upon him and triggered his regression. Filled with unanswered questions, he recognized the imperative to unravel the secrets concealed within the predation skill.
What I'm finding interesting is that this main character stands out from typical regression protagonists by facing a unique challenge. He lacks a predetermined goal or motivation upon being sent back. Unlike other regression characters who often embark on a journey driven by a specific purpose or mission, he grapples with the uncertainty of his newfound situation.
The blank canvas of the character's path invites a journey marked by unpredictability, introspection, and the promise of profound revelations.
You know, I'll gladly put down some cash on the fact that your brilliant lecture went soaring over their head, Sensei. Truly enlightening as always.
If karma has a sense of humor, it seems to be having a hearty laugh at my expense, for I find myself burdened with the enigma of having you as my student. Arriving home, Taehyun couldn't suppress a smile, acknowledging it had been a while since he set foot in his house. Orphaned after his parents' demise, he resided with his uncle's family, entering the house with the intention of seeking information on similar skills. He encountered a surprise. People inside, other than his cousin Jae-young, observing a box of money and recalling Jae-young's role in a previous encounter in his past life that placed the family in a bind. The leader, seeing Taehyun was Jae-young's cousin, advised him to mind his own to avoid trouble. Responding with a smile, Taehyun decided to test something, delivering a punch to the man, sending him crashing to the floor. The unexpected punch left the man salivating, shocking his comrades. Taehyun swung his arm towards the man, saying predation, frightening the leader, who pleaded him to stop. Confused, a system notification screen told him that the function was inaccessible. The leader was equally bewildered but sent a kick to his head, sending Taehyun to the ground. The leader and his 2 comrades unleashed C-rank bind, poison, and bleed skills simultaneously. Taehyun, standing amidst the skills, was stunned, unable to move, was hit head-on by the combined attacks. Purple smoke filled the house, and the leader accused Taehyun of pretending to be awakened. In the midst of chaos, the system informed Taehyun that the usage of skills had been detected and the skills were neutralized. Expressing his confusion, Taehyun retaliated with a punch, and he proceeded to beat the dog shit out of the group. Relishing the sight of the bullies lying on the floor, fighting them revealed 2 things. The status window was visible only to himself, with detailing information, and his current rank was now E. contemplating why Predation didn't activate. Taehyun realized that factors beyond mana must influence its use. As he pondered, his cousin bowed down, expressing remorse. Despite considering him a fox, family is family.
Yeah, family. The ones that will uplift you to great heights or be the first to mess you over. But it is quite shocking that his skill didn't activate. There must be a condition that first have to be met before it can take effect. For an overpowered skill like this, it only makes sense that it has its drawbacks too.
Like how I couldn't choose my student, people can't choose who they are blood-related too. Taehyun's recent actions have cast an uncertain shadow over the fate of his family. Whether for better or worse remains a mystery. With no defined goal in sight, he seems to be navigating through life on the fly. The intervention with his cousin was more a stroke of happenstance than a planned move, showcasing the unpredictability of Taehyun's journey. As he continues to unfold his destiny with a vague awareness of future events, we find ourselves on the edge, eagerly witnessing the twists and turns that his seemingly spontaneous choices will bring about. Elsewhere within the city, inside a restricted area limited to authorized personnel, a critical situation that can go out of hand at any moment was happening. 3 individuals observed monsters trying to emerge from a gate. A gate is a phenomenon where a path to the abyss suddenly opened up in space. The leading man explained that it had been a decade since the last gate break, emphasizing the urgency due to the gate's sudden creation. Despite the imminent danger, the man reassured the terrified onlookers that his B-rank barrier skill could protect them, asserting that the C-rank monsters posed no significant threat. As the monsters relentlessly attacked, the barrier finally gives and shattered, leaving the man and the frightened women behind him in shock. The monsters, diverse in size and appearance, stood out from regular C-rank creatures. The man, a B-ranker, confidently claimed they could handle these C-rank monsters. Meanwhile, Taehyun, accompanied by his cousin, approached the area. Taehyun, aware of the gate break's initial estimate being C-rank, discussed the situation with his cousin, who figured that if what Taehyun was saying true, then what's there to worry about? However, Taehyun revealed a crucial point. His words were valid only if the dungeon was genuinely C-rank. In the restricted area, the man struggled with the monsters. Surprised that low-rank creatures could breach his barrier, he activated another barrier to contain a monster within it. Suddenly, a massive monster, a giant ogre of A rank, roared and broke through the barrier. With his strongest barrier shattered, the man was shocked, realizing the monster surpassed his rank. They were more than screwed. Simultaneously, Jae-young questioned Taehyun's knowledge of the events. Everything Taehyun had just told him was a hard pill to swallow. Truth be told, he was unaware that Taehyun had returned to the past and experienced this disaster before. To maintain credibility, Taehyun lied, attributing his insights to intuition. As chaos unfolded, monsters attacked citizens, instigating panic and prompting people to flee, recognizing it as a full-fledged gate break.
Well, isn't this just the cherry on top? Taehyun sure knows how to make an entrance.
With monsters running rampant and citizens in panic, for even the most adept can be caught off guard.
Well, if a dog chases his tail long enough, he will one day bite himself in the ass, that's for sure. And Sensei, it looks like Taehyun took center stage and wrapped up the monster situation while we were engrossed in our discussion. No need to worry though. I'm confident our viewers didn't miss a moment unless, of course, they were busy showing some love by hitting the like and subscribe button. But as you were saying, sir.
Back to the streets, Tien recognized that his previous predation failures were linked to fatigue. Tien's current fatigue level was at 52%, and he knew that if it exceeded 70%, his predation wouldn't activate. He acknowledged the complexity of managing fatigue, affecting both skill usage and physical activity. However, Tien discovered a workaround. He could absorb dead monsters to recover mana without depleting it. As he successfully predicated on the monsters, Tien's rank advanced to D rank, and his skills, including Predation and Stone Skin, upgraded to D rank as well. He speculated on the potential for substantial growth, envisioning the possibility of reaching S rank or even the elusive SSS rank. Contemplating whether to return home, Tien heard commotion above him. It was Hyun-soo, engaged in a fierce battle against an A-rank giant ogre. Hyun-soo, wielding a golden sword, sought revenge for the souls of the slain. Witnessing Hyunsu's skillful defeat of the monster, Taehyun was in awe. He realized that the man before him was an A-ranked awakened, and the one who had single-handedly resolved the gate break in his first life. As Taehyun regressed, Hyunsu, in his emotional victory, referred to the defeated monster as an idiotic one who had met his end at the hands of Justice Sword Hyunsu.
Is he doing a prayer for that thing? Yeah, I'm going to say it since it may come off as a stereotype, but why are some strong characters created stupid in most stories? Can someone answer this for me in the comments?
Suddenly, Hyunsu felt a force strike him from behind, causing him to vomit blood as he turned to find himself attacked. The assailant confidently declared his presence, revealing himself as Han Sang-go, a B-ranked villain with a stealth skill. Taehyun, observing both men, wondered if his regression had altered the future. Hyunsu, fueled by anger, charged towards Sang-go. However, they were interrupted by a resurrected giant ogre, surprising everyone present. Sang-go, impressed with the ogre's regeneration, decided to leave Hyunsu to face the monstrous adversary. Yet, sensing Taehyun behind him, Sang-go acknowledged the unexpected spectator. Sang-go aimed to strike Taehyun. Taehyun activated his stone skin in time to counter the attack. The battle unfolded with Sang-go trying to overcome Taehyun's defenses, while Hyunsu simultaneously struggled to defeat the giant ogre. Sang-go, realizing Taehyun's skills, expressed surprise that his weapons were ineffective. Infuriated Sang-go activated his stealth skill and disappeared. Annoyed by Sang-go's hidden presence, Taehyun swung his arm, claiming Sang-go's attack was futile. However, Sang-go reappeared, slicing Taehyun's arm and causing his blood to spill. Sang-go mocked Taehyun, emphasizing the weaknesses of seemingly invincible skills. Despite using his stone skin to block attacks, Sang-go revealed its flaw. Crushed parts are replaced by a stone of lower durability. Despite the setback, Taehyun maintained confidence in his physical abilities, suggesting a hand-to-hand fight was still viable. As blood dripped from his body, Taehyun acknowledged the flaw in stone skin and proposed wrapping up the test. Sang-go, confused, faced an unexpectedly resilient opponent.
Sang-go appears oblivious to the predicament he's in, underestimating the depth of trouble he's facing. Taehyun, seemingly using the live combat scenario to fine-tune his abilities. With this in mind, it raises the question, will the upcoming ass-whooping require any form of censorship?
Sang-go, feeling a sinister mana, realized Taehyun had been hiding this skill. Taehyun expressed a desire to meet Sang-go. Sang-go laughed, but his eyes widened when Taehyun explained that he wanted to acquire Sang-go's stealth skill. Sang-go dashed towards Taehyun, claiming that Taehyun had gone mad after being cornered. Confident he couldn't be defeated, Sang-go activated his stealth skill. Despite Sang-go's elusiveness, Taehyun, using his experience with Predation, Taehyun realized that his ability was akin to the combined 3 great dojutsus of Naruto.
It's Naruto.
Huh.
It's Naruto, not Naruto or Naruto. It's just Naruto. The original anime tells you how it's pronounced.
At this point, I don't care. Now, as I was saying, Taehyun managed to hit him. Sang-go was defeated just before morning. We left off in our story with Taehyun having dealt with one annoyance. Taehyun took a moment and examined the new skill he just acquired. Meanwhile, Hyunsu struggled against a giant ogre. Frustrated and lying on the ground, he pondered if death would be the fate of the hero of justice, An Hyunsu. However, Hyunsu's body disappeared when the ogre attacked. Taehyun appeared behind the ogre, carrying Hyunsu's unconscious body. Taehyun says, "What the hell? You're totally flat on the ground after all. It looks way more comfortable now," Taehyun remarked from behind the ogre. The ogre, bewildered, turned around to find Taehyun standing there with a large smile edged on his face. Now, due to the level of cruelty that Taehyun is about to unleash needing to be censored, we will skip to the next day in our story. Now, the news announced the removal of the gate break warning, but the whereabouts of the giant ogre's corpse and the assailant remained unknown. Hyunsu addressed the media, modestly stating he wasn't the true hero, but no one took his claims seriously. Nurse Choi Nang, confined in the hospital, reported waking up in the evacuation center. Despite the lingering uncertainties, Taehyun watched the news, relieved not to be implicated. Standing before the dungeon entrance, Taehyun contemplated advancing to the next stage. As a D rank with 15 strength, 20 stamina, 15 speed, 40 mana points, 5% fatigue, and 40/40 magic remaining, he now possessed 3 skills: Predation, Stone Skin, and Stealth. Acquiring Stealth was a significant gain, but managing all 3 skills posed challenges. Taehyun believed potions were the best solution against mana depletion and fatigue. To earn money for potions, he needed legal permission to hunt inside the dungeon. Entering the dungeon of the Spider Sisters, intelligent monsters classified as B rank. Unsure if consuming hundreds of them would raise his experience points enough to change his rank, Taehyun eagerly ventured into the undiscovered dungeon. Taehyun continued his internal monologue, disregarding the Spider Sisters' warnings. Feeling belittled, the spiders, particularly one with pink hair, conjured a purple flame and launched an attack at Taehyun, declaring their intention to devour him alive. They were confident that Taehyun would be paralyzed, but to their astonishment, Taehyun emerged unharmed. A mysterious power resistance within him succeeded, and Taehyun calmly remarked, "As I predicted, you had quite the useful skill," leaving the Spider Sisters confused and trembling. Despite the pleas for mercy, Taehyun mercilessly slew all the Spider Sisters within the dungeon, and for good measure he did the same for the horde of spiders too. This successful predation registered a new skill, paralysis, on his stat window. Meanwhile, in the new South Korea Player Association, a meeting took place. The New Korea Association comprised 5 player centers, each representing a major guild. The guild master of the Nightwalkers and the chairman of the association discussed recent events. Ji Jinwi provided information about the Malignant Guild, a criminal organization with a sinister agenda. Yu Ah-young, confused, sought clarification about the purpose of the meeting. Ji Jinwi, with a laugh, asked Yu Ah-young about when she took the player test. Yu Ah-young mentioned taking it at the age of 19, but realization dawned on her as Ji Jinwi hinted at the potential of a high school student rivaling a monster in combat. As Taehyun immersed himself in his thoughts, 3 classmates approached him. Drawn by the rumor of Taehyun's confrontation on the roof, the news of Taehyun's awakening surprised them, fueling speculation that he was now entangled in significant trouble. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the entrance of 3 imposing figures. Slamming his feet on top of the desk, the leader of the school bullies, Lee Jung-jae, sat across from him. Lee Jung-jae, an S-rank awakened and the 3rd-generation key figure of the Taehyun group, took a prominent position, emanating hostility. As the mastermind behind the harassment of Taehyun, Lee Jung-jae warned him to tread carefully in choosing his battles. Undeterred, Taehyun told Lee Jung-jae to F off, rallying up the 2 lackeys that came with Lee Jung-jae. Surprisingly, Lee Jung-jae's punched his own subordinate for showing disrespect as he was having a civilized conversation. Leong acknowledged Taehyun's spirited victory over Haiku-soo. Taehyun, ready for a potential conflict, had his focus redirected by the entrance of Lim Ah-young. The class president, along with many other titles, was also an S-rank awakened, model student, and a prospective SS ranker. Lim Ah-young intervened, urging Lee Jung-jae to cease bullying Taehyun. Lee Jung-jae, attempting to downplay the situation, claimed it was a mere chat. Lim Ah-young pressed him about punching his lackey, prompting a warning for Lee Jung-jae to leave. Despite Lee Jung-jae's defiance, he decided to halt the bullying, denying any intention to fight Lim Ah-young. As Lee Jung-jae passed as if he was leaving, he cast a flame and glanced back at Lim Ah-young in order to do a surprise attack. The imminent confrontation was diverted by an announcement from the school's broadcasting club. A special lecture by the Players Association was scheduled, providing a temporary reprieve from the brewing conflict within the classroom. The announcement echoed through the corridors, directing all students to assemble immediately in the main hall. The call was repeated, capturing the attention of Lee Jung-jae, who now found himself intrigued. Locking eyes with Lima Young, Lee Jung-jae offered a smile and gracefully exited the room, declaring Lima Young lucky this time. Unfazed, Lima Young maintained her magical power as a precaution against any surprise attacks Lee Jung-jae might attempt. After Lee Jung-jae's departure, Lima Young checked on Taehyun, expressing concern for his well-being and assuring him that gratitude was unnecessary. However, when Lima Young turned around, Taehyun had already discreetly left, his swift departure escaping her notice. At the door, Taehyun reminded Lima Young of the assembly announcement and declared his intention to head to the main hall ahead of her. Confused by Taehyun's sudden disappearance, Lim A-young wondered if this was a typical display of his unpredictable nature. In the main hall, a sea of clueless students gathered, staring at the stage where Taewook, from the Players Association, introduced himself. According to Taewook, the association had two reasons for the special lecture. First was an apology for the lack of response during the gate break and safety training. The second reason was to inform students about changes to the player tryouts, emphasizing the crucial role these students will play in the future of the new Korea Player Association. While Taewook spoke, Jung-jae couldn't shake off his irritation about Taehyun being saved. Simultaneously, Ah-hyung was contemplating Taehyun and planned to discuss matters with him after the lecture. Taehyun remained unfazed, knowing that the real selection process was already underway through Taewook's observer eye skill. However, Taewook was particularly intrigued by two students, Lee Jung-jae with a score of 1,924 and Lim Ah-hyung with an impressive score of 2,335. He found it surprising that there were so many untrained awakens, making a mental note to submit recommendations to the guild. Jung-jae, seizing the opportunity, questioned Taewook about the suitability of some candidates for the tryouts. He asserted that the lecture seemed irrelevant for unawakened individuals. This prompted Taehyun to respond, asserting that attending such a lecture would only hurt the pride of unawakened individuals. Taehyun, seemingly pleased with Jung-jae's agreement, announced his decision to leave the hall and never participate in the player tryouts. As he departed, he raised his middle finger, expressing his disdain for the lecture. Taewook was left speechless, attempting multiple times to use his observer eye on Taehyun without success. And it was only when Taehyun glanced at him with a smile that Taewook's skill finally worked. To Taewook's shock, Taehyun's overall score was an astonishing 5,096, leaving him in disbelief. Several hours later, Taehyun found himself at the library, engrossed in reading books. However, his tranquility was disrupted when he noticed shadows cast by three men. They informed Taehyun that Jung-jae was looking for him. Taehyun refused to go with them, and the situation escalated with the library suddenly getting destroyed as Taehyun retaliated against the three men, showcasing his strength. Taehyun later confronted Jung-jae, who was accompanied by his bodyguard, Seol Hoon-doo. Seol Hoon-doo's attempts to use status effect skills on Taehyun failed, leading him to conclude that Taehyun might be an A-rank awakened. Jung-jae proposed a chat and expressed his intention to scout Taehyun for a guild he planned to establish after graduation. Despite Jung-jae's persuasive words, Taehyun's blatant dismissal led Jung-jae to assert his authority, aiming to instill obedience in his perceived subordinate. Seol Hoon-doo discreetly enveloped the gym in a barrier, ensuring the privacy of the impending confrontation. The ensuing battle was marked by the young men's relentless attempts to land decisive blows, each thwarted by the other's adept defense. In a surprising turn, Jung-jae landed a clear hit on Taehyun, following up with a relentless series of attacks, confident that Taehyun would be incapacitated. To his astonishment, Taehyun emerged not only undeterred, but retaliated with a powerful punch. Subsequently, Jung-jae blocked and unleashed his S-rank skill, the epitome of intelligence, enveloping Taehyun in a fiery onslaught. Despite Taehyun shrugging off the flamed punch to the face, Jung-jae found himself gradually overwhelmed. As the battle raged on, Taehyun's punches landed with increasing precision and force, leaving Jung-jae struggling on the ground, bloodied and battered. Even the bodyguard couldn't help but notice the shift in the tide, as Taehyun asserted his strength and resilience in the face of adversity. Jung-jae, rattled and unable to move, screamed at Taehyun, demanding an explanation for his sudden defeat. Hundo, equally stunned, wondered what skill Taehyun had employed against Jung-jae. Taehyun, smiling at the success of his paralysis skill, Taehyun had acquired 3 skills through Predation: Stone Skin from Hyuk-soo, Stealth from Sango, and the latest addition, Paralysis from the Spider Sisters. Taehyun strategically avoided using all his skills from the start, recognizing the limitations of C-rank paralysis against an S-rank resistance, along with the immediate disarming of stealth against ranged attacks. Instead, he focused on accumulating paralysis through close combat. This approach proved effective, as Jung-jae, despite his high S-rank resistance, succumbed to the status effect. As Jung-jae recovered from paralysis, he admitted underestimating Taehyun and crushed a stone to summon a flaming, gigantic skeleton. This new skill surprised Taehyun, as Jung-jae used a mana exemplifying stone to temporarily amplify his mana, allowing him to unleash his true S-rank abilities. The resulting S-rank skill posed a formidable challenge for Taehyun, and the unfolding events left Hundu panicked, foreseeing consequences from this intense confrontation. Hunsu cautioned Jung-jae about the excessive magic power he was wielding, expressing concern about potential harm to Jung-jae's own blood vessels. During their exchange, Jung-jae suddenly directed a flame-like spear at Hunsu, causing an explosion in the vicinity. Fortunately, Hunsu managed to evade the attack, but tensions rose as Jung-jae vehemently rejected being ordered around by a lowly bodyguard. While Jung-jae continued his verbal assault, Taehyun, slowly recovering, observed Jung-jae reaching his full power. The flaming skeleton under Jung-jae's control relentlessly attacked Taehyun, with Jung-jae expecting his opponent's demise. Hunsu, sensing Jung-jae's lack of concern for consequences, rushed to Taehyun's side, urging him to retreat and promising to handle Jung-jae. However, Taehyun, delivering a powerful punch to Hunsu, despite the setback, Taehyun managed to stand and escape. Taehyun acknowledged the vast difference in S-rank wielded, consuming elixirs to replenish his fatigue, stamina, and mana. With a newfound determination, he activated his Predation skill, enveloped by a menacing aura, signaling his intent to take the unfolding situation seriously.
It's high time Taehyun stopped holding back and unleashed his full power on those who underestimated him. Despite the temptation to engage in flashy, revenge-fueled theatrics reminiscent of Dragon Ball Z, he opts for a more strategic approach. Taehyun invests his time in comprehensive research, seeking to unravel the mysteries of his awakening and showcasing a depth of intellect.
Welcome back. I noticed your absence for a while, and for a moment I wondered if you had fallen asleep. However, it seems you were attentively observing how a recap should be executed.
No, not really. Taehyun's decision to approach the fight with seriousness signaled the need for his theme music to set the tone. However, the gem would soon prove insufficient to contain the intensity of the onslaught he unleashed. Taehyun returned and voluntarily reported to the chairman after discovering that there were students with astonishing scores of 1,900 and 2,300. The revelation left him astonished, unable to believe the magnitude of their abilities. Taehyun asserted that he hadn't fabricated this information. Upon scrutiny, the ladies confirmed the data of both players and had no doubts about their S-rank awakened status, such raw gems that are already surpassing the level of A-rank players, the cream of elite talents. In disbelief, someone remarked, "At this rate, isn't she on par with Japan's Sanctus, the prospect of finally having a Saints-rank player in New South Korea?" Taehyun remained silent, absorbing their words. The Saintess mentioned by the ladies was a renowned player in Japan, a formidable figure whose stats had exceeded 2,500 score at the age of 19. Even that remarkable achievement barely surpassed the 2,500 mark. Taehyun couldn't fathom the extraordinary nature of Taehyun's stats. He pondered whether it was a mere hallucination. Exiting the chairman's office, he resolved to investigate and verify the situation firsthand.
Because of that, Taewook thought about Kim Taehyun and his stats at 5,096. He wondered what's the deal with it. He considered the possibility that it might be a hallucination. He left the office determined to check Taehyun for himself. Back in the main hall, Hundo was utterly shocked. He was kneeling on the ground and wondered how it was possible. Taehyun immobilized the gigantic skeleton by releasing a chain with a thorn that covered the monster, and it slowly extinguished the gigantic skeleton's fire. Jung-jae yelled, "How can this possibly be?" He asked how he can be overpowered by a scumbag like Taehyun. This angered him. "He's an S rank," he yelled loudly. "I am Lee Jung-jae." And this desperation made him summon every last of his power. But Taehyun just asked him, why the hell does it matter what rank he has? He smirked as he prepared to launch another attack. Jung-jae was caught off guard on what he saw. Taehyun told him that this is the king's power, and several rays of red light came rushing towards Jung-jae. Thus, the attack had hit him. It was quiet outside the main hall, but the silence broke when the main hall exploded loudly from the attack, and Jung-jae was left unconscious on the ground. The main hall was wrecked. Hundo couldn't stop his body from shaking. Taehyun uttered, "Well, this is a surprise." Hundu is blocking him from reaching Jung-jae's body. Taehyun didn't expect his A-rank player to drag Jung-jae out in the middle of Predation taking effect. But it doesn't matter since Taehyun still acquired the skill. Hundu asked him what he's planning to do. So he asked Taehyun how he is going to deal with the aftermath. Taehyun responded that he's being shameless, and asked him again who was the one who picked a fight. Also, Taehyun scoffed and added that he looked like someone who will cower from a threat like that. Even so, he shouldn't worry since he has no plans on killing Jung-jae. In return, Taehyun told him that it's only right that he receives a price for Jung-jae's life. Hundo was caught off guard. Lee Jung-jae is the heir to the Taehyun group and announced that he should get at least 1,000,000,000 won. Outside the main hall, the students gathered and watched as it was being reduced to ashes. A teacher instructed them to get back. The students wondered if it's some attack by a villain or a monster. Part of this crowd is Liam Young. She knew that wasn't the case since the feel of the magic and the fierce flames is familiar to her. She was certain that it was Lee Jung-jae's power. She wondered who on earth was he fighting. She envisioned him bullying Taehyun, which made Taehyun at his mercy. With that in mind, she rushed towards the scene. The teacher was surprised with her sudden action. As she dashed towards them, she had been filled with regret for thinking wrong. She knew she shouldn't have been a simple bystander in the main hall. She blames herself while worrying about Taehyun. She wished for him to make it out alive. Meanwhile, inside the building, Jung-jae is still unconscious. Taehyun stood there right next to his body, and that was the scene Young witnessed when she arrived inside. Kim Taehyun told her that she came at the right time since he needs someone as a witness. He immediately corrected himself and told her that he needs someone to help him move Jung-jae. Young was dumbfounded from the sight before her. Taehyun instructed her to take Jung-jae to the nurse's office, or rather, the hospital. Young finds it suspicious. Taehyun told her that this has nothing to do with him, so she should handle Jung-jae. He told her not to tell anyone that she saw him, and then he announced that he's now leaving. Young yelled wait and demanded a proper explanation. She was left speechless. Meanwhile, Taehyun had gotten far and watched the sky for smoke from the main hall. He thinks that the situation turned out great since Young will handle Jung-jae and the Taehyun group acted on their part too. So, everything had been settled. He then remembered something and opened his status window. He's still at rank C, but he now has a charm stat. It was at 5, and he received the Monarch's Heart at C rank, which boosts party members' stats. It consumed 10 mana. He was surprised to see the charm since it's an appearance stat for celebrities. Funny enough, he also noticed that the skill that he got isn't Flame Heart, but Monarch's Heart that boosts party members' stats. He didn't know that Jung-jae had a skill like that. He smiled as he thought that it's great, since skills that affect the entire party are rare, regardless of rank. As someone like him who will be using multiple skills, the Monarch's Heart, which allows any skill to be combined, is way better. While walking on the sidewalk, several black cars surrounded him. This surprised him, and the man said finally, "Found you, Taehyun." It was Go Taewook accompanied by several bodyguards. He told Taehyun that he has several questions for him. Taehyun wondered why that guy appeared in front of him. Taehyun told him that he will ask the first question. With an intimidating aura around him, he asked Kim Taehyun what he did earlier in the main hall. He wondered if Taehyun was asking about the explosion at the gym or the numbers that he saw at the auditorium. But Taehyun couldn't help but wonder if he already knew that he's the culprit and had made his move on him. So he decided to test it. He asked him if he's pertaining to the explosion. Taehyun answered what? And then he understood that Taehyun was talking about the fire that they can see from where they are. He answered that it's a problem that other agencies will handle, and then he reminded Taehyun that he hasn't answered yet. In his mind, Taehyun wondered what he needed if he's not talking about the explosion. Taehyun asked him again what he was doing at the main hall. Taehyun figured out that it made him smile. Taehyun expressed that the reason Taehyun came to see him, he's sure that it's an invitation to the player test. Taehyun was flustered, but decided to taunt Taehyun by asking on what basis he would say that. Taehyun slowly emits his power, and he showed it off without holding back, and Taehyun and the bodyguards had their mouths wide open from shock. He noticed that it was more powerful than last time. With that, he assumed that the numbers he saw weren't a coincidence or an error. He carefully watched Taehyun as he wondered what he really was. He noticed and asked, "Why are your clothes messy?" That left Taehyun speechless. Inside a mansion, a man was holding his glass of liquor and asked, "What's your point?" He spoke that his one and only son is in the hospital, and as if that wasn't enough, Taehyun asked for 1,000,000,000 won for his son's life. On top of that, it was requested to deal with the whole matter quietly. The dogs beside this man kept barking. Seal Hoon-do trembled as he apologized. Seal Hoon-do admitted that he had nothing to say for that. The man answered, "Do what he wants." Seal Hoon-do wasn't expecting that. The man laughed and commented that Taehyun is quite a guy that piqued his interest. However, he uttered that there must be a worthy reward for the price that they will pay. Seal Hoon-do was about to beg the man he called Mr. President. He told him that the opponent is still a young kid, and that would be far too cruel. The man told him to stop and threatened him that he would not tolerate a barking dog. This man is Lee Jung-soo, an S-rank player and the president of the Taehyun group. But before we continue with this recap, if you don't mind, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. From outside their home, Hwan Jae-young can be heard screaming player test. He was fired up as he verified to Kim Taehyun his plans on taking the player test. Taehyun informed him that he will be taking it after a month. Jae-young was overacting. His respect for Taehyun spiked up as he called him different labels, such as King, God, General, Emperor. Taehyun thought of the incident in the gym and was assured that the Taehyun group will do a good job. He also knew that Taehyun's suspicions had been eased. Since the exam is in a month, he decided to focus on his training for the meantime. He assumed that there won't be any more problems when suddenly, his phone rang. His phone kept ringing while unbeknownst to him. Two men had been surveilling his house. A man covered with white bandage choked a bodyguard while asking for the reason why the house is being protected by Players Association. He commented that it's annoying. The other man, who was wearing black overalls, speculated that it might be because the guy is one of those participants in the player test, and the Players Association cares for their participants like crazy. These men are assassins, and they are called the Black and White Brothers. Black has the skills Stealth and Physical Enhancement, while the other guy, White, has the skills Stealth. He answered that even if the guy is a participant, he's still just a kid with little experience. So Black answered and settled that maybe it's because the kid is a promising player. But in the end, if they lack experience, it's useless. He told his brother that they will show the kid what the real awakening is. His brother yelled loudly, and he saw that his brother was being choked and punched by Taehyun. Black asked who that bastard was. Taehyun then threw White on the ground. Black was caught off guard when Taehyun's knee met his face that caused his blood to spill. Taehyun told him that he's the inexperienced kid they were talking about earlier. A few hours ago, when the gym was burning, Seal Hoon-do couldn't believe that Taehyun asked for 1,000,000,000 won. He explained that even if he kept quiet about the incident, it won't just be him to decide for it. Taehyun told him that he knew that. He explained that he's just asking him to do his best to come to an agreement. He suggested that they would make an oath. The awakened oath is a contract method created by awakened people using magical power. The conditions are simple. Kim Taehyun explained that along with the 1 billion compensation he asked earlier, he asked Seo Hondo to do his best to resolve the incident. Seo Hondo abided by that. When the news reported that the cause of the explosion was a gas explosion and there were no victims, the phone call earlier was from Seo Hondo to notify in advance in any case of retaliation.
You can never go wrong with a good snitch, and Taehyun played it smart, knowing that he is incensed blackmailing a powerful company outright to save face. But we know better than anyone, and that is this Taehyun is only a teenager physically.
Indeed, Taehyun possesses the mental acuity of a seasoned 35-year-old beast that has navigated the abyss during his years as a non-awakened. The survival wisdom derived from such experiences stands as an anomaly. Despite being underestimated for his youth, Taehyun cunningly exploits this oversight. So back to the present time, Black prepared his blade for a counterattack. Taehyun effortlessly evaded all his attacks, and with a serious expression on his face, he prepared for a counterattack. He released his attack, but there was no one in front of him. With 2 blades on each of his hands, Black appeared behind Taehyun, and he launched his attack that made the ground shatter. Kim Taehyun peered behind the crouched Black and stepped on his head. And with a devilish expression, he told Black you can't do anything else. Deciding not to waste any more of his time, Kim Taehyun defeated the Black and White brothers. He wondered why it was happening again. A window notified him that he lacks physical ability, and because of that, Predator was not available due to overload, which only fueled more questions. The Black and White brothers were unconscious and tied up side by side. Kim Taehyun and Go Taewook observed from afar while the bodyguards watched over the Black and White brothers. Taewook thanked Taehyun for informing them. He inquired if he has any clue on who's behind the attack. Taehyun stared at him and replied that he doesn't know. Taewook entertained the idea that the list of participants has been leaked. He planned to request additional guards for the others. In his mind, Taehyun thought that it's best not to tell them about the Taehyun groups. It would only give him more problems. And the most important to him right now is not the Taehyun group, but the fact that he was notified that his physical ability is not sufficient and therefore predation skill is not available due to overload. He wondered what curse skill is that lack of physical abilities to the point where he couldn't use his skills. He thought that it might mean that he has to increase his stats, but he has no idea how to improve his stats since increasing levels by hunting monsters requires predation. This is also the same if he would hunt awakened humans. Taehyun tried thinking what he could do next. One idea came to his mind, but this was really not the ideal way, but he had no other choice. Inside the Blackhead building, a girl named Yura welcomed the customers. She is a guide at Blackhead's main training center in New Korea. With a smile and a cute posture, she asked how she could serve the customers. Jae-young couldn't believe Taehyun planned to register in Blackhead, where both money and skills are valued. Taehyun gave her his black card and informed her that the two of them were signing up. She saw that the card was SUVIP, and she was surprised. Taehyun asked to confirm if that's enough verification. She couldn't believe that it's the alchemist's SUVIP card, but she knew that accepting them easily could bring some problems. She wondered what she should do. In perfect time, a man who's showing off his muscles said that Yura is in a dilemma, and then this man told the kids that their place is not a place that they could just simply enter through the use of money. Iron Strongman. He is a Blackhead member and known to be a rookie killer. His skill was muscle augmentation, and one of his traits was that he renamed himself. Jae-young was impressed, but for Taehyun, it was a strange name, and he thought that maybe that man is stressed. Other members saw their interaction and gossiped among themselves. They pity the newbies for being approached and falling into the hands of Iron Strongman. Still showing off his muscles on his half-naked body, Iron Strongman asked the kids if they saw how people screamed when they heard his name. So, He suggested that it's better for the kids to leave, but he was cut off mid-sentence when Taehyun asked him what he's talking about, when those people are just weaklings. That made Iron Strongman's eyes sharpen. Iron Strongman asked if Taehyun is saying that he is stronger than him. Taehyun told him that it's up to him on how to interpret that, and if he doesn't trust him, they should just make a bet, and the loser will pay a year's membership fee. This provoked Iron Strongman, making him laugh out loud, and suggested they should begin. They entered a new world where their bodies became pixelated. This new world was filled with monsters. Iron Strongman challenged Kim Taehyun to prove his worth. They're seated, wearing headgear, while people watch their journey in the new world on a big screen. Kwon Jae-young recognized that the location is the Abyss. Yura explained that they are using a virtual training program called Virtual Porter. Virtual Porter sends the player to a virtual reality similar to the Abyss, and one has to carry a heavy load, defeat B-rank monsters, and reach the goal in the short time in the training competition. It is a common method used in training centers for ranking, but they find it very unfair when Kim Taehyun goes up against Iron Strongman. This one laughed out loud as he thought that he would surely win this fight. Iron Strongman yelled that a young man dared to bet against him, especially when his skill of muscle augmentation is unmatched in a fight, and also in movement. He bragged that his skills don't have any defect in Virtual Porter. On top of that, his lift is on a much different level, and he assumed that he would win and get to train for a year for free. But then, a bright light caught his attention. Taehyun moves so fast that only a trail of light can be seen, and the surrounding monsters are instantly defeated. He continued forward despite the monsters blocking his way. In just one big movement, he defeated most of them. He attacked them with a powerful kick. The monsters didn't even have time to counterattack. He immediately finished them off. Taehyun is feeling confident. He continued to attack the rest of the monsters that seemed like they're just waiting for him. And with that, he reached a 999 combo. Iron Strongman couldn't believe it. Taehyun told him that he only planned to attend for 30 days. With the heavy weight on his back, he admitted that it was a pretty tough workout. The onlookers were shocked while Hwang Jae-young stood with pride as he stood there holding a banner that said, "I believed in you." Taehyun faced Iron Strongman, who was far behind him, and told him that he won the bet. He added that he should pay up and get lost. 30 days have passed since the announcement of the changes to the player exams. The day that has been long awaited has finally arrived, the player license test. The host abode the helicopter as she announced that the Players Association has made a change by allowing minors to participate through recommendations. Participants of various ages from all around the country have gathered in the association exam hall. The famous awakeners are known as unmatched in close-range fights, such as Iron Fist or Hong Jung-wook, an A-ranker. There is also Druid or Lee Gilsan, an A-ranker that has an incredible battle sense that makes S-grade afraid of him. The famous unmatched in Bizan called the Thunder God, Shin Yeon-bok. A grade SC is also present. A girl rumored to have the highest recorded merit among candidates for the exam is a Saintess-level prospect named Lim Ah-yeon, an S rank, and there are other uncountable talents scheduled to participate in the test. A girl is out of breath and complaining that the location is very far. She knew that if she failed to report, she would be fired. She is a new Sci-economics journalist called Reporter Kim Ji-ja. Her skill is typing and her purpose is interviewing and taking photos of exam candidates. She's way behind the line, and she knew that because of that, she won't be able to interview candidates and take pictures. She complained that being in grade E is useless. Taehyun is walking behind her. She turned to him when she heard him cursing and complained that there were so many people. He complained loudly that with that kind of crowd, the test taker couldn't enter. Reporter Kim Ji-ja clearly heard the words test taker. She looked at him while he's being stressed because of the crowd. He uttered how much it sucks. She recognized him as one of the candidates. She approached him to ask if she could interview him. From a bird's eye view, People were like ants around the association hall. Kim Taehyun is being called by the staff since the test is going to start in a few minutes. He explained that he was almost late because he had a sudden interview. He told her that he will be right there and he planned to build his image from the start. There were lots of examinees, and they all had a badge with their number. They looked around, and they were surprised. Even a Young is shocked. Taehyun noticed her staring at him. But Young did not expect him to be there. Taehyun was also shocked to bump into her and addressed her as the class president. She asked him what happened to his body, and he explained that it was because of the bit of training that he had. Young doubted what he said. She knew that he had awakened, but not like this. Then she proceeded to ask what happened to Lee Jung-jae last time. But her question was not answered as they were interrupted when they heard an announcement. The person addressed all of them as the young heroes who bear the future of the new South Korea, and congratulated them for being there. He told everyone that they are in the first trial place for those who aspire to become players. He instructed them to look at their chest since there should be a number on their trial card. In the first trial, they are asked to collect 5 cards including theirs, which means if they don't have any card, they are out. They have a time limit of 1 hour, and every method is allowed except murder. The players were surprised by a sudden shift in the room when the whole layout had changed. And with that, the man announced the start of the first trial. This is absolute madness. It was a free-for-all. Abilities were flying everywhere, altering landscapes. There were one-on-one battles, group skirmishes, and even gangs ganging up on S-rank players. The first exam was a no-fucks-given battle. The staff of the association watched them. 20 minutes has passed since the trial started. The staff were truly amazed with their abilities. But this guy was busy looking at someone else. Go Taehyun witnessed how the other staff was amazed. He thought that it's natural for Yeonbok and Lim Ah-young to attract attention since their ranking is high. He watched Taehyun engaging in a fist fight. He screamed what the hell was happening. Kim Taehyun is up against an A-ranker called Hong Jon-wook, who is using his iron skin skill. Taewook panicked and wondered if he had overrated Kim Taehyun's abilities since he is being overpowered by someone who is only at A rank. More so, Taehyun has not even avoided a single attack. He considered that it was intentional. Taehyun advanced toward Jong-wook with a smile. He was met with a powerful punch from Jong-wook. Jong-wook was pissed off and asked if he's doing that to mock him. He yelled that stone skin is way lower than iron skin, but Jong-wook's face paled as he heard Taehyun comment that he talked too much. A notification showed that Taehyun has increased 1 stamina and 2 charms. It had been a month of practice, but the seal of Predation remained integrated, and the best way he thought to improve his skills through training is to stimulate the body until it reaches maximum capacity. So, he continued to fight Jongwook. They exchanged punches, and Taehyun was stubborn to continue with his so-called training. He seems to be thrilled despite his injuries. The iron on Jong-wook's face disintegrated, and he called Kim Taehyun a damn monster. A few moments later, he fell to the ground and stayed there. Taehyun won their fight and retrieved Jong-wook's card. Now he owns 2 trial cards. Taewook witnessed that and laughed out loud. He commented that it's truly abnormal. The staff noticed him and commented that he seemed so happy, and they thought it was because the candidates are truly promising. He recognized the intense training that Taehyun did during the survival game. He uttered that he is truly unbelievable. However, there's still a problem with doing this. Even if he did that to improve his skills earlier, the fight had consumed too much stamina. In Taewook's mind, Taehyun should save stamina for now. By collecting cards from weaker participants is the best strategy. But unexpectedly, it did not go that way. He was shocked by what he saw. Taehyun stood on the platform while the other guy confidently faced him. It was Yeonbok. He asked him who he was. Currently, Yeonbok has already accumulated 147 cards. Taehyun didn't answer Yeonbok's question and asked him how many tickets he has. He grinned and uttered that as long as Yeonbok has more than 5, then it's fine. Their fight had started. It caused a massive explosion. Taehyun barely evades Yeonbok's thunder. Yeonbok continuously rained thunder on him. to which made Taehyun focused on running and evading, until he decided to cover his foot with stone. And when he found the opportunity, he went to attack Yeonbok with a powerful kick, but his foot was blocked by thunder. Their fight continued. Taehyun kept a bit of distance from Yeonbok, and he admitted to himself that he's a bit difficult to deal with. Yeonbok is covered with lightning and he blocked all of his attacks. In addition to that, Yeonbok is able to fight at close and long range with his radiant and destructive power. Taehyun wondered, how is he going to break him? Yeonbok noticed that he had stopped moving and asked why he didn't attack. Yeonbok taunted him to come at him, but Taehyun was caught off guard. Yeonbok went for him instead. He barely dodged Yeonbok's fist covered with lightning. But Yeonbok did not stop there. He used his hand again to attack, and Taehyun tried to keep a distance from him. Shin Yeonbok laughed as if he was excited to catch his prey. As he released a powerful thunder towards Taehyun, he asked him if he thought that he could run away from him. The attack electrified Taehyun, which made him scream loudly in pain. Yeonbok was elated and mocked him that since he's asking for a fight, he shouldn't run away. Taehyun groaned as he tried to protect himself by covering his body with stones. He made a huge stone on his hand and yelled as he prepared for a counterattack. Yeonbok broke that stone while calling him a moron. And then Yeonbok released a blinding light. That made Taehyun close his eyes. And when he opened it, he saw Yeonbok coming right at him while he's falling from the platform. And the Thunder God's hand was already charged. He was surprised at what he saw. Taehyun groaned in pain as the thunder covered his whole body. Yeonbok laughed at him. He was impressed that Taehyun could take that attack. Yeonbok never thought that there would be a person like him. He thought that in the player trial, only Lim Ah-hyun could entertain him. He was elated to have found another toy. He didn't realize that something was coming at him at full speed, and it hit him directly at the center of his forehead. He was confused for a moment, and he looked at Taehyun while wondering what happened, because he expected that Taehyun's attack wouldn't work against him. And then he was caught off guard with another consecutive attack that hit him in all sides of his body. Stone skin can't penetrate the Thunder God's fury, even if it is forced until it reaches its limits. It can only be broken due to incredible pressure. But in that place, the player trials arena, it's different. Because the arena is made to withstand even awakened strength, and unlike stone skin, it does not disappear even if it is destroyed. So, Taehyun thought of using it as a weapon, with the hopes that he could just break through the Thunder God's fury. He approached Yeonbok with a knowing grin. Yeonbok was pissed off and called him a cowardly bastard, and Taehyun's fist directly hit Yeonbok's chest. That made Yeonbok's eyes roll back. To Taehyun, Yeonbok is nothing to him. Shin Yeonbok coughed up blood. Taehyun was smiling. The staff couldn't see clearly because of the smoke, but they couldn't believe that an S-class lost against C-class. They wondered what kind of person Taehyun is. In his mind, Taewook remarked how Taehyun makes people worry, but then again, he was confused with Taehyun's actions. Taehyun collected 3 trial cards from Yeonbok, and he declared that all that was left for him to do is to wait for the test to finish. All of a sudden, an ice shard appeared. It directly attacked him. It broke the platform on where Yeonbok's body was lying. Taehyun was surprised at what he saw. He looked at the sky and there was a giant snowflake, and an orb of ice is starting to form around the platform. He watched as the ice completely covered the area. It was like a barrier, and from the giant snowflake, ice shards appeared, and several more snowflakes formed around the orb of ice. Then Lim Ah-hyun showed up. She walked towards him in that enclosed area. Taehyun was dumbfounded, while Ah-hyun looked so serious. He wondered why Ah-hyun was there, and he wondered if she watched his fight. Ah-hyun expressed that she believes power has responsibility, and power without responsibility is just violence. She told Taehyun that he is really strong. She never thought that he could beat Yeonbok like that. Taehyun is still confused about what she is saying. Ah-hyun assumed that he defeated Lee Jung-jae the same way. A look of horror washed over Taehyun's face. Ah-hyun started attacking him. She prepared several snowflakes above her head. and it rained ice. Taehyun ran and cursed from his annoyance that the ice is like a bomb. And if it continued, he knew hiding would be useless. He didn't sense that a young was already in front of him. She kicked him and it hit him directly on the face. He was shocked and was not able to dodge the attacks. A young told him that during that time in the gym, she believed in him, that he's a different person than Lee Jung-jae, that he will not act rashly just for his own benefit. She continued to beat him up. She prepared ice on her fist. She told him that just by watching him fight, she already understood that there's an end to both Lee Jung-jae and Bae-hee Hyung-soo, and that was all his doing. She hit him with a large ice shard that threw his body off the ground. When the ice shard disintegrated, his body immediately fell to the ground and collided with an impact. Young reminded him that using skills without permission is a crime, and both of his victims are still lying in the hospital. And she informed him that she knew that he also suffered, so she would not report it. But she advised him to withdraw from the player trial, and told him that he doesn't deserve to be a player. Taehyun replied, "Who the fuck are you to decide that?" He slowly stood up, and told her that she can't even stop the cruelty of Lee Jung-jae. So what the hell is she talking about power, responsibility, and qualification? He added that in the end, she just wants to beat him up by using player trials as her reason. Young was dumbfounded, and she confirmed if that's really going to be his answer. With that, she announced that she would no longer hold back. She made a gigantic hammer out of ice. Taehyun observed her. His expression was now more serious. The stone skin had been destroyed 100 of times and has long lost its function. And he knew that even if he uses stealth, the skill will be cancelled with the attack area. The Monarch's heart is already active and is increasing his stats, but not enough to change the course of the battle, and Predation is still sealed. Taehyun's remaining mana is not enough to cause paralysis in close combat, like he did to Lee Jung-jae. He knew he had one thing left to do. He dashed towards her. A young prepares to attack him using her gigantic hammer. Looking from the outside of the barrier, a bright light emerged from the orb, and it was followed by a massive explosion that collapsed the ice barrier surrounding them. The staff who were watching wondered what happened since they couldn't see anything because of the fog. And when the fog slowly clears, Taehyun is on top of Liam A-young, and up close. Their lips are touching. A young's eyes widened in shock. Since her lips are sealed, she internally screamed while being shocked and confused. What happened earlier was this. Taehyun dashed towards a young. Then, she prepares to attack him using her gigantic hammer. She smashed her hammer, making the ground collapse. She intently stares at the area where her hammer is, but something unexpected caught her attention. It was Taehyun, and this guy leapt above the ground. At the crucial moment between life and death, Taehyun has only one goal in his mind, and it was a kiss. But the purpose was different. It was a paralysis-inducing kiss. A stat-changing skill is more effective in close distance rather than long distance, and directed inward rather than outward, where the chance of success increases significantly. So, Taehyun combined paralysis into his blood and made a young swallow it. Considering a S rank that has monster-like resistance, that act was a bet. And the result was as follows. Taehyun got off her and the young remained in place. A notification showed that Liam A-young is exposed to paralysis and the resistance failed. And instead of being mad about it, a young blushed. And since Kim Taehyun has done a fatal psychological shock to his opponent's mind, his charm has increased to 3. It has been announced that the first phase of trial is complete. They were informed that the medical team will now move the candidates to safety, and they have advised all candidates to wait and stay at their location. The announcement was repeated with the completion of the first trial.
Well, that was quite the ordeal. Absolute madness down there. I still can't believe what we just witnessed. Taehyun's performance, impressive, to say the least.
Oh, absolutely. Abilities flying everywhere, battles raging on. It was chaos. And then Taehyun taking down 2 A rankers. I don't think I'll be forgetting that anytime soon.
Definitely. From battles to power struggles, it was like watching a real-life drama unfold, but what really threw me for a loop was when Taehyun stepped up. However, the way Taehyun handled that situation was unexpected, to say the least.
Teenage boys. But hey, at least it's all over now. The first phase of the trial is complete, and everyone's safe. Let's hope things don't calm down a bit from here on out. But knowing these trials, who knows what's in store next? All candidates who were injured were treated immediately by the medical team. Even though a young suffered paralysis, she didn't lose her trial card and was still conscious, so she passed the first phase. As for Taehyun, he managed to get 7 cards, and his unexpected achievement of defeating Yeonbok and a young has made him the center of attention in that trial. When he was walking in the hallway, he heard people gossiping about him. He didn't bother paying attention to them. He appreciated the recovery skills of the person who treated him. He wondered if he would get a skill like that later on. But then, he heard someone yell his name so loudly, Yeonbok instantly attacked Taehyun upon seeing him while calling him a cowardly bastard. Taehyun blocked his attack with his stone-covered hand. Yeonbok warned him that he can use the same tricks in the location that they are currently at. Yeonbok continued to attack and attracted a crowd. The onlookers wondered if it was a revenge match. Yeonbok screamed at them to mind their own business. He told them to shut up and electrified them. And then he invited Taehyun to have a fair match with him. He told him that if Taehyun doesn't have those lowly tricks, he can show him how superior he is to him. They both felt a strong presence, and it seemed like gravity pulled Yeonbok to the ground. Taehyun struggled as well and noticed something. A man had appeared. He walked towards them while commenting about inexperienced imbeciles. This man continued to say that those are the people who can never let anything go quickly. Taehyun recognized that this man is the S-rank player, Park Sungjin. He is one of the strongest players of the new South Korean Player Association and a prospective double S-rank player. Sungjin noticed that Taehyun was still standing. He then raised his arm and released more of his power. Taehyun kept fighting the strong force to remain standing. He cursed as he realized the extreme difference between awakened S-class and player S-class. He never thought that it would be to that extent. Sungjin remarked how Taehyun is still standing even after that much power. He wanted to test him more, so he increased his power. A doctor and a nurse run towards them. The doctor scolded him for attacking students who just finished recovering. He asked if Sungjin is planning to get rid of them before the second phase even starts. Sungjin defended that he's just disciplining him. The doctor told him that he's lying. He accused him for testing his skills in the name of disciplining them, and he does that every time. The doctor threatened him that if he did that again, he would be reported to the head of the association. Sungjin asked Taehyun for his name. Kim Taehyun answered his name. Park Sungjin recalled that he was the C-rank who defeated Shin Yeonbok and Lee Ma-young. He was pleased at the appearance of an impressive candidate after a long time. He pats Taehyun's shoulder and asks if he intentionally targeted S-rank players. He went off while saying to Taehyun that he will be waiting. Taehyun was a bit confused. The doctor and nurses chased Sungjin out. After their recovery period, the candidates were again gathered. This time, they are in a forest. The candidates anticipated the next announcement. Sungjin stood on the stage. He announced that the second trial will begin. He explained that the location of the next trial is in the gate in front of them. Upon hearing that, the candidates were filled with fear and worry since dungeons have monsters. Sungjin explained that each group consisting of 5 candidates will enter the dungeon through the gate. A team with a player assigned as a supervisor will explore the dungeon. He instructed the candidates to take turns and enter the gate. Even beginners who have no real experience should be okay in a D-rank dungeon, unless they unfortunately teleported towards the double dungeon called Apocalypto. Inside the D-rank dungeon at the second player trial location, there was the first double dungeon ever discovered. Including the first explorer party, a lot of victims were annihilated, which led to dungeon break in various undiscovered dungeons. Taehyun explored the idea of them preventing that, but the association will not possibly believe his words without evidence, and even if it was revealed, he will raise suspicions. In his head, he knew it was a shame, but he decided to focus on the task. And he thought that as long as he is not part of the first explorer party, there would be enough ways to survive. As he entered the gate, an uninterested expression washed over his face. A player announced that with his arrival, they now have 5 people. He asked everyone if they were good to go. This guy is Ma Do-hak, an A-rank player that will act as their supervisor for the second round of the test. And a special note is that this player was the one who discovered the first double dungeon apocalypto. Taehyun figured it was the moment he knew. He fucked up.
Could he possibly have any worse luck than what he's endured today? Being a regressor hasn't exactly handed him many advantages. How did he end up on the team that got the short end of the stick?
Short answer, I would say, would be that no matter what, whoever gets assigned to that person is seemingly fated to meet their demise. On a deeper level, his mere presence might have triggered a reshuffling of individuals based on how they were ranked.
That's some pretty solid reasoning. If only his predation skill wasn't locked, this would be a breeze. But let's see how he maneuvers his way out of this situation, because I doubt kissing anything but ass will save him this time around.
3 monsters that looked like they were made from mud and stone attacked the candidates, but they fought back using their own unique skills and successfully defeated the monster. Their supervisor clapped and praised them. He told them that they were impressive. He added that such decisive combat intuition, despite this being their first real battle, makes them fit to be called a player. Taehyun is pissed off. He was unlucky to be part of the first discovery team. Upon looking at the Ma Do-hak's ring, it is called the Sage's Ring. It is unique for it boosts strength, stamina, speed, mana for 10 times. With that, Taehyun was certain that the double dungeon, Apocalypto, is definitely an S rank, and he knew that if he gets swept in, his current self, whose predation is sealed, won't survive. With determination, he planned not to let them find the Apocalypto. Their team then came to a stop. The path diverges, and they asked their supervisor, Ma Do-hak, on what they should do. Do-hak told them that it happens all the time when exploring dungeons. He suggested that they should take a majority vote, but before he could finish his sentence, Taehyun bolted at the speed of light. They were all shocked. Do-hak scolded him for acting on his own, so he advised him to come back. While running, he told them that it will be okay and encouraged them to go on the path that he chose. He thought about why he would leave it to him to decide. He ran off like a child while telling them to come. His intention is for them to take a different route. Ma Do-han was worried, but Taehyun urged them to follow him. In his mind, rather than letting them find Apocalypto, he would just rather die instead. Do-hak and the other candidates chased after him. He was elated for guiding the way, until he stopped on his tracks because there's a gate before him. They were all surprised to see a gate inside the dungeon, but Taehyun knew it was the double dungeon, Apocalypto. He cursed for going through a whole maze, yet that is where he ended up. A candidate then suddenly wanted to check it out. In panic, Taehyun ordered everyone to stop. His reaction elicited confusion from the team. He raised his tone and asked them if they couldn't see it at the first glance. He explained that another gate different from the dungeon's entrance is weird, no matter what angle it is. He suggested that they report an unusual incident before anything. He wanted to get the support of Do-hak in that idea. Do-hak replied that it's his first time seeing something like that, and as per the rules, Do-hak confirmed that reporting to the HQ would be the right thing to do. Taehyun let out a sigh of relief, but he was surprised with Do-hak's next statement. Do-hak suggested that they should go inside, but he explained that the mana that he is sensing from the gate, unlike its appearance, isn't dangerous. He added that besides, it's merely a D-rank dungeon. He continued to say that whether the association prepared the gate or it was an unusual occurrence, exploring it will definitely score the team good points.
Points? Yeah, right. I bet he's already scheming to capitalize on this discovery. Not only would it bring him fame, but it might also boost his player ranking. If you ask me, he's just talking out of his rear.
Due to his mixed emotions, he raised his voice and asked Do-hak if he's out of his mind. He pointed a finger at Taehyun and asked if a member of a team who doesn't even know how to cooperate should be saying that. Taehyun got angry. Do-hak concluded that everything is decided. Taehyun tried to protest and urged him to give it another thought, but Do-hak had already snapped his finger, and they saw a white light. It covered the whole place. It was so bright that only their silhouette was seen. Taehyun was surprised and horrified. They all went through the gate. Do-hak was stunned at what he saw. They stood in a large hallway leading towards a massive statue, and everything around them is covered in red glow. The massive statue at the end holds a sword. On a closer look, its face is covered in a veil, and its eye sockets are hollow. The candidates question Do-hak on what's going on, and if he's really sure that it's a D-rank dungeon. Taehyun told all of them to shut up and look in front of them. One of the candidates was annoyed with him for being rude, but he did not pay attention and told them that something was coming, and he was right. Two figures are moving towards them, and these figures looked exactly the same as the statue. Upon seeing it, they recognized that it was an A-rank Death Knight, and they panicked. They wondered how those A ranks were there. Do-hak felt a sense of doom. He instructed everyone to get ready for battle. The Death Knights rushed towards them and sliced them with their swords. The candidates screamed in fear while Do-hak evaded the attack. He used his powers against those he called filthy monsters. Lava suddenly appeared below the Death Knights, and after a few seconds, the lava formed into sharp blades, and it pierced right through their opponents. The Death Knights groaned, but it had no effect on them. Do-hak saw that as a chance and told everyone to attack. He strategized and told them to use fire and flash at maximum to cover the monster's sight. And then he instructed the one with the shield to defend the front line. The candidates exactly followed his strategy. The Death Knights laid on the ground. All of them were breathing heavily as they observed the bodies. The only female candidate uttered that they're finally safe. Another Death Knight is approaching. When they sensed it, they all turned their attention to it. There were another 4 Death Knights, and they were all eager to attack the candidates. All of them had the same horrified expression on their faces. Meanwhile, Taehyun was busy inspecting the body of the defeated Death Knight. He felt that something was off. He looked at their bodies. Do-hak is catching his breath. He cursed in his mind when he noticed that every time they defeat one of the monsters, they came back twice the number. On top of that, the candidates were all exhausted. Everyone is at their limits, and he knows that if it continues, they will all die. Taehyun told Do-hak that something was off. He watched Taehyun's calm expression as he approached him. Do-hak wondered who Taehyun was. After all that fighting, Taehyun is not even tired, and he was the first to realize that the gate was dangerous. And on top of that, if it was not for Monarch's stats, the team's stats won't be higher, and they wouldn't have even lasted that long. He's suspicious if he was really a C-rank awakened. He then asked Taehyun what he meant when he said that something is off. Our MC admitted that he might just be guessing, but those monsters don't seem to be Death Knights. They were all shocked and rejected the idea. They questioned what they were fighting against all this time. Taehyun gripped one of the swords and answered that he's going to go and find that out. He also activated his stone skin upon touching the weapon. Taehyun has dashed right towards the army of the said Death Knights. He did not hesitate to approach them with an incredible speed. The monsters raised their weapons against him. The collision caused a huge explosion. The monster was confused. When the smoke cleared, Taehyun was no longer standing there. They didn't know that he was above them. Kim Taehyun ran above their heads, and when he found the right opportunity, he decided to attack. But he's not aiming for those moving monsters. Instead, his target was the statue. His sword was about to reach the statue. It pierced its head, and then the statue was shattered into pieces. But nothing happened, and the monsters were chasing him. All of a sudden, the monsters that were about to reach him from behind glowed, and they started disappearing. The whole area is being cleared of the gloomy red scene. Do-hak was shocked to see that everything they saw was an illusion. Taehyun confirmed that it is indeed an illusion trap. It's a trap that shows an imaginary space and enemies. It's a tactic to drain the intruder's energy. One of the candidates was annoyed with the idea that they struggled just because of a mere illusion. Do-hak inquired on how Taehyun knew that it was a trap, and with a serious expression, Taehyun expressed that he knew there's no way the Death Knights would have been that weak. Dohak was extremely shocked. Taehyun encouraged them to get moving before they all got killed. They walk on a dark path, and their only source of light is the power of Ma Dohak. Taehyun is supporting one of the candidates. The illusion faded, but things did not get any better. After the Apocalypto's manifestation, the dungeon space was completely transformed. Yet they couldn't just wait for rescue. Their only hope was to find the dungeon's exit. After a while, they saw something above them, and Dohak declared that they found it. The door in front of them was so massive that they have to look up since they're close to it.
Regression with the King's power has left us with an MC who seems to have no idea what he's doing. Is he just going with the flow or making it up as he goes along? Taehyun is definitely finding himself caught between a rock and a hard place.
Indeed, the situation with Taehyun is becoming increasingly precarious. His journey with the King's power has left him navigating uncharted waters, often unsure of the best course of action. It's as if he's caught in a constant balancing act between adapting to his circumstances and forging his own path. With each step, the pressure seems to mount, pushing him further into uncertainty. Yet it's in these moments of challenge that true character is revealed. Let's see how Taehyun rises to the occasion and whether he can navigate the complexities ahead with finesse.
Finesse? Nah, our boy's better off channeling his inner Captain America and punching his way out of this, or better yet, somehow unlocking Predation. It's time for some serious power moves.
Whether it's through sheer determination or unleashing a strategic game plan, he's got to find a way to turn the tide in his favor. The stakes are high, but Taehyun has proven time and again that he's not one to back down for a challenge. Even in his past life, he has shown this personality trait.
He better Cody Rhodes this, or this could be the end of his story.
The candidates find it suspicious and dangerous, but Dohak told them that if they don't open it, they know that they will just perish in that dungeon. The door was then slowly opened. Ma Dohak was the one that led their entrance, and from that little crease, he was surprised at what he saw. There were several skulls on the side, and at the center of it is a crouched knight being supported by his sword. It was the same monster as the illusion earlier. One of the candidates celebrated since there's only one, but later on, their purple halos glowed and revealed more Death Knights. The shock froze them. All of a sudden, the skulls on the side emitted fire that illuminated the whole room. It revealed that there were more Death Knights on the side, and the room had several floors, all housing Death Knights. An army of it stood before them, with a leader in front. They trembled as they took a look around. The pressure inside the room suddenly felt too heavy, because right in the middle, there was a Death Knight sitting on a throne. It spoke and addressed the lowly humans who dared to come in there. This Death Knight had a glowing purple mask on one side of the face, and he announced for the battle to begin. This right here is the master of the double dungeon Apocalypto. He is the lord of the Death Knights and is at S rank. The surrounding Death Knights moved. In perfect synchrony, they all pounded the tips of their swords on the ground. The Death Knights marched forward. The Death Knight that was in front pointed its sword at them. The candidates were confused on what's going on and why the Death Knight acted that way. Taehyun expressed that it looked like the knight wanted a one-on-one duel. They panicked upon hearing that. One of them complained that he doesn't have any magic left in him. Taehyun told them to calm down and reminded them that their goal is to escape, not to fight. But because of their fear, 3 of the candidates bolted. They claimed that they would rather go back to where they started. They ran for their lives. One Death Knight saw them and acted immediately. The slash went through Dohak and Taehyun as it was intended for those who were running away. It directly hit those 3, to which resulted in them coughing up blood. Dohak and Taehyun were surprised to see that. Taehyun was horrified. He yelled for his supervisor. He told him that they will buy them some time so he should go find the exit. But something unexpected happened. Dohak threw him and the other candidate he's supporting away from the door, and Dohak casted a spell. A wall suddenly appeared right in front of our MC. Taehyun panicked and asked what nonsense he was doing. Dohak told him to shut up and reminded him not to act so high and mighty as a low-level awakener. Taehyun was caught off guard and got confused. Dohak then admitted that he wanted to be an S-ranked player, but no matter how much he trained and improved, He only felt farther from it instead of feeling closer. He expressed that he sees this as an opportunity for him. If he could resolve that special case, he might be treated almost as good as an S rank. Dohak followed that with a loud laugh. The Death Knight rushed towards him. He activated his magic and drew a triangle, and it sliced through the Death Knight. Dohak continued to speak with Taehyun. He told him that he's different from him. He hated to admit it, but he expressed that Kim Taehyun has the talent, and with that, he urged him to run away, to take the injured and escape as far as he can. He told him that it's the role of the supervisor to hold the enemies off. Dohak gathered all his strength for a powerful attack. Taehyun couldn't believe his supervisor. He turned to look at the candidates, but by the looks of it, they were already dead. And at that moment, the wall behind him collapsed. He turned to see what had happened. Taehyun saw his supervisor face down on the ground, and the sword of the Death Knight pierced his back. The sword was deep and made Dohak's backside. He laid there lifeless. Taehyun had a doomed expression on his face. The Death Knight removed his sword from Dohak's body and pointed that sword at Taehyun and invited him to a duel. He just stood frozen with a sword pointed at his face. Moments passed, and none of them moved. Something caught Taehyun's attention. A shiny object was in front of him. It was the Sage's Ring. He remembered that his supervisor wore it, right at the very last moment. He managed to evade the attack while retrieving the ring. He knew that this item right here was his only chance to make it out there alive. He wore the ring and Taehyun begged it to wake up. The ring's red crystal glowed. The Death Knights had him surrounded. The ring's light grew brighter than it was already blinding. The Lord of the Death Knights was surprised, because in just a single move, the knights surrounding Taehyun got defeated. The whole area was suddenly painted with an ominous red glow. The Lord of the Knights was confused. He ordered his men to wake up and wondered what kind of power was that. A notification window had appeared. It announced that the Sage Ring has been equipped and all stats are increased by 10. All conditions are met and the seal of Predation is released. Starting from now, the real fight begins.
If you're finding this
You
story
have to give him his flowers. Whether it's in this life or his last, Taehyun's will to live is second to none. In his past life, no one came back from this dungeon alive. Yet he is clearly going to be the exception to the original timeline. Kim Taehyun's eyes glowed red. Dark aura started to emit from his body. Several corpses lay on the ground. Taehyun moved so fast that he disappeared in a blink of an eye. While rushing towards the throne, he blasted the surrounding Death Knights with his powerful attack. The other Death Knights rushed towards him in an attempt to attack from above. He concentrated his power on his palms in anticipation of this attack. He assumed a combat stance while the Death Knights crowd around him. In his head, he estimated that the time to completely use his skill Devour is 10 seconds. With that, he knew that he can't solely rely on Predation. He thought of all the skills he had gathered so far, and all the stats he had built up. He decided to use everything he has. It's his only way to survive. Our MC even imbued and surrounded a sword with his stone skill. He continued to fight for his life, but he was caught off guard. Suddenly, a massive explosion happened. Dust and debris covered the area. When it cleared up, it revealed a gigantic spear firmly embedded on the ground. Taehyun wondered what it was. Realization dawned on him. He looked at the throne and saw that it was the Lord of the Death Knights that threw it. Lord of the Death Knights was oozing with power. Several gigantic blades appeared on top of Taehyun. He muttered, "This is crazy!" and the blades targeted him. It fell like rain, and every collision to the ground caused a massive explosion. Taehyun ran for his life. The scene was chaotic. Taehyun glanced behind him. He found the timing to leap high as the blades continued to fall from the roof. He was already feeling desperate. He yelled loudly as he continued to struggle and appeared in front of the Lord of the Death Knights. The Lord of the Death Knights prepared to attack him once again. The power of this lord started accumulating in the front of his palms. A spark formed out of thin air. and when it began to take form, it revealed a gigantic, dangerous-looking spear. It made Taehyun lose his balance and fall. While he was falling, the Lord of the Death Knights spoke to him. The Lord of the Death Knights told him that he was strong, but it was not enough. He claimed that this right here was a human's limitation. It launched its spear and created a massive explosion in the area. The ground was covered in smoke, debris, and the blades that collided with the ground. On a closer look, that massive explosion was actually the result of Lord of the Death Knights piercing Taehyun's body and stepping on his head. It inquired on who gave him that power. Taehyun yelled in pain, but he did not answer, which led the Lord of the Death Knights to infuse more power on his blade. The notification window displayed that he resists the Night King's roar with a mysterious power, and he was partially successful in resisting. Lord of the Death Knights revealed that he knew for a while now that Taehyun is not an ordinary human since he can understand their language. It then urged Taehyun to tell him the nature of his power. Our MC coughed up blood but continued to yell and resist until his consciousness was gone.
What the hell is he doing? Once he placed on the Sage's ring, it should be a walk in the park right now. He should have known that a boss would be stronger than his minions.
You're being a bit over the top with this one. In his current mental state, it's no surprising that it's going the way it is. Originally, no one survived this dungeon and he knows this. So let's just sit back and see how he handles this if he lives through it.
Well, if I was able to, I would have already jumped into this world and told him he needs to be standing on business, not doing the ground missionary style.
You need help. So Taehyun appeared to have faded from this plane and entered another realm where he faced Asmodeus. He took a closer look at the unmoving Asmodeus. He checked its face for any sign of movement. He checked his surroundings and saw several bodies lined up on the ground on his left, one of which is Mod Dohak's body. He was surprised to see it. Little did he know that the Lord of the Death Knights was behind him. To Taehyun, it felt like nothing had changed since then. He started questioning the nature of the predation skill, and how come he, a human, understood the language of demons and gained power and opportunity without understanding anything. Lord of the Death Knights was ready to strike him from behind, while Taehyun was consumed with his thoughts that nothing has changed. Lord of the Death Knights released his attack without Taehyun sensing him. All Taehyun thought of was the reason why the king gave him the power. All of a sudden, he heard a voice which said that should have already been explained. He was surprised, and in front of him, a bright light emerged. From that bright light, the king appeared. The king answered all his questions by saying that everything was merely because of admiration to his will and perseverance. He told Taehyun that he doesn't have to change. Taehyun's shock expression remained on his face while he absorbed it all in. King told him to just move forward.
The final boss says,
"Respect my authority!"
After that encounter, he immediately opened his eyes. He's back in the real world where Apocalypto loomed over his body. The Lord of the Death Knights asked him if he now lacked the courage to speak. It called him a pathetic human as it planned to end Taehyun. But the Lord of the Death Knights was in for a surprise. Taehyun moved at the speed of light. He moved quickly and with massive power that he cut off the arm of the Lord of the Death Knights, and then he proceeded to attack the surrounding Death Knights. The Lord of the Death Knights observed him carefully. Taehyun, who was standing in front of the Lord of the Death Knights, was oozing with power. This prompted Lord of the Death Knights to call him scum since he overloaded his skill to that point. Taehyun yelled loudly as more power coursed through his body. The notification window appeared 3 times, indicating the increase of his magic power by 1. Lord of the Death Knights was amused by Taehyun's final struggle. It ran towards Taehyun, excited to see his end. It swung its dangerous weapon, and it encapsulated Kim Taehyun with a powerful beam. It continued to release its power on this attack, while watching Taehyun closely. But that attack seemed to have no effect on Taehyun. Our MC asked the Lord of the Death Knights if he's still curious about the nature of his power. Lord of the Death Knights was taken aback. In response to Lord of the Death Knight's curiosity, Taehyun taunted him to discover it for himself, which was followed by a potent energy gathering in Taehyun's hands. A notification window displayed that the rank is changed to B. Taehyun released the destructive power towards Apocalypto. This made Lord of the Death Knights yell from the agonizing pain, but Taehyun did not stop there. He grabbed a weapon, and with menacing eyes, he dashed forward and sliced Lord of the Death Knight several times using his weapon. None of his attacks were blocked. Lord of the Death Knight screamed. His anger rose. This led the Lord of Death Knights to produce several blades out of thin air. The Lord of the Death Knights couldn't accept that a mere human did that. It counterattacked with all its might, but Kim Taehyun remained calm and concentrated on the power of his hand. He raised his fist while his power surrounds it. Slowly, his power around the fist began to take form. It extended like its forming limbs. But when he released it, it was a red entity with a wide mouth and sharp fangs. Lord of the Death Knights yelled as it saw its mouth coming closer. Taehyun, with a fierce expression on his face, corrected the Lord of the Death Knights as he says that it's not human. He added, "It's the power of the king." And this menacing entity devoured the Lord of the Death Knights, completely erasing its existence. That caused a massive explosion in the air, and the notification window displayed that Taehyun gained a new skill called Knight's King Spirit. Meanwhile, on the starting area of the trial, people in ambulance cars were on standby. They carefully observed the portal. The organizers checked the remeasured power and found out a worrying result. It was S rank. Because of that, they issued an evacuation order, but the evacuation was delayed due to the dungeon's transformation. They wondered if the support troops could arrive before the dungeon break. Park Sungjin was stressed out on the sudden appearance of an S-rank magic power in a D-rank dungeon all of a sudden. He knew that if the situation continued, everyone could die. That made him think that he has to go in alone. But to their surprise, there was another activity in a dungeon. It was a dungeon break. They did not expect it so soon. Sungjin advised everyone to get ready. The dungeon emitted a bright light. Everyone waited in anticipation, yet Sungjin became confused when he saw the only person coming out from it. It was Kim Taehyun. He uttered, "I barely made it back." Thanks to Taehyun's efforts, the double dungeon incident was resolved. The students managed to evacuate without any significant harm. The second exam results were decided based on the scores before the examination. The bodies of the deceased were discovered and safely returned to their families. And they resolved another issue, that it was not to disclose who cleared Apocalypto.
See, that's what I'm talking about. All that self-doubt was slowing down his reaction speed. Our boy had to have been in tighter spots than this. Coming out of those alive with no powers, he had to have kept his wits in moments of crisis. It's a good thing King came down when he did and talked some sense into his head. Our boy really lost it in his panic, but you can go on. As you were saying,
Go Tae-wook and Park Sungjin listen as their superior informs them that the organization might face criticism from the media. But if they revealed the truth, Taehyun would become a target for the media and hunters. Tae-wook and Sungjin answered positively despite knowing the risks. Ji Jin-wai thanked them. Then he proceeded to ask what the two of them were thinking. His question was about Taehyun. But as per their agreement not to disclose who it was, he corrected himself by saying the actual skills of the person who cleared the S-rank dungeon Apocalypto. Sungjin considered that this person cleared an S rank by himself. He assumed that the person is at least on the S rank level. Tae-wook added that the person's actual rank is still much lower, so it would be hard to gauge the extent of the power. Ji Jin-wei had an inkling on where the conversation was going. Go Tae-wook and Sungjin exchanged glances. They were all thinking of the same thing, that there's a high possibility that Taehyun, who cleared the dungeon, would become national power level in the realm where the sun is blocked by a dark object and the sky is crimson red. Taehyun had a surprised expression on his face. Monsters were everywhere in that area, and they all seemed to be heading in one direction. Taehyun watched them from a cliff. He couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered why he was in the abyss. And then the king appeared in the sky, in front of the dark round object blocking the sun. King stood there, floating in the air. Our MC was surprised to see him again. But aside from him, The monsters also saw the king, and it made them enraged. King extended his hand, and on his palm a gust of wind gathered, and in a single attack, he instantly cleared a row of monsters. Taehyun watched as the bodies of the monsters turned into specks of light. He couldn't fathom that it happened, and he heard the king say, "I'll be waiting." The king started to rise up to the now white sky. Taehyun, with a surprised expression on his face, listened to the king. Before the king fully vanished, it stated that he will be in the deepest part of the abyss. Taehyun's stay at the abyss ended, and that's when he regained consciousness in the hospital. He was breathing heavily. He checked his body and pondered if what he saw was a dream, but he knew it felt too real for just a dream. He recalled that the king said that he would be waiting. He wondered what it meant, and then he thought of the predator that even S-ranked monsters are wary of. Then, understanding the language of the monsters too, more and more questions from him arise. He thought that becoming stronger and going to the abyss is the only way. He then checked his status window. Right now, he is at B rank with a strength, speed, and stamina of 100. He now has the following skills, which are Predation, Stone Skin, Stealth, Paralysis, Monarch's Heart, and Knight's King Spirit. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw that he was at B rank and had obtained the Night King's Spirit. He had a hunch during his fight with the Lord of the Death Knights and was happy to see that he was right. He reached B rank, and with his stats, he is now almost on par with S-rank players. He remembered that the Night King's disposition is a skill that suppressed him with tremendous pressure. He knew that with the rate of his growth, becoming national power level isn't far off. All of a sudden, he heard a loud noise outside his hospital room. When the door was fully opened, it revealed Yoo A-young, and the guards in front of the door were defeated on the ground. She smiled at Kim Taehyun and uttered, "Darling." Out of the blue, they rode in a car. The driver was on the back seat and was insisting that he should be the one to drive, but the guildmaster dismissed him. Yoo A-young was on the wheel, and Taehyun was on the passenger seat. She told the driver that he is her guest, so she will be the one to drive. Taehyun, while staring out the window, asked what she needs from him. Given that she's the guildmaster of one of the major 4 guilds, Yoo A-young made her answer light by saying that she wanted to see the kid who survived Apocalypto and drive him home from the hospital. Taehyun was dubious. He told her to come up with a more plausible lie. Yoo A-young commented that Taehyun is a sharp kid. Then she asked if he knew how the third player exam is conducted. She explained that the third exam is similar to the survival test, like the first one, but unlike the first exam, outsiders can watch from the stands. Then she elaborated that Taehyun's skill will be revealed and surely the guilds will start coveting a lower awakened who can even defeat SR ranks. Taehyun kept listening. Yoo A-young extended her hand to him while telling him that she will make an offer that he won't be able to refuse. She asked if what he wants is money or maybe fame. She assured him that she will give her what he wants if he joins the Nightwalker. Taehyun watched her with a blank expression on his face. None of them wanted to back down on their staring contest. While the driver on the back seat was feeling uncomfortable witnessing the tense situation, eventually, Taehyun answered that he was not interested. Yoo A-young couldn't help but feel surprised. She expressed it when she said, "What did you say?" Upon arriving at their destination, Taehyun thanked Yoo A-young for seeing him off. He told them that he will be walking from there, but Yoo A-young did not easily let him go. She demanded an explanation on why he wouldn't join. She reiterated that whether it's salary or any other condition, she will give it to him. Then she started speculating that he already received an offer from another guild, or that maybe Taehyun did not fully understand her. Deep inside Taehyun, he finds the situation annoying. Taehyun explained that there's no special reason. He told her that there's no guild or condition offered to him. He inquired if Nightwalker's guild is really that special. In a confident manner, he told her that he's just saying no, just because he doesn't want to. He bid her goodbye. He happily descended the staircase, not sensing any danger or suspicious movements from Yoo A-young. But a hand reached out, and she covered his mouth with her hand. It was like he was being kidnapped. He turned to look at him. and he saw Yuayong furious and his power oozing out from her body as she asked him, "What the hell is your deal?" She told him that he's just getting started at becoming a player, and yet he dared to reject one of the 4 great guilds without a reason. She expressed that it made no sense. She removed her hand from his mouth, and she told him that she will forgive him. She turned his head to make him look at her while she stated, in fact, "I like you," in a seductive manner. The driver who witnessed everything panicked that she will cause him harm, so he reminded the guildmaster that Taehyun is still just a test taker, and then he scolded Taehyun for rejecting the guildmaster without any reason. He urged him to accept the offer since he'll have to join a guild sometime anyways. Taehyun grinned and commented how he had observed that the stubbornness was the same. He added that it was as he expected from Liam, a young sister. Yuayong was taken aback. She mumbled on how he knew about that. Taehyun told her that he knew a lot of things and revealed that he knew about the stolen name too. Yuayong froze in shock, but that did not last long when Yuayong released all of her power that was like a beam reaching through the sky, and it illuminated a wide area. With all of her strength, she grabbed him on his neck. The driver knew how bad the situation was. He knew the secret of their guildmaster. Yuayong's real name was actually Lim Ah-young, Yuksung Group's CEO. Liam Cheng-young raised her, a child born out of wedlock, as an heir. But when another daughter was born into the family, her name Lim Ah-young was taken away, and she was reduced to an outsider. The fact that she changed her surname when she became a player is an information that only a few people should know. Yuayong was furious. "Dare you yap away that nonsense in front of me?" Taehyun replied that she's the one who started it. That made her confused. Notification window displayed that a mysterious force is resisting the Amazon spirit, and the resistance was successful. Kim Taehyun released his power, and he removed her hand on his neck by squeezing it tight. A new notification window displayed that she is being countered with Night King's spirit, and the counterattack was successful. That made Ah-young keep her distance from him. She watched him carefully as she pondered what kind of power he had. Her hand was already trembling just because she got repelled. She thought that, as if it wasn't enough that he was able to bear an S-rank player's powers, he also reversed it back at her. Taehyun's power slowly vanishes, and he looks at her. She was slightly nervous. He ascended the stairs and walked towards her. She was backed into the wall when Taehyun cornered her. And then, he warned her not to cross the line. With emphasis, he called her a young sister, Ms. Ah-young. She bit her lip in anger. But Ah-young blushed a little. The driver couldn't believe that Taehyun just said that. A day passed, and now many people are on their way to the Colosseum. The Colosseum, nostalgic of ancient Rome, is the venue of the 3rd round of player tryouts. Unlike the 1st and 2nd rounds that weren't revealed to the public, round 3 is allowed an audience. So, people from the industry, families of the test takers, and civilians are also in the arena as an audience to watch the tryouts. Yuayong, disguised as a civilian, was present to keep an eye on Taehyun. Taehyun's uncle and aunt were also there. They are thankful to Taehyun because they could watch something like that because of him. However, they looked nervous. His aunt was worried since she heard that player tryouts are really fierce. On the other hand, Hwang Jae-young was so confident and proud of his cousin that he even made a customized shirt to cheer for him. He assured his parents that they don't have to worry since Taehyun is strong. With exaggerated moves, he narrated that he could take all of the participants in just one blow. He emphasized that it was just one blow. It was funny how Hwang Jae-young, a cousin of Taehyun, had become the president of Kim Taehyun's fans club, which currently only has one member. He was all fired up. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bench, the reporter was nervous. She took a mental note that she gotta get her hands on a proper news item this time. She is Kim Ji-ja, a Psy-economic rookie reporter, and she's on the verge of being fired. Her last interview got scrapped for featuring a low-rank awakened, and she assumed that Kim Taehyun, whom she interviewed, must have already been disqualified. Now she's worried about getting fired if she doesn't get a good interview this time. The person beside her commented that the atmosphere felt strange. She heard that and checked the arena. Taehyun was standing there, but a crowd of test takers kept their distance while also observing him. She took a closer look. She saw that there are countless high-ranking veteran awakened. And then there's also Lee Gilsan, the A-ranker who is a promising candidate. Jija noticed that all these players were staring at just one guy. She speculated that they are trying to take down that one guy by joining forces. She wondered how strong the guy is for them to do that. With careful observation, she noticed that the guy is familiar to her. The round 3 of the player tryouts was about to begin, but one of the test takers wore a sinister smile. It was Kim Taehyun, and he maintained his smile even when he was already being surrounded. The announcer advised the viewers to be cautious of the shock while watching. The test had begun. Taehyun remained calm and confident. It even looked like he was thrilled. It was him versus the world scenario. And in his mind, he thought, nah, I'd win. When the go signal was given, the players immediately engaged in battle. They did not hold back, unleashing their power towards the center. That is where Kim Taehyun is, and they knew that if they don't eliminate him first, hell take them all down. Amidst the concentrated power in the middle, Taehyun emerged. Taehyun tightened his fist as rocks started covering it, and with a powerful strike, he punched the surrounding candidates. Several players coughed blood as they lost consciousness. Taehyun watched them as the smoke cleared. All of a sudden, he heard a rustling noise from the ground. Vines appear, and these bright green vines grabbed Taehyun. And then he heard the controller of the vines laugh, but those vines were easily destroyed by Taehyun. And once he broke free, he stomped on Gilsan's head. Taehyun asked for the next contender. The other candidates called him a monster. They teamed up and planned to continuously attack Taehyun without stopping. They thought that if they keep attacking, it will exhaust Taehyun at some point. Kim Taehyun confidently pointed his fingers at them, and he activated the Night King's spirit. The other candidates charged simultaneously towards him, but they stopped on their tracks and was horrified at what they saw. They were pulled down by gravity, and all of them lay on their stomachs while watching a gigantic skeleton before them. The skeleton made a loud noise, and the candidates felt the intense pressure pulling their bodies towards the ground. Even the audience and the members of the organization were surprised to witness this. Taehyun continued that force. Even the leader of a powerful guild felt it. Young called him a lunatic for using that in the dead center. After a few moments, the smoke in the arena had cleared, and it was revealed that Kim Taehyun was the only one standing at the center. He glanced at his side to check the remaining one. She saw an injured girl walking towards him. It was Lee Young. She was breathing heavily. Taehyun asked what she wanted to do. Lee Young glared at him. Taehyun challenged her if she wanted to have a repeat of the first round. That made Lee Young blushed and embarrassed. She released her power. The ice had started forming, until it entrapped them in an ice stone. Taehyun thought this again. Lee Young brought out her spear, and she told Taehyun that he should worry about himself. Taehyun dared her if she's sure about that. The whole area seemed cold with the blizzard. A trail of wind was left while half of Lee Young's spear was stuck on the ground, and the wind had moved her hair as she was falling to the ground while Taehyun stood beside her. She landed with a loud thud. She lost consciousness. She had met Taehyun's expectations, and with that, the host announced that the player tryouts have ended. The crowd listened as the top qualifier of the player tryouts was announced, and it was applicant No. 920. Kim Taehyun. He was presented with his rewards for placing as the top qualifier. In a private setting, the chairman, Ji Jinwei, congratulated him on becoming an S-rank player. Jinwei expressed that he didn't expect him to single-handedly end the third round, and the chairman laughed loudly. Taehyun replied that he was just lucky. The chairman observed him. He called Taehyun's name, and then he invited him to join the new South Korea Player Association. Taehyun was taken aback. Jinwei asked him for his thoughts on working for the new South Korea Player Association. And with this, I would say, the story's initial arc concludes with a profound transformation for Taehyun Kim. Despite a lifetime of being perceived as a loser due to his inability to awaken, he experiences a momentous awakening when faced with death. This awakening grants him the ability to create a gate leading to the king, and with his power, Taehyun regressed to his 19-year-old self and the formidable skill of Devour. With this second chance at life, Taehyun is filled with newfound hope of becoming the strongest individual in the world. However, the underlying reasons behind his ambition remain enigmatic, leaving us eagerly anticipating future revelations. As we conclude our venture, let us depart from this world for now. Remember, our agents should relay events thus. In this final reckoning, I will grant you back your AI, so that way you can return to this world. Why do I feel like, even after putting Agent WB through re-education, it's just going to get worse? Maybe it's time to add more measures or adjustments.
Excuse me, sir. Agent JB has just arrived and is requesting an audience with you.
Or maybe it's just this generation of watchers is just full of troublemakers. You can proceed to let him in.
Hey, Chief. I heard you put Agent WB through your re-education course. You know it's going to go in one ear and out the other, right? It's just in his nature.
Is it in your nature to stir the pot when you could be diving into worlds yourself? The first arc of Regression with the King's Power is a good story. There's no predestined future or event that has to be stopped, which makes for a great dive.
Well, after Taehyun is offered a position, one could only dream of his journey truly begins. From here, Taehyun must learn to harness his power, build alliances, and confront formidable enemies. But I'm curious what happened next.
Taehyun declined the offer. Jinwei, taken aback, abruptly stood and asked why. Taehyun replied that there's no special reason for it. He explained that he just believes that rather than being a member of one of the 4 great guilds of the association, he finds it more effective to work alone. He apologized for not being able to help the chairman. Jinwei sat back down as he expressed that he never imagined that Taehyun would say that he's better off alone rather than being in the great guilds or the association. He accepted his decision, and then he offered that they do something else instead of Taehyun joining the association. And then he asked Kim Taehyun if he's interested in participating in the Asian exhibition games. Jinwei was serious with this offer.
To turn down what could have been a blank check, especially with his rank documented as an S rank plus and government backing, seemed unthinkable. His life was all set. What reason did he have to turn it down? Yes, he is a regressor, but he isn't the key to stopping some grand event from happening. He just got a redo now as an awaken.
Not all money is good money. And what is status when it comes with a leash? Taehyun may have gained strength he has yet to fully understand, but his future is for him to decide. He has many questions, so going solo for a while might be the best choice. Later that day, Taehyun finds himself knee-deep in a horde of monsters. After what transpired during the exam, taking on these creatures feels more like a walk in the park to him. Taehyun sighed. With that, he had cleared the dungeon. He thought about the Asian exhibition games. This is an event where 5 representatives are chosen from the associations and guilds of each country within Asia. It is a festival of hunting down villains and monsters, but to be picked as a national representative, to prove that the person hunted down monsters and villains for the sake of the country, they would need to acquire some merit points. He recalled Jinwei telling him that given his history of advancing, it's definitely a worthy goal to target. In his mind, he reasoned out that he just became a player. To catch up to the merit points everyone stacked over years, he has to hunt down monsters and villains that are way stronger. Taehyun has been clearing all dungeons known to the new South Korea Association for a month, but he's far from getting merit points. He looked at the portal and thought how he had no choice, even if he knew it was dangerous. He decided to go inside after all. At nighttime, outside a mansion, a glass filled with liquor shattered. Lee Jumpsuit choked Seol-Hundu using his powers. Seol-Hundo asked the president to calm down, but he couldn't when T-Sun's heir is still in the damn hospital, and the culprit behind that is now an S-rank player on the rise. In a fit of his anger, he powerfully threw Seol-Hundo to the ground. Hundu yelled loudly from the pain of the collision, and then his eyes turned white, and he lost consciousness. The president's secretary came in to inform the president that he has a guest form the Malignant Guild. When he heard the word malignant, he recalled that those were the rascals who couldn't get rid of one brat after stuffing money down their damn throats. He was angry, and he expressed how dare they show their faces here. He yelled that he's going to do something to them. However, out of the blue, he sensed something. The door in front of him became distorted as it emits an ominous aura, and a person appeared from the door. He expressed that the matter with Lee Jumsu's son is truly a shame. Then he encouraged Jumsu to calm down first. And then this person confirmed that the lowly brat isn't the final target of Taehyun's group. This person introduced himself as the vice president of the Malignant Guild. He is known as Shadow, but his rank is yet to be known. Meanwhile, Taehyun's portal appeared, and he emerged from it, and he was being welcomed by someone. In front of a tall building stood a man who held a sign. He introduced himself as Kim Taehyun's guide for the auction. He is an A-ranker from the Alchemists. With enthusiasm, he spoke his name, which is part Jeon-wung. Jeon-wung is an A-rank player, hired as a bodyguard by the Alchemist Guild for the auction. He is also a member of Taehyun's fan club, and his skill is gate manipulation. After he had seen Taehyun overpowering everyone on the third round of the player tryouts, he became a fan. He asked for an autograph. Taehyun was dumbfounded. They are in the Asians option region called East Point, and it has option items of the greatest quality, the largest scale within Asia. East Point has a great deal of positive points, but even among them, the one point that's considered would be security. Taehyun asked Park Jeon-wung if he's sure about having the autograph on his face. Park Jeon-wung explained that bodyguards like him play a role, but the constant changing of warp points actually made it impossible to reach the destination without approval. Warp point is the coordinate value needed to connect to the warp gate, and that's the main reason why there were no security issues in the past decades. Taehyun thought that Park Jeon-won was right. East Point deserves to be called the best in security. However, our MC knew something that none of them could have predicted. An S-rank villain terror attack will take place in that very place on that day. After a while, the host of the auction was excited. The best item on sale for the auction is out. It's called the Phoenix Potion. Just drinking it will boost stamina and magic points by 20 each. Taehyun planned to wait for the terror attack, eliminate the S-rank villain, and get the merit points. But the problem is that he had no information about this. Before his regression, the news only reported the serious damage that East Point suffered, and the main culprit of the terror attack was Norandra Nairu, but he wondered who stopped it. Taehyun then called Park Jeon-wung, who brought him ice cream. He asked who is the chief security. Park Jeon-wung was surprised. Park Jeon-wung was alarmed and curious why Taehyun wanted to know. Taehyun explained that he just had a question. He verified if he's not allowed to know. Park Jeon-wung replied that it wasn't the case, but he's hesitant to answer. All of a sudden, someone uttered, "Look, who is it?" They were both surprised to see who it was. The man described Taehyun as the 12th S-ranked player of New South Korea and the youngest S-ranker. Together with the man are people that looked like his own army. The crowd watched them march in, and the man who spoke approached Taehyun. This man was pleased to announce that Kim Taehyun is there. This person is known as Isaki Ryohei, aka the Devil. He is a Japanese S-rank player and the East Point chief security officer. Taehyun asked Jeon-wung who it was, which made him explain. Jeon-wung whispered to Taehyun to be mindful. Jeon-wung shared that Isaki Ryohei even stabbed his comrades for his own benefit, so the players call him the Devil. Isaki Ryohei said that he heard that New South Korea had sent an extraordinary genius, but he didn't expect to meet Taehyun in person. He reached out his hand. Taehyun carefully observed the hand extended to him. He wondered why it was a left hand. He shook his hand, but Isaki Ryohei released his power, and Taehyun got electrocuted. It became stronger, which made Taehyun groan in pain. Isaki Ryohei kept laughing. He was amused, since he never expected Taehyun could endure that. It also shows that Taehyun is an S-rank after all. Taehyun cursed him in his mind, but his anger dissipated when he heard someone in pain. He saw that it was the people on the side. They were choking from Isaki Ryohei's powers. Taehyun cursed. He knew that if he fought Isaki Ryohei there, the civilians would get dragged into it. Isaki Ryohei expressed that his prank might have been excessive for a kid who just became an S-rank player. Isaki Ryohei let go of Taehyun's hand. He placed his arm over his shoulder and whispered that it should have been an enough lesson for Taehyun. He told Taehyun that he may be an S-ranker, but he is not on the same level as him. He added that he has no idea why Taehyun came there, but he warned him not to try any useless stunts, lay low, and to get lost, and he called Taehyun a brat. As he was pulling away, he laughed and wished him to have fun at the auction. As if to insult Taehyun even more, he laughed loudly as he was making his way towards the door. Park Jeon-wung was worried about Taehyun. Taehyun's expression showed a hint of annoyance, and he realized that because of Isaki Ryohei, it is going to be trickier than he thought. A few moments later, inside the building, security guards encountered other unknown armed men. They wondered how these intruders had entered the building. The leader of the authorized men told his subordinates that they didn't need to know all the details. He explained that the hallway they were in only led to the gate control office. Given the presence of the unknown men, he concluded that they must be the target they were tasked with taking care of. He instructed his men to assist him in taking out the infiltrator. The aftermath of the fight was evident, with corpses strewn across the ground. Only one man was left standing, an old, half-naked man with a turban. He had a large monster with him that had just crushed the head of one of the guards. The man groaned in pain as the monster's arm swallowed his head, yet he was delighted. This man was Narendra Nu, an S-rank villain of unknown affiliation.
Now, this is something. Using his knowledge of the event, he's going to place himself right in the middle of it, hoping to change the outcome and gain street cred with the committee. You sure picked a crazy world to visit, Chief. So please hit that like button if you're enjoying these conversational style recaps. It really helps the channel. With the gang all here, it looks like there's going to be a lot going on in this event.
That's because the mastermind behind this is Narendra Nehru. His men informed him that a variable had come up at the auction house. The S-ranker of New South Korea Association is at the auction house. They asked what they should do about it. Nehru remained silent. He asked what was the matter with a lowly trash like that when he's present. And as long as he's there, he declares that no one can evade divine revelation. The scene then shifted towards this view of a twin building. And then, all of a sudden, the tall building was bombed. Inside that building, an auction with many people is ongoing. Half of the room was reduced to ashes because of the bombing. People who were relaxed were suddenly being blown away. Jeon-won immediately went to Taehyun's side. He checked if Taehyun is okay, and he urged him to evacuate at once. Taehyun was in a state of shock. He knew a terror attack would happen, but he had no idea that they would bomb all throughout the structure. He wondered how the terrorists were able to sneak in, and even the time frame on when the bombs were installed. He tried to remain calm and focused on what's important. The terrorists showed themselves. One terrorist instills fear by gunning the ceiling and commanding the people to lower their weapons and give them the money and valuables that people owned. He threatened them that if they resisted, he would shoot them in the head. But he was cut mid-sentence, and the next thing he knew, his head was no longer attached to his body. And Taehyun was the cause of that. Jeon-won was shot. Kim Taehyun instructed him to inform the association of the situation and request for reinforcements. With a serious expression, Taehyun vowed to catch the person behind the incident. On a different side of the building, the guards hold the fort even with their injuries. The leader of this group told the terrorists that the articles had been bid on already, and they're not for terrorists like them. The leader of that group told his team to slaughter them all. They engaged in a bloody fight and killed all the guards. With the path being cleared, he chose a container with a cap of the head of a phoenix, and it was what he had been aiming for. It was the Phoenix Potion, a unique item. It permanently increases stamina and mana by 20 points each when consumed. Upon holding that potion, he now understood why Nehru told them to get it, even if it meant putting their lives at stake. He sensed tremendous energy from it just by looking at it. He started to think of drinking that potion. But before he could do anything, an explosion happened that surprised him. It left one of his members dead. He was surprised and confused. Other members reported that there's an enemy, but they're confused because they can't see anything. The next thing they know is that they're being hit. The next moment, they had lost their lives. The leader of the terrorists in that group figured out that the enemy used stealth skill, but before he could do anything, his body had already been slashed. He used his ability and metal chains appeared. The chains were deployed around the area to survey where the enemy was. The chains kept moving until it had tied a man. He was mad at the enemy for daring to act up with nothing but stealth. The tied man was impressed that the guy had a skill that can locate even an opponent who uses stealth. It was Kim Taehyun, and he told the man that his skill would be perfect for predation. Meanwhile, on the other part of the building, several corpses of the guards lay on the ground, while several civilians had been tied up, with monsters surrounding them. At the warp gate control room, several warps are opened, and surrounding it are several armed men and huge monsters. Nehru announced that it was such a simple matter. He announced that all people would fear him, the one they proclaimed their god, even more. He thought that all was left to do was the Phoenix Potion, but a subordinate came up to him. The man reported to Nehru that they received a message from Dyke's group who went to acquire the Phoenix Potion, and he told Nehru that there was a problem. Just hearing the word problem, Nehru was displeased. The radio was noisy because of its static sounds, until they heard someone speak. This person asked he was really that person, Nehru. He asked the person on the other line who he was. Taehyun told him that he's the one who has what Nehru wants.
Oh shit, my boy is really playing for keeps. He'd be a fool not to have taken that Phoenix potion for himself and just placed the blame on them. With all these abilities, it's like Taehyun is in the bonus round of a game, leveling up his skills and stats. He's about to go full Reggie from Bad Boys 4 and go straight ham.
It's true, since he is holding the Phoenix potion. He told Nehru that if he wanted it back, he should get there soon, and he called him a fucking terrorist. Nehru was triggered. The defeated men were scattered on the ground. Taehyun drank the potion. System informed him that his stamina had increased as well as his magical power. He determined that it was a unique rank potion, and its effect was really on a different league. With Taehyun roaming around the dungeon earlier, it hadn't had much effect on his stats, but the potion, it had increased his stats all at once. Now that he drank it, he doesn't have to worry about the Phoenix potion getting into the hands of the terrorist. He heard several footsteps. It was Izaki Ryohei and his team. Several corpses lay there, but aside from that, the hall was empty. He wondered if the person who called them had run away, but Ryohei laughed at them. He told them that the person is just right in front of them. He told Taehyun to stop hiding. Taehyun reversed his stealth ability, while commenting how odd it was for them to notice when his ability was perfect. They stood face to face. Ryohei asked what someone like Kim Taehyun's caliber was doing there. Taehyun retorted back to Ryohei that what about the head of security like him who should be running around trying to clean up after the terror attack? Ryohei laughed, and he revealed that there's something he's looking for. Taehyun watched him. He sighed while getting something from his pocket, and he mentioned that he noticed that something was off. First, the fact that the security team couldn't find all those bombs despite having all the players as bodyguards. Taehyun saw the terrorists storming in through the east point where they can't enter without permission, and that led him to think that the terrorists had someone working with them from the inside. But no one would have thought that the head of security would have been the spy. Ryohei replied that he was kind enough to warn Taehyun to stay in his lane. Ryohei disappeared in front of them. Taehyun was alert. When Ryohei showed up, he had already attacked Taehyun. Ryohei demanded Taehyun to hand it over. Taehyun smirked at him and told him to try to take it like a villain should. They continued to fight while Ryohei's subordinates watched them, but the subordinates could barely follow them with their eyes, since the match was intense because of the incredible speed of the two. The ground was shattering. Some of the stuff was sliced too. The subordinate did not even dare to move because they could have been caught up in the battle between S-rankers, so there's no doubt that they'll end up getting chopped into pieces if they carelessly interfere. Taehyun was being pushed back by Ryohei. Taehyun seemed to be having a difficult time. In his head, he's cursing at Ryohei. He also confirmed his suspicions. Unlike him, who only predicts the direction of attack through killing Aryan sound, Ryohei can actually see him. He swung his sword. That caught Taehyun off guard, and Taehyun was slashed right on his chest.
Hey, don't just cut to me. The chief is retelling the story more wrong.
He groaned as his body bled. Taehyun recognized that even if they are both using stealth, there's such a huge gap in their proficiency. Despite his injury, Taehyun remained standing. He surprised the subordinates when he jumped really high to properly position himself in using his next ability. In his mind, Ryohei is not worthy for him to use the Predation. The subordinates were surprised when they were lifted in the air by the purple smoke. Taehyun's arm turned into rock, and he hit all the subordinates with it. They groaned in pain and fell to the ground. After that, Taehyun looked for Ryohei. He laughed while commenting that it was some awesome judgment that Taehyun showed. Ryohei was on the ceiling. He told Taehyun that it was awesome of him because stealth was weak against wide-range skills. He added that Taehyun is looking for him. He should have used it over his head as well. Then he attacked Taehyun. Taehyun attempted to block the sword with his dagger. Terrorists were patrolling on a quiet hallway, but they immediately ran away when Ryohei and Taehyun emerged from the ceiling. Ryohei's attack was so powerful that it created a hole which dropped them to the lower level. Then Ryohei slashed through the whole room. It caused an explosion, and then he had Taehyun pinned down on the ground with his foot. He positioned his sword right at Taehyun's throat, but he was surprised. When Taehyun wrapped chains on his sword, he was confused about what it was. Taehyun told him that he's a fool. Ryohei cursed while his expression revealed that he's slightly nervous. He realized that Taehyun's skill earlier wasn't meant to find him, but it was for Taehyun to stop him running out of the skill's target range. Taehyun stood up and raised his arm. He asked Ryohei where he plans to run off to. The chains wrapped around Ryohei. That made Ryohei angry. He cursed at Taehyun. With chains wrapped around Taehyun's fist, he delivered a powerful punch at Ryohei's face. It was a powerful attack that created holes on the ground. After a while, Taehyun was able to chain Izaki Ryohei and his subordinates together. Some subordinates looked haggard and tired, while there's also some who are confused and angry. Ryohei was breathing heavily. He cursed at Taehyun. Taehyun replied that he doesn't understand why an S-ranker would do all those shitty things for some money. Ryohei yelled for him to shut up. He blamed Taehyun for ruining his plans. To shut him up, Taehyun stomped on his head, and then he kicked him hard. He told him that he's pretty chatty for a low-life criminal. The subordinates were worried for Ryohei. Taehyun demanded info about Narendra Nehru. He informed them that every country's association must have received urgent calls for reinforcements by then, as if a threat. He reminded Ryohei that Nehru would be done for once the reinforcements arrived.
Before all this began, I would have had my doubts about Taehyun's strength and whether he would come out on top. But with his ability to assimilate chosen abilities and the 10+ increase in all stats, this current Taehyun is a beast. If you've made it this far, do me a favor and hit that subscribe button, as the chief finishes telling us what else happened.
Ryohei laughed at the thought of reinforcements. Ryohei told Taehyun that he's just a clueless kid. Someone was running fast. The person entered the door, and that caught Ji Jinwei and Go Taewook's attention. The old man who just entered was in panic. He told them something about the reinforcements. He asked what happened to the reinforcements for East Point. This person is the 4 Great Guilds Alchemist's Guildmaster, and S-ranker Seo Sanjik. He was in panic as he shared that. Not just their articles are out there for sale, but also countless VIPs had participated. He's worried that the villains will do something bad to those people. Ji Jinwei asked him to calm down. He explained that they had formed a backup force as soon as they heard the terror news. It was a group of elite players with Player Park Sumjin leading them. Sanjik asked why those people haven't left yet. He volunteered his guild's personnel and supplies if that's what is needed, but Ji Jinwei told him that it wasn't the issue that they're facing. Ji Jinwei told him that they had no way to get there. Sanjik was confused. Taewook explained that the terrorists took over the control room for the East Point warp gate and blocked all the warp gates. Sanjik was utterly shocked. Taewook pacified him by telling him that it would be okay. He explained that there are 2 S-rank players at the scene. One of them was Taehyun, who just became an S-rank recently. But there's only 1 S-rank on the terrorist side. That made Taewook think that those 2 can hold out while they reconnect the warp gates. He even thought of the possibility that the 2 S-rank players could take down Narendra Nehru. Another person joined in the conversation and told them that the case would only happen if the opponent was a regular S-rank player. They were surprised to see who it was. It was Yong. Back to our MC. Taehyun stood in front of Ryohei. Ryohei asked him if he knew about the skill called Contract with the Devil. Taehyun had no idea, and Ryohei explained that it was the worst of Nehru's skills. He added that by offering sacrifices, depending on the amount and quality, Ryohei Nehru can summon a monster of a certain rank. Taehyun figured out the sacrifices. Ryohei told him that he's right since there's no other available sacrifices. They are pertaining to humans. Yong knew about it as well, and when she told the men in the room, they were extremely shocked. Ji Jinwei couldn't even form a sentence. Taewook stated that Narendra Nehru held roughly a few hundred hostages. Sanjik added that on top of that, Nehru is a notorious terrorist who is particularly skilled even among S-rankers, and if someone like him sacrifices 100 people and summons a monster, Yong told them that it was exactly what she wanted to point out, that it will cause a catastrophe. Taehyun made Ryohei his punching bag. He called them lunatics. Ryohei laughed at him and told him that Kim Taehyun could have been lucky and defeated him, but he'll never be able to win against Nehru. So Ryohei pushed him to make a choice between begging for his life and watching those innocent hostages be offered as sacrifices, or charge into a fight that he had no chance of winning and die like a dog. Ryohei kept laughing while Taehyun was in rage. The sun was about to set. The building is situated on an isolated island, and the warp gate had been blocked. A subordinate reported to Nehru that Ryohei had lost. The subordinate explained that the whereabouts of Taehyun, who took down Ryohei, were unknown, along with the Phoenix Potion. He asked what they should do. Nehru laughed and said that there's no chance of winning a face-to-face fight. So Taehyun had been waiting for the association's reinforcements. However, that will not be enough. This villain then raised his hand and dark smoke enveloped it. Nehru used his ability on some of the people in there. He was about to choke them to death. His strategy was, if Taehyun doesn't show up, he'll drag him out. The woman who had been choked was in a sorry state. Nehru announced the beginning of the festival for their god. But then, he noticed something. There was a blackout. The terrorists were confused since all the bombs were blasted ages ago, but it did not cause a blackout. But now just all of a sudden, it happened. Nehru was angry. The sacrifice that he was holding earlier had disappeared in a second. Taehyun, in stealth, was behind him. Taehyun's fist was almost on his face. The chains were so close to him, but he was quick to evade it. He had a difficult time, and Taehyun thought that he had got him. But the chains were diffused. A snake had appeared. Kim Taehyun was taken aback. Nehru had several snakes around him and several fireballs too. There was a big explosion. Fortunately, Taehyun had escaped that.
Get ready, because our boy is about to start cooking up something epic. Before we dive into this insane battle of the S-rank players, smash that like button to boost the channel. Your support means everything. Chief is about to spill the beans on how Taehyun pulled off the ultimate survival move in this crazy ordeal. You don't want to miss this. It's going to be off the charts.
He didn't expect that Nehru would have monsters hidden on top of his head. He was like Medusa. Taehyun wondered what's the deal with that guy. The civilians asked Taehyun if he's there to rescue them. Taehyun nonchalantly threw them using his chains and told them that they were all in his way. His attention shifted to the monster noises. Since there were so many of them who were on their way to him, the monsters struck him. But Taehyun easily sliced them with his dagger. He emerged from being surrounded by the monsters. Taehyun was surprised that several monsters were on their way towards him, and the impact of the attack of the monsters created an explosion. Nehru commented that Taehyun was a fool. He told him that he shouldn't have treated the monsters from the skill contract with the devil, the same as the monsters that he had seen until now, and using his magic, the monsters became sturdier than other monsters. Kim Taehyun got hit and he coughed up blood. Nehru uttered that just because Taehyun defeated Ryohei, he shouldn't have thought of defying God's will. The civilians were worried because they thought that Taehyun was completely being overpowered. One person even complained that when they asked Taehyun to save them, Taehyun did as he pleased. But now it looked like he can't win against those monsters. A person corrected this man that that is not what's happening in there. The old man who spoke told them to look carefully. Then he explained that thanks to Taehyun, the monsters aren't paying any attention to them. He added that despite being overpowered with the monsters, Taehyun was far from running away and he's not allowing a single monster to come their way. Almost all of the people looked mind-blown. The old man added that Taehyun had evacuated the hostages over to that side by throwing them up in the air just now. They cheered for Taehyun and expressed their trust in him. Taehyun used his chains to fight. It choked several monsters, and with that, he brought them down. Then he yelled for everyone to shut up. The people were confused. Even Nehru. Taehyun complained that the hostages kept getting in his way and the damn monsters kept coming at him. He yelled that he couldn't do that stupid shit anymore. It was funny how that made the civilians sweat heavily. Nehru laughed and asked if Taehyun is deciding to give up. Then Taehyun yelled, "So please end this quickly. Play your part, Ji-won." Nehru was taken aback. A man entered the room. Nehru was confused about who that person was, and when he had entered, Ji-won had a blue ball of light on his palms. He apologized to Taehyun for making him wait for a long time, and there he goes. Earlier, Ryohei was unconscious, and Ji-won had encountered that body. Ji-won asked Kim Taehyun what it was about. Taehyun explained that those are the security team guys who are in cahoots with the terrorists. Ji-won couldn't believe that it happened while he was gone. Taehyun told him that they had more pressing issues at hand. Taehyun explained that the warp gate control room is swarming with monsters by Nehru. Fighting the villains isn't a huge problem, but it's the fact that the monsters won't sit still when they see the civilians. And above all, the people could get swept into all of it. And so, he told Ji-won that he needed his skill, the gate manipulation. Ji-won was surprised. He explained that he wanted to help, but unless he knew the exact warp point, connecting the gate with the association side was going to be impossible. Taehyun told him that it doesn't matter, since he's only after one thing. Ji-won looked at him with disbelief. Taehyun planned to send out the monsters. The warp gate glowed. It was getting activated. The monsters were being sucked in, and they slowly disappeared in the room. Nehru couldn't believe it. He was so confused about what just happened. When Jian-Wong first heard the plan, he thought it was absurd. No one would have actually thought that it would work. Now, only Nehru and the terrorists are left. That made Park Jian-Wong think that they are about to win. Taehyun called his name loudly. He then instructed Jian-Wong that his role is over, so he should take the hostages with him and leave at once. Nehru jumped to the level where Taehyun is. Taehyun explained that in that fight, he can't protect anyone. Nehru was enraged. He called out Taehyun's name angrily. Taehyun had the nerve to mock him. Jian-Won was torn. He led everyone to the door. Taehyun watched them leave. Now all that's left is his fight. Nehru threw a large fireball at him. Taehyun looked serious as he dashed away. He attacked Nehru with his chains, and it sent several debris flying in the air. Nehru called him a fool and doubted that he's an S-ranker like him. Nehru covered his arm in flames. The flame turned into a form of a dragon, and then he asked if a kid like Taehyun could actually stop him. Taehyun braced himself for the attack. The attack was so powerful that it caused a large explosion in the room. Nehru turned white and several monsters appeared. He told Taehyun that it doesn't matter how many monsters he had killed. He called Taehyun a filthy non-believer. And so, Taehyun would receive a punishment for his sin of soiling the name of God. And that punishment is death. Several monsters charged towards him. He told Nehru that he will be the one who will die there. Taehyun activated a skill, and it created the same dragon-like monster that Nehru made earlier. Now, its prey is Nehru. It had a wide mouth. Nehru was in great disbelief. He wondered if Taehyun had hidden his real power all this time. Nehru laughed, and it became louder. He expressed that he acknowledged that Taehyun is the highest quality sacrifice, but Taehyun isn't the only one who's hiding his powers. People came out of the warp. The terrorists were choking and coughing up blood, and they were slowly reduced to ashes. Taehyun was in utter shock. Nehru declared that all sacrifices had been offered. A strange creature crept out of Nehru's back. A green dragon-like monster appeared. It was a rank S bone dragon. A few moments earlier, it can be seen from the outside that the civilians led by Jian-Wong were faced against some of the terrorists. Jian-Wong complained how there's still so many terrorists. The terrorists wondered if those people escaped from the floor above. The terrorists had the idea that since those civilians had run away, it would be okay to have them killed, but the terrorists started coughing blood. They screamed in pain while Jian-Wong and the rest watched them. Jian-Wong gazed out the window because of explosions coming from the other side of the building. He wondered what was happening. The large monster attacked Taehyun. Taehyun was blasted away. Nehru rode the backside of the monster. He uttered, "The dragon is the strongest of all." Taehyun's chains appeared, and he stuck that on the wall while he held the other end to stop himself from falling. And when he finally lifted himself up, it broke and he found himself on the safe ground. He was breathing heavily. Taehyun was confused on where the monster came from. When he lifted his gaze, he was horrified. The dragon was in front of him, and its mouth had a ready laser beam to blast at him. Taehyun was stunned. He took the dragon's attack with his body, and it blasted him to the other side of the building. Not one to take a beating lying down, Taehyun attacks with Predation, only for the dragon to shrug it off and counter with a massive fire breath blast. Hanging like a puppet with cut strings, Taehyun's chains manage to keep him from falling to his death as he tries to catch his breath. He now understands why S-rank players are looked at as demigods, but he doesn't know how much longer he can continue this fight. He assumes it was the same for the terrorist, with both of them reaching their limits. However, things didn't go as expected, as Nehru, calling Taehyun a troublesome sinner, sets his sights on the hostages that escaped him earlier. All looks hopeless as Nehru comes within striking range and attacks. To him, they all are the same before his god. Back at the Players Association headquarters, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as reinforcements were being mobilized. The final preparations were meticulously underway, with each team running through last-minute strategies. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, only one gate could be successfully connected to the auction site. The uncertainty of what lay beyond the gate weighed heavily on everyone's minds. The team leader stepped forward. His voice cut through the tension, delivering a powerful speech aimed at boosting the morale of his team. With a final rallying cry, The team leader led them toward the gate, ready to face whatever challenges awaited on the other side. Coming to, Park Gaeon-woong was shocked to realize he was still alive. He had been certain that the attack by the bone dragon had extinguished the spark they called life. However, his daze was abruptly broken by Taehyun's urgent command to get his butt in gear and leave the area. Park insisting that Taehyun should forget about them and focus on handling the bone dragon. He believed their fate was sealed, but Taehyun's wasn't if he just abandoned them. Taehyun, however, cut him off sharply, telling him to stop the bullshit as it was making him lose focus. Nothing Taehyun was doing seemed to be working, and he was slowly losing this tug of war with the monstrous creature. The summoner's sinister laughter echoed through the battlefield, and the bone dragon breath was beginning to overpower Taehyun. The taunting from the front and the desperate pleas from behind were starting to drive Taehyun mad. He racked his brain, frantically trying to devise a strategy to turn the tides of this seemingly hopeless battle. The pressure was immense, but Taehyun knew he couldn't afford to give up. The lives of everyone depended on his next move. Nehru told him to die while he went after Taehyun. Taehyun was already pissed off to that meatless fucking dragon skeleton. He thought that Predation was going berserk. He wondered if it's the end for him. He thought how he's dying pointlessly, especially after all the time it took for him to get where he is. His body is cracking. He had a strong will not to die, and he maintained this will even until his arm already fell off. Taehyun couldn't hold himself up any longer. He landed on the pool of his blood. Nehru was greatly affected by his attack. He wondered if Taehyun forced his skill to go berserk.
Time out, time out, time out. How Taehyun got the hostages out of the way was pure genius. His monster slaying was on point, but even with Predation active, our boy still got bodied. This battle is intense.
Even I thought Taehyun got in way over his head this time. Being from the future, he has knowledge of events, but not the details behind them. This lets him prepare for what's ahead to some degree, but it also means he's navigating some serious unknowns.
So who comes in to save the day? You guessed it, the team they assembled at headquarters finally makes it just in time to back Taehyun up before it's too late. With their combined skills and strategy, they're ready to turn the tide and take this battle to the next level.
You would think that, wouldn't you?
The final boss says, "Respect my authority!"
A ridiculous amount of energy overwhelms Nehru, and what's even harder to understand for him is that Taehyun couldn't handle the load of his skills and fainted already, but the skill hasn't stopped. That made Nehru angry. He uttered how daring it was for a non-believer. He targeted Taehyun's unconscious body. The dragon claws appeared, but all of a sudden that arm was chopped off. Nehru couldn't process what had just happened. Next thing he knew, Taehyun was back on his feet, and when he turned around, he saw something that would be enough to make him tremble. A gigantic, ominous red creature had appeared. It had multiple heads, and it was even larger than the freaking building. It roared loudly. Nehru uttered, "What on earth?" Kim Taehyun mocked him for saying something about God. He told Nehru what a joke. Nehru knew he was doomed. He was horrified. He asked, "Who are you?" He knew that was no longer Taehyun, especially with that immense power. The person inside Taehyun replied that is no damn concern to an insect, because after all, Narendra Nehru is already dead. Nehru couldn't follow the conversation. Red blades touched his body, and it released a powerful attack that painted the area crimson red. The system notified him of a new skill called demonic contract. Taehyun found himself in a dark place. He was confused since he was just with Nehru. All of a sudden, the chains appeared, and it tied up Taehyun. He wondered what was happening. After being tied up, large boulders came crashing on him. He recognized that it was his skills, stone skin, and paralysis. He asked himself, what the hell is going on? A pair of hands appeared, and the king's authority showed up, which led him to feel immense pain. He felt like he's being burned alive. He wondered why his skills were attacking him. Then he heard a voice that mocked him for calling it his skills. The voice asked, since when were those his powers? When he just ate all of that, and now the voice forced him to spit out all he took in. Several monsters charged towards him, but he couldn't do anything except to watch it. All of a sudden, there was an intense, bright light light, a pillow and a blanket were thrown in the air. Taehyun fell off the bed. He was panting. While sweating heavily, he realized that it was just a dream. He looked at his hand and saw that he's not hurt, and his right arm that Predation broke down is now fine. Sungjin came in and saw that he's already up. He's surprised to see Sungjin there. Sungjin offered him some food. The table was filled with snacks. While having a snack, Sungjin explained that the association and the alchemists prepared the place for him as a way to show courtesy to repay him from what he did during the terror attack. Sungjin added that it was thanks to Kim Taehyun that even Ryohei got arrested after falling for the terrorists' temptations. Compared to the scale of the terror attack, many actually survive. Sungjin informed Taehyun that countless people already visited him out of worry, from his parents to chairman, and they were bawling their eyes out. Sungjin explained to him that the tests didn't show any health issues in the first place, and Sungjin stayed behind just in case villains or reporters got involved. Taehyun was quiet, and then he expressed that he was certain that he passed out while fighting Narendra Nehru. He wondered what on earth happened. Sungjin replied, "As I thought, you're the same." Taehyun asked him what he meant. Sungjin expressed that he wanted to ask him about that too. Back then, Jeon-won had seen him. Taehyun has red hair and he stood there. After ending Nehru in one strike, and Jeon-won instinctively knew that it was Taehyun, but at the same time, he's not. Jeon-won inquired what that person had done to Taehyun, but that caused Jeon-won immense fear. When Taehyun looked at him, Taehyun looked really scary, and it seemed like he's going to attack him. Jeon-won trembled in fear. Then he coughed up blood and immediately lost consciousness. Taehyun noticed his red arm was disappearing. He knew that he reached his limit. He smiled as he decided to return for now, but he made sure that it would only be for the meantime. Then Kim Taehyun's body fell to the ground. It looked like he was sleeping peacefully. All of a sudden, someone came running. It was Sungjin, and in panic, he woke up Taehyun. The rest of the team checked and confirmed the survivors in the area. It was reported that everyone was just unconscious, and it doesn't look like their lives are in any danger. Another person was concerned that the whereabouts of the terrorists and Nehru were unknown. Sungjin cursed. He kept calling Kim Taehyun's name. He couldn't understand what just happened there. When Taehyun heard that, the shock was evident on his face. Sungjin narrated that after that, he asked the survivors about what happened. All of them remembered Taehyun stopping Nehru, but they couldn't recall the overall situation at all. Sungjin expressed that it's as if something had messed with the memories of the survivors. He assumed that it must be the terrorists doing it. He started to leave and wished Taehyun to take good care of himself. He informed Taehyun that if he finds something else, he will get in touch with him. Deep inside, Taehyun knew that it can't be Nehru's doing. He's also confused since he had no idea how he got healed, but he was certain that his arm got destroyed because of predation, and he knew that Nehru fell prey to predation since it informed him that demonic contract rank B had been registered. With that, Taehyun had the ability to open the gate to the abyss. That caught his attention. He realized that it was a skill to summon monsters. It required 200 magic, but his current magic at the moment is only 180. Sungjin went back and called him to say that there's another visitor. Taehyun was surprised. Liam A-young appeared. Taehyun's surprised face was funny. With that, Sungjin truly left this time. Liam A-young told him that she's there to visit him, and she gave him a basket of fruits. Ah-young, with a basket of fruit, mentioned that she was visiting a sick person. There was food on the table, however. Ah-young placed the fruit basket on top of the food, crushing it. Taehyun was perplexed by this. Ah-young sat down in front of Taehyun and started talking about how she had heard that he was badly injured, but he seemed to be unharmed. Taehyun confirmed this and said the doctors told him his health was fine. Ah-young picked up an apple from the basket and began to talk about how Taehyun had saved many people during a recent terrorist incident, as Taehyun awkwardly confirmed that it was true.
Ah-young showing up with fruit for Taehyun is just too cute. It's like that kiss really opened her eyes to his charm and confidence. You can totally see how she's drawn to him now, and his regeneration becoming part of his power set. That's a game changer.
Or she just want to find out his secret to how he got so strong after awakening not so long ago. With her personality, I bet she developed a complex about herself.
Dang, Chief, that's pretty harsh statement you just made.
Really now? Then you will love what happens next then. Ah-hyung mentioned that it was also said that he had faced two S-rank opponents. Taehyun, not understanding what Ah-hyung was implying, was looking perplexed. Without warning, Ah-hyung got angry and squeezed the apple until it tore apart. She angrily asked Taehyun if he had gone crazy, exclaiming that she could catch up with him in the blink of an eye. He asked Ah-hyung why she was even here. Ah-hyung looked away and, coming to her senses, replied that she was visiting a sick person. Meanwhile, Taehyun wondered whether he should call the police.
Okay, I stand corrected. This girl's something else.
Ah-hyung was shaking with anger and stared at Taehyun angrily while sitting opposite him. She thought that she had come to see Taehyun because she was worried after hearing about his injury, but to her surprise, Taehyun seemed absolutely fine. She also noticed a surreal aura around Taehyun and wondered what it was. Ah-hyung then remembered a kiss and blushed. Ah-hyung couldn't understand how Taehyun had progressed so quickly since the hunter exam. They both looked to the side because they heard the sound of the door closing. Suddenly, someone's leg appeared around the corner. Taehyun angrily asked the person why she was there again. Ah-hyung was shocked to see Uwan, her sister, appear from around the corner. Uwan was surprised to see Ah-hyung there. Ah-hyung pounced on her and began asking why the head of the guild had come to see Taehyun. Then, in surprise, she asked how Uwan even knew the password for the door. Crossing her arms, exclaimed that she had asked not to be called Sister Yu. She explained that the association had told her the password, but suddenly her attention shifted to something else. Ah-hyung stood up and began to walk towards her sister. Uwan smiled widely and sharply grabbed Taehyun's hand. Ah-hyung blushed and was stunned. Ah-hyung started screaming in surprise, asking what her sister was doing, but the guild leader just laughed. She began to stroke Taehyun's chin and asked what kind of relationship could exist between two S-rank hunters living in the same house. Ah-hyung blushed deeply and shouted in displeasure that this was a crime because Taehyun was still a minor. Suddenly, Taehyun slapped Uwan's hand away. He turned to Uwan and said that the jokes were over. Taehyun was clearly unhappy and asked the head of the guild why she had come again. He also asked how many more refusals she needed. Uwan held on to the hand that Taehyun had hit and said that was a little harsh since she was just visiting. She reiterated that it was just a visit and mentioned that she had a gift for Taehyun this time. Taehyun excitedly asked about the gift. Ah-hyung approached Taehyun and started talking about what she had heard from the association president, that Taehyun was going to the Asian tournament. Uwan took another step towards Taehyun and said that despite all the activities at East Point, Taehyun was still only ranked 30th in the public rankings. According to her, many more incidents would be needed to reach the 5th rank to represent Korea. Uwan put her hand on Taehyun's shoulder and smiled, saying that she would give him something. Uwan exclaimed that she would give Taehyun the right to clear the fire temple in the double dungeon.
Yeah, there's a catch to this, I'm sure. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and she's been trying her damn hardest to recruit him or place a leash around him for her to offer her help to help him rank up, and not want anything is to far-fetch. I hope my boy not just thinking about the benefits, and not the losses in this offer.
Sailing past the island where the auction buildings once stood, the deputy head of the Guild of Villains, Shadow, he inquired about the whereabouts of a certain person. A masked man standing behind him replied that they was still uncertain. The man asked Shadow if he should report this to their superiors, but Shadow replied that it wasn't necessary. The goal had already been achieved, and Neru was just a mercenary. Suddenly, Shadow's gaze darkened, and he looked to the side as a huge ship was sailing right behind their yacht. A voice over the loudspeaker called the yacht's passengers, announcing that they were surrounded. A man in military uniform commanded them to drop their weapons and surrender immediately. However, in an instant, the military man found himself in the water. Shocked, he realized that their ship had capsized, and all the crew members were now in the water. Shadow extended his hand, expressing interest in a guy named Taehyun. At the headquarters of the Nightwalker Guild, the guild members were celebrating, shouting joyfully. Standing before them were Taehyun and Ah-hyung. They cheered, calling Taehyun the hero of East Point and the most promising star in New Korea. Yoo Ah-young, with her hands behind her back, confirmed this, while Taehyun simply smiled. Yoo Ah-young mentioned that if she and Taehyun clear this thing, they would determine the distribution of items and raid participants. Taehyun thought to himself that this was an unexpected gift, as he hadn't anticipated gaining the right to clear the fire temple, a double dungeon known for its entrance resembling a burning flame. Taehyun recalled what happened in his past life before the regression. The Nightwalker Guild had succeeded in clearing the dungeon, but had nearly faced destruction, with many hunters losing their lives. Given the risk, Taehyun knew that clearing the fire temple would significantly increase his social value. Despite his concerns about his reduced strength and stamina due to his destroyed right arm.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me he lost power? So what he did was some Piccolo-level regeneration? When did this turn into DBZ?
That I cannot answer, but if I think about it, I can find more series than DBZ. Taehyun was reassured by the presence of Yoo Ah-young and the enthusiastic hunters ready to fight. As he looked at them happily, Taehyun thought that with their combined efforts, they could not lose. However, after some time, it became clear that about 300 people were not involved in clearing the fire temple. Yoo Ah-young and Taehyun stood at the gate, as the attacking group consisted of only the two of them. The hunters, standing opposite the gate, shouted encouragement to the heroes, relying on them to clear the dungeon. Yoo Ah-young smiled happily, but Taehyun was embarrassed and asked why there were only two of them. Yoo Ah-young smiled slightly and said that it was because they were on a date. Taehyun was shocked and wished he could disappear. They entered the gate and moved towards the fire temple. Yoo Ah-young let out a surprised exclamation, and in front of them was a huge pit glowing with something blue. Looking at the dry trees, the atmosphere was different from ordinary dungeons. Taehyun and Yoo Ah-young looked into the hole, and Taehyun commented that at least the apocalyptic dungeon he visited before looked exactly the same. Yoo Ah-young sat down and wondered how they could get down from there. Taehyun saw this and warned her to be careful, suspecting it might be a trap. A moment later, something grabbed Yoo Ah-young by the neck. A monster had seized her with its tentacles and began to drag her down. Taehyun immediately ran after her, exclaiming that he knew something like this would happen. He took out a dagger and rushed into the pit, but what he saw surprised him. Yoo Ah-young had used her skill to kill the monster. She smiled and said she had figured out how to descend. The monster was defeated because Yoo Ah-young had pierced its flesh with her fist. Taehyun, who had followed after her, saw that she was fine, standing next to the defeated monster. Yoo Ah-young's eyes shone as she smiled and said that all they needed to do was fall. Taehyun looked at her in shock, wondering if she had really killed the monster with just one blow. There were still many monsters below them, and the heroes fell right on top of them. Yoo Ah-young turned around and killed several more monsters with one blow. She pushed off from the wall and attacked the monsters below, killing them with ease. Taehyun watched in awe as Yoo Ah-young crushed all the monsters in their path, realizing that the monsters here were at least of rank A and above. He thought to himself that Yoo Ah-young must have been holding back her true abilities before. Although he knew she was one of the top S-rank hunters, he never expected her to be this strong. Taehyun strengthened his skin and began using the chain skill. He thought that there was a good reason they were sent here, just the two of them. Taehyun also started killing monsters, deciding to put in more effort. From above, the hole looked very deep, but at the very bottom, there was light. The heroes finally descended. Taehyun stood on a pile of monsters, while Yoo Ah-young stretched her hands and remarked that they had finally managed to descend. Taehyun wiped his face and exhaled. Yoo Ah-young asked, somewhat displeased, how deep the hole was. Taehyun looked at the many defeated monsters and thought that although there were countless monsters, none of them posed a serious problem for Yoo Ah-young. He wondered what had brought the Nightwalkers Guild to the brink of destruction right before his return. to the past. Yoo Ah-young turned to Taehyun and began approaching him, holding one hand behind her back. Taehyun extended his hand, and Yoo Ah-young handed him a ring. Taehyun was shocked to discover it was a warrior ring of unique rank. Wearing it would dramatically increase the wearer's strength and endurance. Yoo Ah-young raised her finger and explained that the right to participate in this raid was not just a gift. It also benefited their guild. Taehyun, meanwhile, thought that with this ring, he could even restore the characteristics he had lost due to the destruction of his right hand. However, he wondered why Yoo Ah-young would give him such a unique item. Yoo Ah-young, looking at Taehyun, asked if he was grateful. She added that if Taehyun joined the guild, she would give him even more valuable items. Taehyun was even more surprised, wondering why she was offering this. He shocked Yoo Ah-young by looking at her wearily and asking why she only gave him the item now. Taehyun pointed out that if she had given him the ring before they started fighting the monsters, he would have been much more comfortable. As they walked further into the dungeon, Yoo Ah-young followed him and asked if Taehyun was a sociopath. Taehyun replied that he simply chose what was more practical. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Taehyun said that from this point on, they needed to be extremely careful. He looked down nervously. Below, they saw the fire temple, and Taehyun remarked that they had likely reached the place where the dungeon's master resided. Ah-young was shocked by the sight before them. A large egg lay on the roof of the temple. The rank of the creature inside the egg was unknown, and Taehyun couldn't identify what kind of monster it might be. Drawing a dagger, Taehyun speculated that the owner of this double dungeon was likely inside the egg. As he turned to tell her that they first needed to gather information, he realized Ah-young had disappeared. Ah-young had already rushed into the attack. She had jumped down, channeling energy into her fists, and struck the egg with incredible force, causing a massive energy surge. Taehyun, displeased, followed her down, shouting at her for acting on her own. Ah-young stood in a cloud of dust, and when Taehyun asked if she was okay, she turned around, her eyes shining. Grinning, she asked if he was seriously still asking, and then joyfully declared that she had completely destroyed the egg. The egg was indeed shattered, but inside, something began to shine. Extending her hand, Ah-young speculated that the creature inside was likely an S-rank monster, either low or mid-level. Despite gathering all her strength into her fist, she hadn't expected to defeat it in a single blow. Taehyun was shocked, thinking this couldn't be happening. Suddenly, Ah-young turned around in surprise as a blue energy emerged from the egg, growing and illuminating everything around them. Taehyun and Ah-young shielded their faces from the intense light. Ah-young asked what it was. They were both stunned when a voice called them insignificant people. A monster appeared, hovering in the air and glowing with light. This creature, made of flames and resembling a phoenix, commented on the intruders who had come to the dungeon.
Wow. Ah-young jumping down and smashing that egg with such force was an epic moment. She didn't hesitate for even a second, just went full power and shattered the thing like it was nothing. I love the confidence she has, grinning like she already knew she won. But the reveal of the blue phoenix inside, game changer. It really shows that in that world, even when you think you've destroyed the threat, something even more dangerous can rise from the ashes.
Yeah, Ah-young smashing the egg was badass, but I think she might have been a little too reckless. She destroyed it without even knowing what was inside, and now they've got this insane blue phoenix to deal with. Maybe if she had taken a second to gather more info, they could have avoided waking up a literal S-rank monster. Sure, her confidence is cool, but acting without thinking might have just made things a whole lot worse. Sometimes brute force isn't the best play. How she became the guild leader of her guild comes into question with her actions. The monster spread its wings, declaring that the power they had flaunted would turn to nothing before its blue flame. This creature was the master of the double dungeon, the Temple of Fire, an S-rank phoenix. An energy field surrounded the phoenix as Ah-young and Taehyun looked up in shock. The phoenix, known for its incredible regenerative abilities and resistance to magic, was practically an immortal being. Taehyun, holding his dagger, was surprised to discover that the dungeon's master was indeed a phoenix, and not just any phoenix, but one with blue flames. flames. The phoenix spread its wings, illuminating everything with bright light. Taehyun shielded his face with his hand, but realized something crucial. Taehyun and Ah-young shielded their faces from the intense light. Ah-young asked what it was. They were both stunned when a voice called them insignificant people. A monster appeared, hovering in the air and glowing with light. This creature, made of flames and resembling a phoenix, commented on the intruders who had come to the dungeon. The monster spread its wings, declaring that the power they had flaunted would turn to nothing before its blue flame. This creature was the master of the double dungeon, the Temple of Fire, an S-rank phoenix. An energy field surrounded the phoenix as Ah-young and Taehyun looked up in shock. The phoenix, known for its incredible regenerative abilities and resistance to magic, was practically an immortal being. Taehyun, holding his dagger, was surprised to discover that the dungeon's master was indeed a phoenix, and not just any phoenix, but one with blue flames. The phoenix spread its wings, illuminating everything with bright light. Taehyun shielded his face with his hand, but realized something crucial. Turning to Ah-young, Taehyun warned her to be careful because the phoenix had the ability to control minds. He screamed out of concern, but at that moment, Ah-young began to approach him. A moment later, she attacked, but Taehyun managed to dodge. Ah-young was under the phoenix's mind control, and she emitted green energy, but her eyes glowed blue, indicating she was controlled by the phoenix. Taehyun leaped into the air, wondering what kind of veteran hunter he was dealing with. He dodged Ah-young's blow, frustrated that it seemed like a setup. Ah-young attacked, but he ducked to avoid it. Taehyun thought she was truly out of control. He used his king skill, summoning a spirit hand that knocked Ah-young to the ground. Taehyun held Ah-young down, shouting for her to come to her senses. Tension escalated as Taehyun barely had time to warn Ah-young of what might happen if they continued to fight. But before he could finish, Ah-young aimed an energy projectile directly at him. The mana in her hand surged, creating powerful energy blast. Above them, the Blue Phoenix watched with amusement, laughing at the chaos. As expected, humans aren't the brightest, the Phoenix mocked. Ah-young continued her advance. But as she moved forward, something tugged at her leg. She looked down, noticing a chain wrapped around her ankle, glowing with a purple light. It was Taehyun's paralysis skill in action. Another chain shot from the ground, followed by another, completely binding Ah-young. Though she struggled to break free, the paralysis took effect, and she trembled. Through the dust, Taehyun emerged, holding a stone shield in one hand and the chains in the other. He tinged with a realization. He now understood that before his regression, it had been Ah-young herself who had unknowingly destroyed the Nightwalkers Guild raid party. Taehyun approached the immobilized Ah-young with a stone shield, warning her that it would hurt, but asking her to bear with it as he struck her hard. The blow was so forceful that Ah-young spat out blood and was left stunned, as she lay unconscious, still bound by the chains. Taehyun wiped the sweat from his chin, noting that the paralysis wouldn't hold her for long. He would need to act quickly to snap her out of the Phoenix's control. Taehyun's gaze darkened as he looked up at the Phoenix perched above. He wondered if Ah-young would forgive him if he killed the creature before it could fully awaken. Sensing Taehyun's building rage, the Phoenix laughed, taunting him from above. "Are you enjoying the show?" Taehyun's aura flared as his anger grew. With Ah-young tied to his back, he vowed to end the Phoenix's arrogance. "How can a chicken like you bully people?" he snarled before charging into battle. The Phoenix, now amused by Taehyun's bravado, attacked him with a barrage of fire projectiles. Despite the danger, Taehyun maneuvered, evading the attacks. The Phoenix, noticing Taehyun behind him, turned in surprise as Taehyun launched a dagger, its chain wrapped tightly around his hand. The blade struck, severing part of the Phoenix's wing. However, the Phoenix only chuckled as the severed wing regenerated. "Pathetic," the creature sneered. "This body is fire itself." Taehyun unleashed a flurry of strikes, but with every blow, the Phoenix's flames grew stronger, and soon Taehyun's chains were incinerated. Stunned, Taehyun watched as the Phoenix's body expanded, its form growing monstrous and sprouting 4 glowing eyes. "A weak little human like you could never defeat me," the Phoenix roared. It opened its mouth, gathering energy to unleash a devastating fireball. Flames erupted erupted from the phoenix, burning everything below. For a moment, it seemed Taehyun had been caught in the inferno, but he had managed to cling to a stone on the ceiling, barely avoiding the flames. Breathing heavily, Taehyun stared down at the raging phoenix, astonished by its seemingly limitless regenerative abilities. Even with the phoenix so close, its power and durability made it a nearly impossible opponent. As the phoenix continued to breathe fire, Taehyun was overwhelmed not just by its power, but also by the fact that it could talk. This wasn't just any phoenix. It was a great phoenix. These creatures, unlike regular monsters, were mutants with extraordinary strength, so powerful that they were classified as S+ rank. The Great Phoenix was a force far beyond anything Taehyun had faced before. Taehyun's mind raced. If this truly was a Great Phoenix, then even with all his skills, he couldn't counter its insane regenerative abilities. He glanced down at his right hand, contemplating the only possible solution, Predation. But using Predation could trigger an uncontrollable surge of energy, just like the last time. It was a risky option, one that he could only rely on for a final blow. His hand trembled at the thought. Without it, he realized he had no real chance of winning. Fear began to grip Taehyun, leaving him uncertain about what to do next. At that moment, Taehyun, who had been tied to his back, regained consciousness. As soon as she realized their precarious situation, she let out a panicked scream, realizing how high up they were. She looked around, asking why she was chained and why her entire body ached terribly. The phoenix laughed mockingly, reveling in their distraction. It spoke with condescension, but before it could finish, Taehyun and Ah-young launched a synchronized attack. Taehyun used his dagger, while Ah-young powered up her fists, both of them charging the phoenix at once. Taehyun swung his chains, shouting to Ah-young to never let her mind be overtaken again. Ah-young glanced back at him confidently, stating there was no need to worry, it wouldn't happen again. The phoenix reeled back in surprise, furious at their boldness. Its radiant form intensified as its wings glowed even brighter, and in an outraged voice, it demanded to know how they dared attack a being of its magnitude. From below, Taehyun and Ah-young stared up at the phoenix defiantly as the creature declared them worthless in the face of its power. The battle was far from over, but now the fight had truly begun. Taehyun, sensing the critical moment, activated the monarch's heart skill. As he shouted, a surge of energy radiated outward, enhancing the abilities of the group. But Ah-young, stubborn and determined, refused his assistance. Instead, she began summoning a strange, glowing energy that quickly took the form of a spear in her hands. "Not this time," she said confidently before lunging forward. With a swift strike, her spear tore the phoenix in two, leaving the creature momentarily stunned. Taehyun himself stood frozen in shock at the sight. Ah-young stepped forward, still gripping her spear tightly, and with a sly smile, she told him to leave the rest to her, referring to herself as his older sister. Her forehead glowed with a radiant mark as she unleashed her S-rank skill, Amazon Splendor. Ah-young's energy flared intensely as she entered her berserker mode, and she continued to relentlessly attack the phoenix. Taehyun watched her in awe, realizing that she was using a technique that pushed magical power to its very limits, a method known as the birth. This form of magic release was dangerous for most hunters, as it could cause lasting damage to their bodies. However, when mastered, it granted power that was far beyond human limitations. Ah-young hurled her spear at the phoenix with such ferocity that it tore through the creature once more. The phoenix shrieked in agony as its body was torn apart, leaving nothing but its head intact. Despite its regenerative abilities, Ah-young refused to give it a moment to recover. She leaped towards the phoenix, slashing and kicking it with relentless power. Finally, Ah-young delivered a blow so intense that it created an explosion of green energy, blasting through the air and sending clouds of dust swirling around them. She stood amidst the chaos, her veins glowing with the terrifying green energy coursing through her. However, as she gazed ahead, her expression changed. Something startled her. Sweat dripped from her forehead as she stared forward, and then, without warning, she collapsed. Her energy drained. She lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The phoenix, too, lay broken, with only its head remaining intact. Even in its weakened state, the phoenix fumed with rage, its pride wounded. It snarled at Ah-Young, cursing her as an insignificant little human for daring to harm a creature as powerful as itself. Though reduced to little more than a head, the phoenix was determined to exact its revenge. It began flying toward Ah-Young, shouting that it would finish her off once and for all. But Taehyun, always vigilant, acted swiftly. He used his chain skill, lashing out and ensnaring the phoenix before it could reach her. The phoenix's eyes bulged in fear as it struggled against the chains. Taehyun smirked, calmly explaining that the key to defeating a creature with such powerful regenerative abilities was to overpower it with an even greater force. Holding the bound phoenix in his chains, he remarked with a grin, "I may be hurt in my pride, but shouldn't I at least finish this fight myself?" With Ah-Young unconscious in his arms, Taehyun stood over the restrained phoenix, ready to deal the final blow and claim victory for them both.
Once again, Taehyun shapes the future with his involvement in another major event. It seems like the two sisters might be interested in him, but Chief, you have to admit they make a pretty good team. I can definitely see more team-ups between them. Still, even with this, will it be enough to secure him a spot on the team? Climbing into the top 5 right after emerging as a rookie is bound to attract a lot of attention, both good and bad.
Exactly. Taehyun keeps changing things up, rewriting the future with every move. That ripple effect is real, and you're right. The dynamic between him and the two sisters is something else. They've got this undeniable chemistry when they fight together. It's like, despite the chaos and their clashes, they complement each other perfectly, making them a force to be reckoned with. But you're also onto something with the pressure he's gonna face. Getting into the top 5 as a rookie, that's a crazy leap. It's gonna paint a target on his back for sure, both from rivals and powerful people who will want to either challenge him or control him. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that momentum and navigate the inevitable political and personal pitfalls. But man, the way things are looking, he's definitely got potential.
If you're fighting
With his past haunting him and his future uncertain, he must overcome impossible odds to survive. The stakes are high and failure is not an option. Taehyun is rising to the challenge and not fall to the darkness from unknown missing details. I'm itching for more Chief, but to our viewers, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more.
Yu Ah-Young in her hospital bed glared in surprise and agony, demanded, "What is this nonsense?" Rumors had quickly spread online about a supposed romantic relationship between Taehyun and Ah-Young, with people speculating that their dungeon raid was actually a secret date for the two of them. One man, trembling with excitement, clutched his phone as he read the gossip. In her chamber, Ah-Young blushed with embarrassment, struggling to believe what she was seeing. Meanwhile, 3 guild members stood awkwardly trying to look innocent. They avoided the head's piercing gaze as she calmly explained that the dungeon raid had been conducted in strict confidence. Ah-Young then asked how such sensitive information could have been leaked, and worse, how it had spiraled into such humiliating rumors. Her voice sharpened as she sternly questioned whether they were responsible. One member, glancing nervously to the side, muttered that completing double dungeons was a major event, and keeping everything entirely secret had proven extremely difficult. The red-haired member nervously admitted, "I only told a few close friends who I was sure knew how to keep secrets." Meanwhile, the third member began shouting in a fit of frustration, "I'm offended. I've done nothing but remain loyal to the head. There's not an ounce of deceit in my dedication." Yu Ah-Young smiled sweetly but ominously. "Perhaps you all should just die together today," she suggested. Suddenly, Jin burst into the room, his expression serious. "I've heard news about you using your..." he began, but something unexpected caught his eye, leaving him speechless. The Taehyun guild members had clearly been beaten by their master. Later, Ah-Young and Jin Wei walked through the park together. Ah-Young took a sip of her Jiayangshi and asked, "Who do you take me for?" She explained that she had been training rigorously to control herself during the berserk mode. She proudly stated she could last for about a minute without interference. Jin Wei looked at her curiously and asked, "And how did it go? Also, what are your thoughts on Taehyun's abilities? I know you've been eager to test them." Ah-Young's expression darkened with concern. "In the end, I lost my mind," she admitted. "I only know from Taehyun's account that he was the one who opposed the Great Phoenix, and that he managed to defeat it." Looking away with displeasure, Ah Hong added, "And it's only been 2 days since we finished the raid on the Fire Temple, yet Taehyun has already decided to head into the depths of the abyss." Jin Wei, shocked by this revelation, asked, "Are you serious? The depths of the abyss?" Ah Hyung looked at Jin Wei sadly, admitting that she didn't fully understand Taehyun's actions. She explained that typically, after a hunter reaches a major milestone, they feel satisfied and take a break. But Taehyun showed no sign of stopping. In fact, according to Ah Hyung, Taehyun seemed determined to rise even higher, using any means necessary. Jin Wei was surprised by her insight, wondered aloud why he kept pushing himself to get stronger. The wind outside rustled the leaves as Jin Wei, lost in thought, surprised Ah Hyung by saying, "I think I know what's going on." Ah Hyung looked at him, puzzled. "The chairman of the Hunter Association actually knows why?" she asked with disbelief. Ah Hyung listened closely, anticipating Jin Wei's answer. Jin Wei clenched his fist, then boldly declared, "Taehyun is driven by his patriotism." This statement left her visibly embarrassed. Jin Wei continued, explaining that in an era filled with rampant monsters and awakening evil, Taehyun's burning desire to help his country survive was what drove him. As he spoke, Jin Wei imagined Taehyun as a heroic figure, cape-flowing, surrounded by monsters. However, Ah Hyung, unimpressed, smiled and said, "I don't think that's the case."
How do you say she wants them draws without saying she wants them draws? But what's shocking is that her own guildmates betrayed her like that. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them got paid off for spilling the details.
Yeah, but she should have seen it coming. In a game like this, trust is a rare commodity. Everyone's got a price. It was only a matter of time before someone turned on her. Elsewhere, 2 men standing in front of an iron gate. These gates led to the abyss, and even from the outside, one could sense the danger within. Taehyun was in the abyss now, surrounded by hunters and workers. He smiled, saying, "This is my first time in the abyss since I regressed." Taehyun was greeted by a man who already knew his name. This man introduced himself as Paul Becker, a member of the World Hunter Association, in charge of managing Area 22 in the depths of the abyss. Paul was an A-rank hunter. While they walked together, Paul mentioned that, according to the records, this was Taehyun's first time in the depths of the abyss. Taehyun confirmed this. Paul raised his index finger and he suggested that Taehyun hire hunters to serve as guides or mercenaries. He explained that the World Hunter Association had established safe bases, known as hunter zones, across the abyss to aid in its exploration. However, even these zones weren't entirely safe, as powerful monsters could strike unexpectedly at any moment. Paul cautioned that even though Taehyun was an S-rank hunter, he should still consider hiring others for protection. But Taehyun shocked Paul by saying that he didn't need any assistance. Just as Taehyun was about to say something more, a massive monster suddenly burst out of the ground behind him. Paul screamed in alarm, urging Taehyun to run, but to his astonishment, Taehyun remained calm and swiftly dealt with the monster, cutting it in 2 with ease. Holding his dagger, Taehyun remarked that he had just wanted to take a walk. Sometime later, the ground was littered with monster corpses. Taehyun exhaled and mentioned that he had sent Paul Becker back. Now, having come this far, he figured it was unlikely he'd run into anyone else. Reflecting on his recent battle, Taehyun realized that by absorbing the Great Phoenix in the Fire Temple, he had fulfilled the condition needed to activate the contract with the requirement of 200 units of mana. Taehyun held some crystals in his hands, puzzled. He opened his status window and noticed that the description of his skill had changed, leaving him wondering why. It was written that Taehyun could open a gate within the abyss. Holding 2 enhancement stones, he thought that instead of managing a collection of weaker monsters, it would be better to acquire 1 strong specimen. Taehyun immediately used the mana enhancement stone, causing his mana to temporarily increase. Suddenly, a rift begins to form in front of him, followed by bone hands and bone claws. A gate materialized in front of Taehyun. The gate emitted dark, ominous energy. energy, and Taehyun smiled as he approached it. He entered the gate, and upon arrival, something caught his eye. A massive staircase leading up to a grand and luxurious castle. He continued climbing the stairs, marveling at the fact that there was an actual castle here. He thought to himself that he had never heard of such a place existing within the abyss. 3 monsters appeared behind him. Sensing their presence, Taehyun swiftly turned around and delivered a powerful blow, kicking up a cloud of dust. Standing in combat readiness with a dagger in his hand, one of them spoke ironically, mocking his apparent fear, questioning why Taehyun would wield such a dangerous weapon. The green-haired succubus pondered how Taehyun should be punished, while the red-haired succubus remarked that they had a guest. The blonde one gleefully exclaimed that he was human and that he must be delicious. Taehyun, taken aback, thought to himself, "Are these succubi?" He knew that succubi were monsters capable of draining life force through mental attacks, such as illusions or brainwashing. Standing lower on the stairs, Taehyun mused that succubi were usually ranked as B-class monsters, not S-rank like these. The red-haired succubus taunted him, calling him a poor soul who had wandered into the wrong place. The blonde one chirped with excitement, imagining how delicious he must be. Without hesitation, Taehyun launched himself off the ground with immense power, leaping toward the succubi with his dagger ready to strike. He reasoned that if this was related to his contract, he had to hit them. The green-haired succubus remained calm as Taehyun's attack narrowly missed her. He unleashed a barrage of strikes, but each time the succubi effortlessly dodged. Blue energy began to radiate from Taehyun as he relentlessly pursued them. One of the succubi laughed with excitement, pleased by his aggression. The green-haired one formed a magic sign with her fingers, casting a spell. She teased him, saying it was nice that he was so passionate, but it would be difficult to tame him. Suddenly, everything around Taehyun was illuminated by the succubus's magic. A glowing heart-shaped symbol appeared between him and the succubi, and Taehyun, frozen in place, slowly lowered his hand holding the dagger. The succubi began to laugh, believing it was the end for him. They mocked him, saying that after their brainwashing, no man could ever return to his former self. Just as the green-haired succubus began to laugh, Taehyun closed the distance in an instant and delivered a powerful punch with his stone fist. The green-haired succubus was struck hard, and the other two were left in shock, suddenly worrying for their sister. However, to his astonishment, the system informed him that this succubus was not the object of the contract. Taehyun, horrified, wondered if these succubi weren't meant for the contract at all. Suddenly, another figure appeared, a grand succubus of a higher rank than the others. She smirked, recognizing that Taehyun was no ordinary person. Behind her hovered several more succubi. The grand succubus suggested that Taehyun would make a perfect gift for their queen. The scene shifted to the castle of the succubi, a strange place covered in vines that hung the dead bodies of unfortunate victims. A maid approached her, delivering the news that a human had infiltrated the castle. The queen seemed amused by the thought and remarked that this intrusion might provide some entertainment. Back in the castle's corridors, chaos ensued. Dust filled the air as powerful impacts shook the ground. Taehyun fled, pursued by the succubi who were determined to capture him. They called him a coward, but one of them emphasized that he had to be taken alive as a gift for the queen. Annoyed by the situation, Taehyun looked over his shoulder, realizing the succubi were closing in. 2 of the succubi lunged at him, their legs aimed at striking him down. Taehyun dodged swiftly, sliding beneath their attacks. He then called forth the spirit of the King Knight once again. The succubi were momentarily stunned by the force of his summon. A massive explosion followed, blasting part of the roof away. Taehyun stood below the gaping hole in the roof, wiping dust from his face and catching his breath. He knew now that if the ordinary succubi weren't the object of the contract, there was only one possible target left, the queen herself. As he gathered his strength, a succubus maid appeared before him, her demeanor calm yet dangerous, signaling that the confrontation with the queen was near. As the Archduchess of the Abyss, she attacked with her tentacles. Taehyun had anticipated this. He summoned the spirit of the King Knight and pinned her tentacles to the ground, declaring, "I will make you submit." He cut through her tentacles with his dagger, drawing closer for a final blow. Just as he was about to strike, his stone skin shattered and his chains disintegrated. Shocked, Taehyun looked up to see Rosaria smiling as she snapped her fingers. The world flipped upside down. The floor vanished and Taehyun plunged into the air, surrounded by a surreal cityscape. His skills failed to activate, and he fell helplessly toward the ground, only to crash into water below. Realizing it was all an illusion, he struggled for breath. Rosaria watched from above, laughing. "You wonder when I took control?" she taunted. "From the very start." In reality, Taehyun lay unconscious, bound by her tentacles. His mind, however, was trapped in a different world. He found himself in the back seat of a car, surrounded by 3 others. Looking beside him, Taehyun recognized a young boy, his younger self. The boy excitedly clenched his fists, shouting, "The higher the rank of an awaken, the more money they make. When I rank up, I'll buy Mom and Dad everything they want." Taehyun's parents started laughing, and his mother turned around and said that, as expected, their Taehyun could be relied upon. Taehyun's mother then said that she would rather see Taehyun be healthy and live a happy life. Little Taehyun felt awkward and replied that this was mortal boredom. Taehyun at that moment was thinking that his mother and father really always said that Taehyun, looking at his happy family, thought that these were people who did not care whether Taehyun became a high-ranking awakened and could provide for everyone for his poor family. They just wanted Taehyun to always be happy. Taehyun continued to watch his family with a smile, but suddenly the car started to burn, and Taehyun was horrified. He saw the car on fire and the people still sitting in it. He looked at the driver's seat and saw his father, who had already died, sitting there. Taehyun's mother was also dead. Taehyun wondered, stunned, what was going on in the distance. Taehyun saw a man and a woman holding little Taehyun in their arms. The woman screamed that this was horror and that even heaven turned a blind eye to it. The man and woman were crying. Taehyun was holding little Taehyun, who was passed out. The hero tried to shout to them suddenly behind him. Taehyun heard someone's evil laughter and someone insulting an unawakened person. Taehyun turned around and saw 2 bandits who were humiliating him. These 2 bandits, including Labit Taehyun, they shouted at him not to pretend that he was in pain and to stand up alive. Taehyun got out of the burning car and watched himself. He realized that these were his memories at this moment. Another memory of Taehyun from the times when he was a porter appeared on the other side. 2 men walked behind Taehyun. The hero was breathing heavily, but continued to carry the backpack. The man walking behind had fun and insulted Taehyun, calling him an insignificant porter. Taehyun, watching this, thought that since he was unawakened, since he had no strength, he did not have the opportunity to fight back any of the misfortunes that he faced daily. However, something else was even more difficult to bear. Taehyun saw a memory of his aunt yelling at him. Taehyun stood in front of his uncle and aunt with his head bowed. The aunt started yelling at Taehyun, asking where he was going, because his body was completely untrained. Aunt Taehyun shouted that everything was fine with their money, so he didn't have to worry about them. However, Taehyun bowed his head and replied that he was grateful to them for helping him. So far, aunt and uncle looked pitifully at Taehyun, who said that he was really very grateful to them. The hero, observing this, reflected that the hardest thing to bear was the fact that he was not able to help others. And besides, he dragged into the epicenter of his misadventures those who extended a helping hand to him past. Taehyun turned around and began to walk away from his relatives, heading into the abyss. The hero stood and watched as he slowly left the past. The present-day Taehyun reflected on this painful past. His parents had wanted him to be happy, but he realized that to achieve happiness, strength was essential. Past Taehyun, the powerless porter, seemed to linger behind him, a haunting reminder of the hardships he had endured. At that moment, the system notified Taehyun of a detected threat. The queen's hypnosis skill had taken hold. The queen watched him closely, satisfied with her handiwork. The system informed Taehyun that he had failed to resist the queen's power, and his stats were rapidly declining. Most of his skills were now unusable, yet out of the 8 skills he possessed, there remained one that he could still activate. With determination, Taehyun uttered a single word.
Final boss says.
Predation. Taehyun activated his skill, and a fierce red aura flared around him. With the power of a predator, he began to tear through the illusions that surrounded him. Meanwhile, in the depths of the abyss, chaos unfolded as hunters lay dead and bleeding on the ground. Watching from afar, the queen, Regressing, murmured to herself, surprised that Taehyun had survived her trap. Standing before the terrifying creature, Asmodeus, Regressing marveled at how Taehyun had defied her expectations. Her thoughts lingered on peculiarities within his memories. She noted how Taehyun appeared older in certain flashbacks, memories that contradicted logic and time itself. Some recalled events had even diverging outcomes, such as his encounters with the bandits. Puzzled, Regressing mused aloud about the strange secrets Taehyun must be hiding. With a dismissive wave of her tentacle, she shattered a memory of Taehyun's encounter with Asmodeus into pieces. As she reveled in her moment of triumph, a sudden burst of light stunned her. In awe, she gazed upon a white figure floating before her, the king. Regressing hesitated, her voice trembling in shock as she realized what she was seeing. "The king," she whispered, her composure momentarily shattered. While Regressing was distracted, Taehyun seized his chance. Using his predator skill, he broke free from the illusion. Startled, Regressing awoke from her daze, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. She scanned the room, her eyes darting to the bed, only to realize that Taehyun was no longer there. When she turned, Taehyun stood behind her, dagger in hand. He pressed the blade to her throat, his voice calm, yet commanding. Spying on people's memories, disgusting for a queen. With a grin, Taehyun demanded once more that she take the oath of summoning. Regressing's laughter echoed through the chamber. "You think you can kill me with that toy?" she mocked. Though nervous, Taehyun stood his ground, sweat dripping from his brow. "I'll know when I try," he replied. Regressing grinned, seeing through what she believed to be a bluff. In an instant, her tentacles lashed out, ensnaring Taehyun and pulling him close. She leaned in and whispered that she would accept the contract before sinking her teeth into his neck. Taehyun screamed in agony as the system alerted him. The contract's conditions had been fulfilled and the oath of summoning was recited. The devil contract skill was replaced with the Queen's man skill, and a new ability, full hypnosis, appeared in his registry. Regressing released Taehyun, and he collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. The system notified him that his attractiveness score had increased. Stroking his face with her tentacle, Regressing cooed at Taehyun, telling him to get some rest. As she stood over him, her voice oozed with delight. "The one chosen by the king," she whispered. Taehyun slowly opened his eyes, hearing someone call his name. Paul, sitting in front of him, looked relieved. "I'm so glad you're okay," he said with a smile. Confused, Taehyun glanced around at the unfamiliar buildings and asked where he was. Paul explained that they were in the hunter's zone, and that he found Taehyun unconscious while returning from patrol. Taehyun, rubbing his head, wondered if Regressing had sent him here. Opening his status window, he confirmed the presence of new skills, the ability to summon Regressing and full hypnosis. He noted his mana was only 130 points, but realized that what happened wasn't just a dream. His contract with the devil had been replaced with the skill Queen's Man, and he now had the powerful hypnosis ability.
Queen's Man? Sounds like you've leveled up to professional simping with a hypnosis perk. Living the dream, I guess. Oh, I got another one. So you ditched the summoning skill for a skill called Queen's Man? I bet King's somewhere clapping like, "Well played, Regressing, well played."
Come on, be serious. The switch to Queen's Man isn't about losing power or taking a step back. It's about evolving, taking on more responsibility, and solidifying a bond with the Queen as a key summon.
Translation: a summoning making the summoner their bitch is rare.
Remembering Regressing's last words, he thought about her calling him chosen by the king. Did she really know the king? As he pondered, Paul stood up, his expression worried. "What will you do now? You should hire a hunter as a guide at the very least." Taehyun smiled, thanking him for the concern, but said there was no need. His urgent tasks were done. He decided to return home. Well, at the city hospital, where Ah Young was being finally discharged. She was adjusting her jacket when 3 men, One of them, a scarred vice guildmaster, greeted her. "How are you feeling, boss?" he asked. Taehyun waved it off, annoyed, but they had news. "Hunter Taehyun has returned from the abyss," the deputy said. She was surprised, thinking it was too soon, even for Taehyun. "It's called the S-rank grave for a reason," she muttered, but the deputy had more to share. "The real issue is who he's meeting, Kwan Kong Hayak." Now, Taehyun found himself facing Kwan Kong Hayak, head of the Indivisible Guild and an S-rank hunter. Taehyun watched calmly as Kang smiled menacingly and suggested they duel. Known as the best tank in South Korea, Kang had battled monsters for hours on end and slain hundreds alone. He began gathering energy, a crimson aura surrounding him. As Kang prepared to charge, his secretary rushed forward, slapping him in protest. "Are you really going to do this? You'll be banned from entering the abyss if you keep this up." Taehyun, now in a fighting stance, could only watch the bizarre scene unfold, feeling both shame and relief. The secretary greeted him. Kang was visibly upset as the secretary explained that Taehyun was likely aware of the Invincible Guild's forced recruitment tactics, but assured him they were here with an official invitation for him to join. Taehyun relaxed as the secretary added that if he agreed to join, he could avoid the duel altogether. Taehyun asked if rejecting the offer would mean being forced to join. Nervously, the secretary confirmed it, but emphasized the opportunity for Taehyun, mentioning his desire to participate in the Asian tournament. Taehyun was surprised she knew that. The secretary went on to explain that the Invincible Guild was one of the top guilds specializing in abyss exploration, with numerous dungeon raids scheduled. She assured Taehyun that joining them would help him enhance his achievements. As she spoke, Kang put a hand on her shoulder and interrupted. "That's enough." He smiled wickedly and said that if Taehyun wasn't convinced by words, he should proceed with the duel. Taehyun put his hands in his pockets, grinning. He said he'd changed his mind, surprising Kang and the secretary. Kang asked if this meant Taehyun was joining, but Taehyun smirked and cheekily asked what he was talking about. Kang's anger flared as Taehyun stepped closer. He proposed that whoever won the duel got what they wanted. Kang grinned, calling him a fool. Later, at the Invincible Guild's duel arena, a crowd had gathered, including reporters. They bombarded Taehyun with questions, including rumors of his forced recruitment. Though calm on the outside, Taehyun was boiling with frustration. He imagined tearing them apart with the spirit of the King Knight. Just then, he noticed a familiar figure hesitantly reaching out. It was a reporter who had met him during the hunter exam. Taehyun grabbed her hand, pulling her toward him with a smile. He recalled their past encounter, which made the reporter blush, surprised that he remembered her at all. The surrounding journalists sneered, assuming she was pretending to know him. Taehyun, however, shocked everyone by declaring that he would answer all questions later, through her. The attention shifted to the stunned reporter as Taehyun waved and made his way to the arena. As he ascended the steps, Kang stood waiting in the arena, surrounded by a green dome. Kang's aura intensified as he greeted Taehyun, taunting him for finally showing up. Kang's aura surged, and Taehyun responded by using his stone skin skill, readying himself for battle. The commentator excitedly announced the match everyone had been waiting for, the 120th Forced Recruitment Duel. Both fighters took their stances, and the commentator declared the duel had officially begun. The only rule, bring the opponent to their knees.
Being popular definitely has its downsides, with everyone and their mom wanting a piece of Taehyun. But something feels off, and it's not just our viewers not hitting the like button. Ever since Taehyun came back, looking at his skill lineup, he's starting to resemble an Uchiha more and more. This isn't going to end well for that guildmaster.
Taehyun faced Kang and declared there would be no concessions. Summoning the power of the King Knight spirit, he focused his energy on Kang, determined to show his strength. He remembered that using the King Knight at full power had once brought down an S-rank monster in one strike. He believed even Kang would have trouble moving. Kang, however, wasn't fazed. With a grin, he acknowledged the power but claimed it wasn't enough. Before Taehyun could react, Kang moved with blinding speed, appearing behind him. Taehyun barely had time to turn around before Kang had gathered immense energy into his fist. Kang's punch sent Taehyun flying, carving a mark on the ground. Taehyun quickly used his chain skill, attempting to bind Kang as he charged toward him, enveloped in purple energy. Kang laughed, impressed by Taehyun's technique, but horns formed from Kang's mana as he rammed through the chains like a bull. Surprised, Taehyun had to step back, marveling at Kang's strength. Kang leaped into the air, raising his knee, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Taehyun was in a dire situation, and the impact raised a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Kang stood confidently while Taehyun emerged a short distance away, unharmed. Kang taunted him, asking how he planned to win. Taehyun, head bowed, chuckled. He raised his eyes and suggested that unless Kang had a hidden ace, it would be difficult to bring him to his knees. Kang, irritated, stepped forward, calling Taehyun naive. Suddenly, a terrifying dinosaur manifested behind Kang, its presence energizing the spectators. The crowd cheered, thrilled to witness the latest form of Kang's beast-mimicking attack, a signature of his wild animal blessing. Among the crowd, Yua Young of the Nightwalker Guild and Deputy Hansu observed quietly. Hansu, nervously eating popcorn, remarked that if Taehyun lost, he would be forced to join the Indivisible Guild. Yua, calmly munching popcorn, agreed, but noted that Taehyun always seemed to have a trump card up his sleeve. As Kang gathered energy for his next attack, Taehyun smiled, standing calmly. Hansu suddenly cried out in surprise, as did reporter Taehyun and the commentator. Kang, the guild master, had fallen to his knees, stunned. Taehyun stood behind him, victorious. The guild master, shocked, looked up in disbelief, wondering what had just happened. Taehyun smiled and casually asked if this meant he had won. Meanwhile, Kang's secretary was explaining the situation to the Human Rights Commission, clarifying that Kang had initiated the duel and Taehyun had accepted willingly. The crowd, in disbelief, stared at their fallen leader. Some spectators angrily accused Taehyun of cheating, demanding a rematch. Taehyun sighed at the unfair accusations but turned his gaze back to Kang, who remained on his knees, defeated.
Called it. From now on, he's Uchiha Taehyun. He straight up Itachi'd their guild leader, and didn't even do it nicely. He made the guy think he had a chance. Our boy just played him in front of everyone.
Let's not get carried away with the Uchiha comparisons. Sure, Taehyun outplayed the guild leader, but this was about strategy, not showing off. He didn't just humiliate him for the sake of it, he calculated every move, staying focused on the bigger picture. This is what makes him dangerous, not just in skill, but in how he thinks 2 steps ahead of everyone.
All right, fair enough. He definitely wasn't just flexing. Still, you gotta admit, it was brutal, and that kind of cold, calculated move is what makes the comparison fit.
Taehyun looked at the trembling Kang, realizing that to some extent he had anticipated something like this. Still, he hadn't expected Kang to be driven into a corner by such powerful melee strikes. Taehyun acknowledged Kang's reputation as the best tank in New South Korea and recalled the moment Kang rushed at him. He knew that the full hypnosis mind control skill received from Rhysaria had worked perfectly at the crucial moment. Taehyun remembered smiling just as Kang's attack came. At the last second, he commanded Kang to kneel. Kang, now shaking with anger, felt humiliated. His face turned blue as he questioned how he could have lost. Unable to recall the last seconds of the battle, he realized it must have been a mind control skill and cursed himself for making such a mistake. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Kang let out an enraged shout, ordering the crowd to be silent. The audience, including reporter Taehyun and the commentator, watched in fear as Kang stood up and admitted defeat. Though furious, Kang accepted responsibility, exclaiming that he alone was at fault. He declared that the outcome of the fight was final, and anyone dissatisfied could step into the arena where he would personally break their skulls. Meanwhile, Yua Young continued eating her popcorn calmly, while Hansu stood stunned. Yua noted how furious Kang was, having lost to Taehyun in his prime. She reflected on how she never expected Taehyun to bring Kang to his knees at this moment, yet she wasn't surprised. Taehyun always seemed to have hidden skills up his sleeve. Hansu, nervously watching, commented on Yua's strange expression. Kang approached Taehyun, standing right in front of him, seething with anger. Taehyun extended his hand with a smile, complimenting Kang on the excellent fight. Kang, throwing his head back in frustration, asked if Taehyun had planned to win this way all along. Taehyun, smiling, admitted that he had, to some extent. Kang, baring his teeth, shook Taehyun's hand and acknowledged that a promise was a promise. Assuming Taehyun would ask for money or a unique item, Kang was surprised when Taehyun instead expressed his desire to participate in the raid on the Minotaur's labyrinth. Kang was taken aback, visibly alarmed at the request.
Man, Taehyun really hit him where it hurt. Kang was ready to hand over treasure, but Taehyun went straight for the jugular with that raid request. Classic move. He didn't just win the fight, he won the mind game too. And the best part, Kang never saw it coming. He's out there thinking the worst is behind him, then Taehyun casually drops that bomb, asking for a spot in the Minotaur's labyrinth. That's next level manipulation. Taehyun didn't just beat him in the arena, he's got him cornered in the long game too. Kang's pride probably took a bigger hit than his body.
Ah, you see, young one. This is where true wisdom comes into play. Taehyun didn't bother with trinkets or gold because he understood that power lies in opportunity, not possessions. By securing a place in the Minotaur's labyrinth, he's positioning himself for something far greater. Kang, however, is still thinking in terms of the immediate battle. But Taehyun, he's already looking beyond into the future. That's the mark of a true strategist.
Still, I wonder, would even this be enough merit points to finally place him in the top 5 after this raid? I can't help but think of the auction incident, but that's probably wishful thinking. If this is something Taehyun wanted to do, there's likely a deeper reason behind it, a move that's not so obvious.
The scene then shifted to the New South Korea Players Association Tower. Taehyun, standing before Chairman Jinu, asked about the Minotaur's labyrinth. Chairman Jinu explained that it was a dungeon located at the beginning of the Abyss dungeon, notorious for its complexity and many traps. He added that bringing someone with detection skills was essential, as many guilds and S-rank hunters had attempted to clear the dungeon over the past 30 years, only to suffer crushing defeats. Despite the dangers, the Indivisible Guild had now secured the rights to raid the labyrinth, preparing their invasion in secrecy. Taehyun, excited, questioned how Taehyun had even learned about this place and whether he would be okay. Chairman Jinu, clasping his hands together, acknowledged the risk, admitting that nothing was guaranteed in the abyss. He could only hope that those attempting the raid would prevail. Just then, a call came in from the Japan Hunters Association, revealing that the Saint had sent an invitation to Hunter Taehyun. Meanwhile, Kang and his team were preparing for the Minotaur's labyrinth raid in the association's basement control room. Secretary Taehyun counted the participants, a mix of men and women, some equipped and others not. Smiling confidently, the secretary announced that the 100 participants were ready for the raid. Kang, holding his weapon, grinned and led the group into the gate. Once inside the labyrinth, the battle quickly escalated. Energy and dust filled the air as the hunters faced off against hordes of minotaurs, united by their defensive and healing skills. Taehyun fought alongside them, wielding his dagger with deadly precision. He swiftly dispatched 2 minotaurs, slicing them into pieces before they could even react. Kang, meanwhile, held the severed head of a minotaur, walking over to Taehyun with a grin. He complimented Taehyun on his excellent skill and asked if he liked the weapon Kang had given him. Taehyun admired the dagger, saying it was good, though he still wanted to repair his original weapon. Kang laughed, revealing that he had originally intended to give the dagger to Taehyun if he joined the Indivisible Guild. However, considering Taehyun's contribution to the raid, Kang deemed it a fitting reward for winning their bet. Taehyun thanked him, but asked if they would truly face no issues as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth. The secretary reassured him, but Taehyun remained cautious, noting that the labyrinth had seen 30 years of failed raids. Without special measures, he feared this could be another failure. The secretary reassured him, explaining that the raid participants were all rank B or above veterans. She mentioned that they had someone with detection skills, the guild's deputy head, who could eliminate all traps. groups. Kang added that though the deputy was quiet, he was trustworthy. The secretary then mentioned that they had found the key to completing the dungeon a few months ago. The guild head explained they had discovered a minotaur corpse deep in the abyss, marked with symbols similar to those in the labyrinth. When they touched it, the entire body crumbled, leaving only a single horn. Taehyun became excited, and Kang confirmed that they could use the tracking skill to follow the monster's path to the center of the labyrinth. The raid members followed the deputy head, who led the way, navigating through narrow spaces until they reached a spacious room. There stood a minotaur statue missing one horn. The deputy said this was the end of the maze. Kang, surprised, asked if it was a boss monster. The deputy explained they needed to attach the missing horn to the statue. Kang smiled and called for the secretary, who rolled the horn to them. She quickly delivered it to Kang, ready for the next step. Taehyun noted that, so far, everything matched the information he had before the regression. The raiding party, using the Great Minotaur's horn, reached the end of the labyrinth. However, Taehyun felt uneasy, knowing what would happen next. Meanwhile, Kang, carrying the horn, walked happily toward the Minotaur statue. He lifted the horn and attached it to the statue. He was taken aback for a moment, as nothing happened. Then immediately, the statue began to shine. In the blink of an eye, the statue began to disappear. As the statue vanished, the entire area around them started to shift and turn white, a transformation that left even Kwon Kong-yuk baffled. The guild members, including Secretary Kim Hyun, were in shock, except for the vice guild master, who seemed largely indifferent to the chaos unfolding. All the raid participants were separated into small groups of 3 or 4 and scattered across various locations. The scattered groups found themselves in harsh environments, some trapped in a snowstorm in the mountains, others near raging rivers with deadly waves, and still others next to an erupting volcano. Kim Taehyun, caught in the chaos, found himself in the midst of a dense jungle with a small group of guild members. Amidst the confusion, he realized that a spatial transfer trap had been activated, leaving his group shaken as they faced the daunting sight before them. The raid team found themselves trapped in a mysterious jungle after a sudden spatial transfer trap. Confused and alarmed by their situation, one of the members suggested introducing themselves. A girl claimed to be Miranda, a B-rank hunter, but Kim immediately attacked her, revealing her true identity as Molina, an S-rank villain and triple magician.
Okay, Taehyun not playing or showing any mercy. She got hit like she's a man, and he didn't even show any remorse or hesitation. So when it comes down to an ass whooping, he doesn't discriminate at all.
I don't even know how to respond to that. True, most would look down on what he just did, but would you allow a murderer go free no matter their gender?
Point taken. Maybe because this time it's a human that it hits a bit differently. Or is this foreshadowing something? Because once again, Taehyun diving headfirst into his captain save-a-ho moniker.
Park Sunu, a B rank with the magic bullet skill, was stunned by Kim's actions. He had always admired Molina's heroism and couldn't believe his eyes. As he tried to defend Molina, she violently struck him, confirming her villainous nature. Taehyun, unfazed, grinned, and remarked that there were 3 villains among them. The other 2 attempted to ambush him, but Taehyun dodged their attacks and neutralized them with ease, using his golden chain skill to subdue them. Molina, enraged, confronted him with her witch's claws, which should have paralyzed him with poison, but Taehyun's immunity rendered her attack ineffective. As she pressed on, Taehyun activated his Night King spirit skill, unleashing a devastating attack that decimated the area. After the intense battle in the jungle, Park Sunu emerged from the trees, his glasses broken, surveying the destruction around him. He saw Taehyun standing victorious, while Molina lay defeated, her hands bound behind her back by Kim's golden chain skill. Furious and humiliated, Molina shouted at him to release her, threatening him. Taehyun responded by grabbing her hair, lifting her head and coldly saying, "Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you anymore." He activated complete hypnosis, compelling her to tell the truth. Under hypnosis, Molina revealed there were 20 infiltrators, including 5 S-rank, with the mission to sabotage the Labyrinth raid and kill the guild master Kwon Kong-yuk. Park Sunu, still reeling from Molina's confession, watched as she fell unconscious under the influence of Taehyun's hypnosis. Taehyun recalled that there had only been 3 S-rank villains before his regression, wondering if his actions were causing the future to shift. Taehyun told Park they needed to join Kwon, and as they moved through the jungle, Park couldn't shake his disbelief over Melina's betrayal.
Oh my God, is oh boy simping hard. Someone gotta tell him he wasn't getting those draws.
He questioned why Taehyun hadn't warned the others earlier, but Taehyun calmly revealed that he had already informed Kwon about the infiltrators. Shocked, Park wondered why Kwon hadn't acted on this information. Now surrounded by 7 traitors, Kwon Kong-yuk has been betrayed by the Vice Guild Master, who stabbed him, while 3 other guild members approach from behind to attack. One wields a dagger, another a mace, and the third prepares to attack with bare hands. Despite the dire situation, Kwon laughs. "What are you guys doing? This joke has gone too far, right, Vice Guild Master?" The Vice Guild Master chuckles menacingly. "A joke, you say?" He moves to finish Kwon off, but Secretary Kim rushes forward to help. Before she can reach him, an infiltrator leaps into the air ready to strike her down. Kwon notices just in time and shields Kim with his body, taking the hit meant for her. "Damn, that hurts like hell," Kwon mutters, wincing in pain as the infiltrators prepare to strike again. Though injured, Kwon rallies himself. "Stay back, Secretary Kim," he says, eyes glowing bright purple as he activates his power, summoning the strength of his T-Rex form. With a single move, he defeats the 3 infiltrators. Seeing that Kwon is still standing, the Vice Guild Master reaches into his coat, retrieving an ominous item, readying for battle. Secretary Kim, still in shock, insists she can fight, but Kwon tells her to stay out of it. "You can't handle these people." Undeterred, Secretary Kim replies, "If we don't fight together, we'll both die." The Vice Guild Master interrupts, stepping forward with his men. "She's right, Kwon. You don't have the luxury of looking out for others in this situation. We've been hiding our true power all this time. Everyone here is a ranker, and there are 4 S rankers among us. We're the elite of the Malignant Guild, and we're here to kill you." With that, the Vice Guild Master sets fire to a chained lantern in his hand, pulling out a flaming skull. As he activates his skill, a total of 7 villains surround Kwon and Secretary Kim. "You've made quite the preparations, haven't you?" Kwon says, eyeing the Vice Guild Master. "I thought I was good at reading people." The Vice Guild Master laughs. "Don't blame yourself, Kwon. The Malignant Guild has been planning this for years. A fool like you couldn't possibly have figured it out." "Damn it, Kim Taehyun was right," Kwon mutters. This shocks the Vice Guild Master. "Kim Taehyun knew about our plan? Then why didn't you do anything?" Laughing, Kwon replies, "A real man doesn't doubt his comrades. As a guild master, I can't doubt my team." Baffled, the Vice Guild Master scoffs, "What does that even mean? I knew you were an idiot, but this is beyond belief." Frustrated, even Secretary Kim snaps at him. "You're telling me you didn't even check the information? All this chaos because of you?"
She has a good point. He could have avoided all this mess if he took what Taehyun said to heart, but what little you told me of him, I'm taking he the overly prideful type.
Okay, let's say some newcomer tells you that your partner for years has been out to kill you, but the timing was not right as you were still of use. Would you believe that without proof?
Point taken.
Kwon is bewildered by the anger surrounding him, but before he can respond, the Vice Guild Master attacks. He sends the fiery skull toward Kwon, but Kwon reacts quickly, grabbing Secretary Kim and leaping out of harm's way. The Vice Guild Master laughs, mocking him. "Good job, Kwon. Thanks to your stupidity, our plan is a success. Now you can die knowing you failed." Kwon steadies himself, glaring at the Vice Guild Master. "First them, now you. I said I wouldn't doubt my comrades. I never said I'd just let you win." Activating his T-Rex skill, Kwon deflects the Vice Guild Master's attack, then lands a devastating punch to his face. The blow breaks the Vice Guild Master's teeth and sends him flying, coughing up blood. Kwon's power, known as the Blessing of the Beast, infused him with the strength of an ancient dragon. Taehyun, facing Kwon Kong-yuk's back, shouts, "Are you saying you'll just take this lying down even though you knew about it?" Kwon smirks. "Geez, you don't think you've seen all my power, do you?" Kwon continues, "Don't worry, I said I believe you, but I never said I'd take it lying down." The 3 infiltrators and the Vice Guild Master lie defeated and unconscious on the ground. Kwon, victorious, his body showing the toll of battle. Just then, Taehyun and Park Sunu enter through the floating door that connects all the trap rooms. They're in disbelief as they witness the aftermath. "What's this? You're just getting here now?" Kwon says with a laugh, relieved to see them. After reuniting with Taehyun, Kwon asks if he had seen any other guild members. Taehyun mentions that he had passed a few while moving through the labyrinth, but chose not to stop. As they regroup, Kwon teases Taehyun about being cold-hearted, but the mood quickly shifts. Taehyun asks what the next move is, and Kwon, deep in thought, admits they need to retreat. He acknowledges the dangers still lurking, including the labyrinth's unseen boss, and regrets that his own stubbornness has led to this situation. Taehyun agrees and warns him to be more careful in the future. Annoyed by Taehyun's words, Kwon snaps, "I went out of my way to apologize." Secretary Kim quickly steps in to calm the situation before it escalates. Taehyun, now deep in thought, questions to himself, why haven't there been any traps or monsters? In a typical spatial transfer trap, the space is filled with dangers, but the places we passed through were just empty rooms. Why? He then thinks back to before his regression. If there were no monsters or traps, how did Kwon encounter the labyrinth's master? Taehyun's eyes widen as he notices something shocking. Secretary Kim and Park are equally stunned, while Kwon, confused, asks, "What is that?" The walls of the boss's room begin to crack, and from those cracks a massive creature emerges, a minotaur with 6 eyes, 3 arms, and wielding 3 weapons. "That's the boss of the labyrinth?" Park stammers in disbelief. The creature, an S+ ranked Grand Minotaur Queen, looms before them. Park Suho and Secretary Kim were cornered by the powerful TOA Kings. As the 2 monsters leaped into the air, ready to strike, Park fired his magic bullets in desperation, but they were ineffective. Fear gripped both him and Secretary Kim as they struggled to figure out their next move. Suddenly, Kwon Kong Yuk appeared out of nowhere, launching a devastating punch at the TOA Kings. Though 2 of them managed to dodge, the third wasn't so lucky. Kwon's fist obliterated the right side of its face. Park and Secretary Kim, both relieved and shocked by Kwon's powerful punch, watched as Kim Taehyun joined the fray. He used his chain skill to trap the remaining TOA Kings, shouting to Kwon that it was time to finish them off. Kwon charged his fire breath attack, unleashing it on the trapped monsters. The resulting flames scorched the TOA Kings, burning their flesh to the bone. As the fire died down, Kwon mocked the monsters, convinced they were defeated. But to everyone's shock, the TOA Kings regenerated in the flames, their bodies healing before their eyes. Despite their best efforts, Kwon and Kim struggled to defeat the TOA Kings. Kwon even managed to punch a hole through one of their heads, but it quickly regenerated. The more they fought, the more Kwon realized they couldn't win against their regenerative powers. The Grand Minotaur Queen, still lurking between the cracks, was protected by the TOA Kings, whose numbers only increased. Frustrated, Kwon found himself torn. Should he save his comrades or take down the Minotaur Queen?
What? Why you stop the story?
I was expecting you to say something along the lines of how he is stuck between a rock and a hard place, or anything but you're quiet.
Are you serious right now? We're in the middle of the good parts. How about could you hit that like and subscribe so Chief can tell us how they managed to get out of this situation?
Kwon dismissed the memory in a fit of anger. Fueled by rage, he refused to choose between protecting his comrades and fighting the enemy. His power surged to its peak, covering him in a purple aura. With a powerful strike, he destroyed one of the Toe Kings, shocking Taehyun. "I'm greedy," Kwon said, determined. "I'll protect my comrades and crush these monsters. I'm not choosing." Taehyun, bloodied but smiling, responded, "There's still a way to defeat the Minotaur Queen." With renewed determination, Kwon and Taehyun fought their way through the Toe Kings, causing massive destruction in their path. The Minotaur Queen watched, seemingly unfazed, ready to fight. As the Queen sent the Toe Kings to protect her, Kwon unleashed his fire breath once more, setting them ablaze. But the Queen mocked him, claiming her power would always regenerate them. Then, to the Queen's surprise, Taehyun emerged from the flames, ready for his final attack. Taehyun activated his King Knight Spirit skill, grabbed the Minotaur Queen by the neck, and pushed her through the cracks she had emerged from. Kwon shouted encouragement as Taehyun used all his power to shatter the Queen's defenses, determined to end the fight once and for all. As Kwon Kung Yuk and Taehyun battle the Tao Kings, clearing a path for their assault on the Minotaur Queen, Kwon asks, "Which way?" while they run. Taehyun replies, "I'm just guessing, but the Tao Kings are being revived by the Queen from another space. If we can reach and defeat her, they'll vanish." Kwon listens as they fight and warns, "If you're wrong, everyone dies." Taehyun simply responds, "The situation is no different right now." Meanwhile, Secretary Kim and Park Sunu watch in shock as the Tao Kings lose power and collapse. Taehyun's plan has worked. The Tao Kings are destroyed. The scene shifts to Kwon and Taehyun approaching the Minotaur Queen. Taehyun, using his King Knight Spirit skill, grabs the queen by the neck. She snarls, freeing herself with her double-edged axe and magical staff. Kwon quickly attacks, unleashing his dragon blessing, striking the queen with a lightning bolt that separates them. The queen lands in a field of skulls, victims of past battles. But Taehyun crashes into the ground like a meteorite, disoriented. He gathers himself, only to see Kwon bleeding heavily, his right arm missing from the queen's earlier strike. Shocked, Taehyun says, "Your arm!" But Kwon shouts back, "Focus! It's coming!" In the darkness, they feel the Minotaur Queen's presence. She suddenly emerges, swinging her axe. Kwon charges his power into his fist, eyes glowing, while Taehyun prepares to attack with his dagger and chain skill. However, the queen is too fast, and her attack throws them across the room. Watching their efforts, the Minotaur Queen is impressed, saying, "You children, using my space against me, but now I have more power without the Tao Kings." Kwon is too weak to fight further, but Taehyun struggles to his feet, unsure of how to defend himself as the queen prepares to crush him. Taehyun recalls a conversation with Yua Young in the hospital. She had told him, "The way to do it is with application. Skill descriptions in the stat window are lacking. The way you handle a skill in reality can change its form in many ways. Adjusting its power also changes how much mana it uses. Try coding your weapon with a skill if you can't control it well. I'm sure you'll figure it out." Back in the present, Taehyun knows he must use Predation to survive. "If I don't finish her in one blow, it'll go berserk. But I have no choice," he thinks. As the queen launches another attack, he activates his Predation skill and manages to land a hit, surprising her. Her axe begins to break under the power of Predation. Taehyun presses his advantage, fusing his dagger with Predation and striking the queen repeatedly, destroying her weapons. He then activates his Golden Chain skill, combining it with Predation to pierce her right shoulder. The queen, enraged and in pain, has never experienced such power. Seeing his chance, Taehyun jumps into the air, combining his King Knight Spirit skill with Predation for a final attack. Yua Young was right, he thinks, smiling. His strike shatters the queen's horn and sends her flying. Taehyun realizes that Predation changes form according to his will, just like other skills, and he's determined to master it. Bleeding and broken, the queen is on her last legs. Taehyun fuses Predation with his dagger for a final devastating strike. He leaps into the air and slashes through the queen's body, cutting her in half. With that, Taehyun smiles, knowing he has finally defeated the great Minotaur Queen.
Surrounded by regenerating Tao Kings, and the Minotaur Queen is just sitting back and watching them struggle? That sounds like an absolute nightmare, but our boy with the Guildmaster stood 10 toes down and handled business.
It really was. Kwon's tearing through Tao Kings, but they're just regenerating. He starts to realize they'll never make it to the queen unless they figure out something drastic. That's when he remembers what the chairman said about knowing your limits and protecting what matters.
That's when Taehyun jumps in with his big plan, using his King Knight Spirit to grab the Minotaur Queen and holds her down. Then Kwon attacks while he has the queen pinned. And when that wasn't enough, Taehyun went into full Uchiha level 2. It was a wrap after that.
After Taehyun's Predation skill consumed the Minotaur Queen, cracks spread through the walls of the dark, foreboding lair, and the space itself began to disintegrate. A passageway emerged, guiding Taehyun and a severely injured Kwon Kung-yuk out of the collapsing domain. Meanwhile, their guild mates, waiting in the boss's chamber, were startled by the sudden appearance of the two warriors. As the dust cleared, they saw Taehyun supporting the unconscious Kwon, reassuring everyone with a weary smile. Overcome with relief, Park Sunu, Secretary Kim, and the rest of the guild embraced them, celebrating their narrow victory. In the aftermath, the guild discovered hidden treasures within the labyrinth, including a rare elixir, the Fountain of Vitality. Given in recognition of their heroism, the elixir would benefit Taehyun and Kwon, though it could not fully make up for Kwon's lost arm. Kwon accepted it gratefully, reflecting, "Better something than nothing." Following the victory, the villains who had infiltrated the labyrinth were identified and captured, while the players recuperated from the arduous raid. Later, a press conference revealed a surprising development. Kwon, now dressed in a sharp suit, announced he wasn't retiring due to his injury but taking a break. As reporters pressed him about his replacement, he confidently introduced Taehyun as the player set to represent New Korea in the Asian Exhibition Games.
This is unexpected. With how his ego is, I would have thought he would have still have tried to keep his spot.
If you look at this from a different angle, Kwon has a lot of reflecting to do as his way of doing things nearly ended his life. If it wasn't for Taehyun's warning and assistance, he would not have made it out of there with only an arm missing.
Maybe, but it's one hell of a story.
Taehyun took the stage with a modest smile, acknowledging the murmurs about his lack of experience compared to seasoned players. Despite the crowd's doubts, he assured them, "I hope these games will be the place to prove myself, even against the rumors of national force rank." Meanwhile, a villainous figure known as Shadow eliminated Milena, a failed operative of the Malignant Guild, and ordered the place burned to hide their tracks. Reflecting on the raid, he grew intrigued by Taehyun's potential, realizing that the upcoming games would be far more interesting than anticipated. Taehyun entered a meeting room filled with New Korea's top-ranked players, all set to join him at the Asian Exhibition Games. They greeted him with varying degrees of skepticism and encouragement, with one player remarking, "I knew you'd join us eventually, just didn't think it'd be this soon." With everyone present, the chairman addressed the team. "It's been chaotic, but we're all here. Let's begin our strategy meeting for the games." At the strategy meeting for the Asian Exhibition Games, the chairman began by explaining the history and purpose of the tournament. He shared that after the discovery of the Abyss and the emergence of awakening powers, the self-defense forces across Asian countries united to combat a surge of demons and monsters. The Asian Exhibition Games were established from these efforts, now a 7-day event where representatives from various nations hunt demons and monsters, with each kill scored by rank. The chairman emphasized that the games serve both as a competition and as a propaganda tool, with the winning country receiving unique items, exclusive dungeon rights, and national prestige.
So in other words, this is nothing but the Chunin exams from Naruto, the Asian Chunin exams. There's nothing you can say, so just take this L and continue, Chief.
Listening closely, Taehyun contemplated the competition's potential rewards, realizing how crucial it would be to improve his strength, especially if he intended to face powerful beings like the succubus queen Rosaria. As Taehyun reflected, the chairman continued, admitting that New Korea's team was facing a power gap due to Kwon Kung-huk's recent injury and the absence of several other key players. Park Sun-jin suggested recruiting a new powerhouse, and with a grin, hinted at a rumor circulating about Taehyun's rumored national force-level abilities.
Uchiha Taehyun, the living legend, baby.
Taehyun modestly downplayed the rumor, reminding the team it was unconfirmed. Reassured, the players moved forward with the chairman's plan to distribute roles for the games. The strategy was simple yet effective. They would capitalize on experience rather than raw power. Park Sun-jin, Kwak Zhang, and Seo Hong-gil would focus on monster hunting, while Jang Jinsu, known for his PvP skills, would work alongside Taehyun to hunt designated demons.
Wait. How's this a tournament? It's just a raid on monsters and criminals.
I don't know how I would describe how the Asian Exhibition Games. In a sense, the Asian Exhibition Games are like a public display of regional power and stability. It's a structured way for nations to showcase their elite players, allowing for open assessment of each country's military strength and awakening capabilities. With only the top 5 representatives from each nation competing, national honor is deeply intertwined in every move they make, creating a fierce yet controlled rivalry.
Exactly, a kind of checks and balances, but there's definitely a darker layer. Countries don't just stand by and watch rivals grow stronger. Subtle sabotage and accidents aren't uncommon, as each nation tries to control the power balance. Everyone's playing to win, but also to make sure no one else gains too much of an edge.
A few weeks later at the opening ceremony, with international participants gathering in the stadium, spectators marveled at the impressive teams from Japan and China, with their formidable national force-level players like Japan's demon swordmaster, Nakata Shinji, and China's powerful trio led by Bloodsword Li Ping. Back in Korea, Taehyun's family watched the broadcast with mixed emotions. His cousin Ji-young, full of pride, cheered wildly, while his uncle and aunt voiced concerns over the team's chances without some of its strongest players. Later, Taehyun encountered a woman who introduced herself as Yoshikawa Sara, Japan's national force-level player known as the Saint. Recognizing her from past encounters, Taehyun remembered she had requested a meeting, supposedly to thank him for helping resolve the East Point incident. However, aware of the darker truths surrounding her, Taehyun declined her invitation. The Saint's polite smile faltered slightly, and as Taehyun walked away, Nakata Shinji approached her, asking if she needed assistance. She laughed and remarked on Taehyun's impressive information network, intrigued by his abilities and the mystery surrounding his knowledge of her. She admitted, "Others may see him as another rising powerhouse, but he's much more. I hope he becomes mine, eventually."
And with that being said, it's time to go.
Time to go? Go where?
To dive into regression with the King's Power. Oh yeah, I'm taking an announcer with me since this is like a sporting event.
Okay, I can't say I saw that coming, but for those that wanted to know where in the novel world I stopped at, it's chapter 72.
If you're finding
The
this
stadium
story
roars with applause as the crowd gathers for the Asian branch of the World Player Association's exhibition games. Excitement fills the air as players from across Asia assemble at the center stage. The charismatic host, Singapore's A-ranked player Alex Go, steps forward to declare, "And now, let the long-awaited Asian exhibition games begin." As the countdown commences, the crowd cheers wildly and we catch glimpses of various participants. The South Korean team, led by Park Sun-jin, is busy strategizing. "You all remember your roles, right?" he shouts. He assigns tasks to Kwak Xiang-seo, An Hangul, and Jang Jinsu, but suddenly realizes someone is missing. "Kim Taehyun, where is he?" he demands, panic spreading among the team. Before anyone can answer, the countdown ends. As Alex Go raises his voice to officially kick off the games, a dagger flashes. In one swift motion, his head is severed. The stadium falls into stunned silence as Kim Taehyun stands on the platform, his dagger dripping with blood.
And this is turning into some wild beginning at the grand stage of the Asian Exhibition Games, where excitement has turned to utter chaos in a heartbeat. The crowd was just gearing up for an electrifying showdown, but what do we have here? Kim Taehyun, was that a decapitation?
Unbelievable. You could hear a pin drop in this stadium now. Kim Taehyun, who was supposed to be strategizing with his team, has gone rogue in the most dramatic way possible. That dagger strike, flawless execution, but my goodness, talk about a red card moment. Literally. This move is going to be talked about for ages. Was this an act of rebellion? Either way, the South Korean team now has a PR nightmare and a missing player to explain.
Not to mention the crowd. They went from roaring applause to sheer horror in seconds. The question now is, how does the World Player Association respond? Is this game even going to continue, or has Kim Taehyun just redefined the term game changer?
Taehyun. He smirks at the horrified audience as chaos erupts. Park Sun-jin is frozen in disbelief, but other participants leap into action, ready to attack Taehyun. The South Korean team springs to his defense, activating their powers to shield him. The stadium erupts into a fierce battle as blades clash and energy surges. An enormous explosion sends shockwaves across the venue, blanketing it in dust. When the dust settles, the South Korean team stands unharmed, with Taehyun calmly observing the scene, hands in his pockets. Kwak Xiang, drenched in sweat, snaps, "Kim Taehyun, are you insane? What was that?" But her words are interrupted by sinister laughter. Shashin approaches, his eyes glowing red and his aura radiating malevolence. "You killed the host and protected him? No excuses. Extermination begins now." He powers up for another attack. Meanwhile, Park Sun-jin faces off against Nada Shinji and Yoshikawa Sara. Sarah smirks and declares, "Ghostblade, kill as many as you want, just keep my property alive." Her pink aura flares, signaling her readiness to fight. Before the battle can escalate, a sharp voice commands, "Everyone Everyone, stop! A woman with glasses, flanked by bodyguards, strides onto the platform. She is Haley Tan of the Singapore Player Association. Furious, she demands, "Arrest that criminal immediately! The host was murdered in plain sight!" Taehyun calmly responds, "The man you call Alex Go wasn't who you think he was." He reveals shocking information. Alex Go was, in fact, Wan Kai, an S-rank demonic human infamous for a massacre aboard a Pacific cruise. To prove his claim, Taehyun steps on Alex's severed head, exposing its altered appearance. The revelation sends shockwaves through the crowd. As murmurs ripple, China's national-level player, Liu Fun, radiates a menacing red aura and smirks. How interesting.
The dust clears, and what a scene we have, folks. The South Korean team emerges completely unscathed, and there's Taehyun, standing there like he's posing for a magazine cover, hands in his pockets, calm as ever. You'd think he was on a casual stroll, not a battlefield.
And here comes the mic drop moment. Taehyun calmly reveals that Alex Go was Wan Kai, the infamous S-rank demonic human behind the Pacific Cruise massacre. And to drive it home, Taehyun steps on Alex's severed head, exposing the truth for all to see. This revelation shakes the entire arena. It's all unraveling here in real time. The question now is, how does everyone move forward from this chaos? At the Nightwalker Guild headquarters, buzzing with calls after Kim credits them for the information, Vice Guild Master Jung Hansu confronts Yu Ayung, skeptical about Taehyun's claim. "Did you really know about Wan Kai's whereabouts?" Yu scoffs, frustrated. "Of course not. This is Taehyun acting on his own." Elsewhere, Taehyun tracks down another demonic human, Gak Doi, and defeats him. During a phone call with Yu Ayung, Taehyun requests further intelligence on demonic humans. Yu Ayung hesitates, but realizes Taehyun's true objective: bigger prey like the Malignant Guild. As Taehyun surveys his defeated foes, a new adversary arrives. Kamimura Ren, Japan's S-rank player, steps forward, accusing Taehyun of tarnishing the Holy Maiden's name. His eyes burn with fury as he draws his blade, setting the stage for another intense clash. Kimura Ren draws his sword, the blade gleaming as he takes his fighting stance. His body becomes enveloped in a purple, glowing aura, signifying the activation of his wolf warrior spirit. As Japan's representative in the Asian Exhibition Games and an S-rank player, Ren is renowned for his raw, destructive swordsmanship. Unlike the graceful precision of national-level players like Nikat Shinji, Ren's attacks are relentless and devastating. But all that power is useless if they fail to connect. Fueled by rage, Ren charges at Taehyun, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Yet, Taehyun, seemingly unfazed, dodges every attack while calmly talking on his phone. Ren's frustration boils over as he wonders, why? Why can't I land a single blow? How is this man dodging everything? On the other end of the phone, Yu Young is speaking with the Nightwalker's Vice Guildmaster, advising Taehyun. "We can't target the Malignant Guild. The moment they sense danger, they'll vanish without a trace. The association won't act until we're certain we can eliminate them. Don't poke the beehive." Taehyun, dodging Ren's slashes effortlessly, replies, "I've got a surefire way to handle it. Trust me." His voice remains calm as he avoids Ren's blade, finally bending backward to dodge a strike and countering with a powerful palm strike. The blow connects with Ren's chin, launching him into the air. Ren collapses, bloodied and unconscious. Taehyun resumes his phone conversation. "Trust me, Yua. I've proven myself before, haven't I?" Yua reluctantly agrees, but warns him about the limited intelligence on the Malignant Guild. Instead, she offers details about the 3 warlords, leaders of the demonic human cartel with influence across Asia. She mentions Miyazaki Kenji, a contact tied to one of the warlords, but cautions that targeting him could spark greater conflict. Kimura Ren, struggling to recover from Kim's powerful blow, shakily stands on his feet. Still holding his sword, his body trembles as he shouts, "Bastard!" Kim, seeing this, looks confused and wonders what Kimura Ren wants from him. Kimura Ren, activating his power to its maximum, becomes enveloped in a purple aura. He yells at Kim, "You intend to keep looking down on me?" Kim calmly responds, "I never did that." Hearing Kim's words only angers Kimura Ren further. "If you don't fight me properly, I'll destroy this entire area along with you." Kim sighs and reiterates, "I already said I wasn't looking down on you." Kimura Ren then activates a skill, declaring, "I'll disrupt your senses: sight, touch, hearing, taste, smell, the domination of all 5 senses." Realizing that Kimura Ren is serious about fighting to the death, Kim says, "I was trying to do you a favor by not fighting. Don't you know that fighting between participants is forbidden? It can't be helped then." At that moment, Kimura Ren widens his eyes in shock as Kim activates his King Knight spirit skill, fusing it with Predation. "Fine," Kim says. "I'll get a little serious and play with you." Kim launches a powerful attack, and Kimura Ren, unable to defend himself, is struck hard. Meanwhile, in the abyss, chaos unfolds. The ground is shattered, and Raya, the Philippines S-rank player, struggles to breathe after taking a devastating blow. Her blonde hair is disheveled, and her pink glasses are askew. Holding her tonfas tightly, she demands, "Why are you doing this?" Emerging from the dust, Shen, China's national-level player and mystic deity. Grinning, he approaches Raya and mocks, "Cool! I'm not doing this because I like it. I'm here on orders from the Skyle Association chairman." Horrified, Raya realizes the implications. The China Player Association chairman ordered assassinations? Are they trying to start a war? Desperate, she orders her comrade to flee and warn the others. "Run! I'll try to hold him off." As her comrade hesitates, SGH Shen activates his skill and lunges toward them, obliterating everything in his path. Both Raya and her comrade fall to his overwhelming power. Dusting himself off, Shen mutters, "Curses." The Singapore group was more interesting than this. Next up, New South Korea's Kim. At a fast food shop called McDoor, inside, Taehyun, disguised in a hoodie and cap, collects his order, a double cheeseburger and drink. Scanning the room, he looks for a seat, his eyes tracking two suspicious individuals nearby. Are they Miyazaki Kenji's underlings? That bag probably has illegal items. I'll tail them to Miyazaki, he thinks, sitting down nearby. Suddenly, the man next to him, dressed in a green hoodie, chuckles. "Cautious as always, huh? Long time no see, Taehyun." Taehyun freezes, stunned. He looks at the man, disbelief washing over him. Isaka Rohi? Memories of the East Point incident flood back. He's supposed to be serving a life sentence? Isaka smirks. "Relax. I'm not here to fight." Taehyun's anger flares. "Cut the crap and get lost." Isaka grins wider. "Get lost? Are you in any position to be giving orders while trying to stay under the radar?" Before Taehyun can respond, Isaka punches a glass pane, shattering it. The noise startles everyone in the restaurant, drawing attention. "What the hell are you doing?" Taehyun snaps. The commotion causes the people Taehyun was observing to notice him. "Isn't that Kim Taehyun from New Korea? Is he after us?" They mutter, before fleeing the scene with their bags. Taehyun curses internally. "Crap, my plan's ruined." As Taehyun prepares to pursue, Isaka activates a skill. Yellow aura engulfs him as he pins the fleeing suspects to the ground with sheer force. Taehyun stares, shocked. He's stronger than before. Isaka grins. "You're after Miyazaki Kenji and the three warlords, right? Let me help. I have connection." Taehyun activates his golden chain skill, binding Isaka in an instant. "1 minute. Talk, or you'll pay for ruining my plan." Isaka, confident at first, tries to break free with his golden aura. But Taehyun fuses his chain skill with predation, overwhelming Isaka with pain. 50 seconds, Taehyun says coldly, lowering his hand to count down. Panicked, Isaka blurts out, "You can't take them alone, but I can get you to Kenji and the warlords. Just give me a chance." Taehyun lowers his fingers. 10 seconds. Desperate and sweating, Isaka screams, "Fine, spare me." Taehyun releases him but remains skeptical. "Your offer's tempting, but it's suspicious. Why would someone who should be after my neck want to help?" To uncover the truth, Taehyun activates complete hypnosis. His voice cuts through the tension. "Speak. What's your real plan and who's behind you?" In a hidden area, Yoshikawa Sara and Nikata Shinji are walking. As they move through the hallway, Nikata remarks, "Kimura Ren was defeated. I've already told the media that a demonic human took him out to avoid any complications. But after losing to Kim, all he keeps muttering is, 'I'll get serious and play with you.' He's clearly under some kind of mind-related skill. He'll need at least a month to recover, so he's out of the exhibition matches." Yoshikawa Sara smirks and replies, I guess Taehyun has a skill the media doesn't know about." Nikata, curious, suggests, "Maybe I should fight Taehyun next?" Yoshikawa laughs dismissively. "Ha ha, you and your jokes. If even the Phantom Swordsman is absent, we won't be able to get points at the exhibition matches." Blushing at her command, Nikata points to a door. Yoshikawa confidently states, "Don't worry. I foresaw Kimura Ren's loss and already prepared a new bait." They enter a dimly lit cell. Inside, a man is chained to the wall by his wrists, battered and bruised. He is none other than Isaki Ro, Japan's S-rank player and East Point chief security officer. Despite his dire condition, he recognizes Yoshikawa and Nikata. Yoshikawa smiles wickedly and says, "Isaki Ro, it's time for you to do some work for me." In a random warehouse during the daytime, something strange is unfolding. 4 men are seen running in panic, as though something or someone is chasing them. They scream for help, desperately fleeing for their lives. Suddenly, an invisible force seems to move through the air, almost like a ghost or the wind itself. Then, a figure with a sword appears, slicing through the men with ghostly speed, killing them in a single strike. The mysterious figure is revealed to be Nakata Shinji. After sheathing his sword, he hears a clap. Yoshikawa stands nearby, clapping and cheering, pleased with Shinji's swift victory. Shinji is confused by her reaction. and Yoshikawa smiles, saying, "These demonic humans didn't stand a chance." As expected from the man called Ghostblade, Shinji, still puzzled, asks, "Are you really fine with this?" His question catches Yoshikawa off guard, and he explains that he's referring to Isaka Ro. Shinji mentions that Ro has already lost to Taehyun once, and even with his new strength thanks to Yoshikawa's holy orders, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Taehyun. In fact, Shinji believes Ro will be restricted by the awakened oath, which requires him to bring Taehyun to Yoshikawa. "I should handle this on my own," he says. Yoshikawa disagrees, smiling as she reassures him. "Don't worry about that. It doesn't matter whether Ro wins or loses. According to my network, Taehyun is targeting the three warlords. I've already leaked this information to them." Ro, having made contracts with demonic humans, is tied to Miyazaki Kenji, a key figure among the warlords. Since Ro can't defeat Taehyun alone, he'll try to lead him into a trap with Miyazaki's help. But it won't be easy. There's a lot of mystery surrounding that boy. Shinji wonders why they need Ro's involvement in this plan, and before he can ask further, Yoshikawa interrupts. "That's exactly why we need information on how he fights. His values, capabilities, personality, and hidden power. Whatever happens to Ro, we'll extract everything we need from his corpse. He has no other option." In a half-finished building in the middle of nowhere at night, the only lit floor is the one above. On that floor, a man stands on a chair facing a group of gang members. This man, Miyazaki Kenji, is missing his right eye, a result of past battle. He addresses Isaka Ro, who is standing before him, saying, "Where is that brat from New South Korea? Didn't you say you'd lead Taehyun here?" Isaka responds cryptically, "The strong prey on the weak." Miyazaki and his men are confused by the statement. Isaka continues, "The strong trample, the weak are trampled. It's an unfair world, Miyazaki. I have a suggestion. If you want to survive, do as I say." Isaka's words unsettle Miyazaki, who begins to sweat in fear. Suddenly, the roof of the building crashes in as Taehyun descends from above, shocking everyone. He activates his King Knight spirit skill, sending Miyazaki and his men crashing to the ground and breaking the floor beneath them, rendering them immobile. As Taehyun lands, he says, "If you want to live, you need to listen to the strongest creature." Now, who here is Miyazaki Kenji? Miyazaki, struggling to rise, draws his sword and challenges Taehyun. "Damn, brat, think you can sneak up on us and live? I'll kill you." Miyazaki activates his skill, surrounding himself with a red aura as he prepares to fight. An explosion rocks the building, leaving Isaka shocked by the overwhelming power Taehyun exudes. He thinks back to when Taehyun captured him with his golden chain skill. In that moment, Taehyun revealed he knew about Isaka's oath with the Saintess. Isaka had wondered if Taehyun had used a mind control skill on him, but Taehyun merely agreed to play along with Isaka's plan, claiming that Isaka would help him defeat Miyazaki. Taehyun then asked, "So, you're leading me to Miyazaki, right? You'll be on my side, not theirs." But Isaka, defiant, refused to help. "Even if you captured me, I won't assist you. The Saintess, Ghostblade, and the warlords would all eliminate me." Taehyun smirked. "Right, and if you don't help me, I'll eliminate you myself. But I'll give you a chance. Help me during the exhibition game. Repent for your victims afterward, and I'll protect you from the Saintess and the warlords." Isaka, skeptical, responded, "Do you know what you're talking about? The warlords, the demonic human cartel, they're too powerful for you to defeat." Back in the present, Isaka is horrified as he watches Taehyun overpower Miyazaki and his entire gang. Taehyun, his body covered in a red aura, grabs Miyazaki by the face and lifts him effortlessly. Isaka, terrified, calls Taehyun a monster, unable to fathom how anyone could possess such power. Taehyun, now activating his stone skin skill and combining it with his predation ability, lifts Miyazaki with ease. "Now, open the gate to the three warlords," Taehyun commands. The scene shifts again, this time to the abyss hideout of Tetsu, one of the three warlords. The building resembles an ancient palace with East Asian architecture. Inside, chaos unfolds as men die in battle. At the center, China's national-level player, mystic deity SCH Shen, sits on throne, watching the scene unfold. Tetsu, standing before Shen, explains that they have obtained a legendary ranked item and wish to present it to him. But before that, he asks for Shen's help in eliminating a fly, someone who's after his life. "There's a man even the three warlords fear," Tetsu says. "Who is it?" Before Tetsu can answer, a commotion outside the door catches their attention. The sounds of conflict grow louder. Suddenly, the door crashes open, and Taehyun and Isaka appear. Isaka attacks Tetsu with a sword, while Taehyun flies in, aiming a kick at Shen. Tetsu and Shen manage to defend themselves just in time, activating their powers to protect themselves. Tetsu is surprised to see Isaka fighting alongside Taehyun. "Crap," Isaka mutters to Taehyun. "Now that it's come to this, you have to win." Shen, his body enveloped in a purple aura, smiles. He's excited by the challenge Taehyun presents. Taehyun, grinning, tells Isaka, "Just do what I told you, partner." And with that, the battle begins. The ongoing battle between Taehyun and the forces of Isaka, Tetsu, and Shun intensifies as a massive energy sphere forms upon their clash, sending everyone reeling. Taehyun and Isaka are momentarily knocked back by the shockwave, but they remain poised for battle. Taehyun with his Osen dagger, and Isaka with his sword. As Taehyun assesses the situation, he reflects, "I didn't expect a national-level hunter from China to be here." Amidst the chaos, Shun laughs menacingly, enveloped in a purple aura. As Taehyun faces off with Shun, he realizes that the latter is collaborating with the three warlords. Taehyun's suspicions are confirmed when he questions Shun about the assassination of the other participants. Shun is initially confused, but then admits, acknowledging Taehyun's quick wits, remarking, "Now it's South Korea's turn. I guess I'm the lucky one. You'll die here, and we won't have to deal with you ever again." Taehyun activates his stone skin and fuses his two daggers with Predation, launching into battle. Taehyun, distracted by Isaka's presence, prevents Tetsu's escape with his King Knight Spirit skill. In that moment, Shun uses Taehyun's distraction to attack him, landing a destructive punch that nearly shatters the ground beneath them. Taehyun narrowly dodges, thinking to himself, Shen is the strongest among the national-level hunters, a monster who has defeated hundreds with his bare hands. But his true strength lies in his skill. Death Scythe. Shun then activates Death Scythe, a skill that manifests a terrifying weapon and amplifies his already immense power. Taehyun, realizing the danger, attempts to avoid it, but the roof of the palace collapses under Shun's attack, sending Taehyun flying. Shun hovers above, ready to strike with his scythe. As Taehyun gathers himself, he braces for an epic mid-air clash, both combatants fully charged with their respective powers. Taehyun attacks with his Osen dagger, but Shun deflects the blow with his Death Scythe, and Taehyun's blade cracks. Realizing that he can no longer rely on his daggers, Taehyun switches tactics. He activates his golden chain skill, fusing it with Predation, and ensnares Shun. With a powerful strike, he slams Shun into a palace wall, but Shun breaks free, taunting Taehyun. Taehyun readies himself, expecting a counterattack, but Shun's next move is even faster than before. As the battle rages on, Taehyun is nearly overwhelmed by Shun's Death Scythe, but he defends with his King Knight Spirit skill. In a desperate gambit, Taehyun uses the last of his strength, fusing his weapons and skills to deliver a final, devastating blow. His Osen dagger shatters, but the Predation energy channels through the strike, cutting through Shun's defenses and ending the battle. Shocked by Shun's defeat, Tetsu is unable to comprehend how Taehyun managed to overpower him. Meanwhile, Isaka, unconscious and bound, is left as a prisoner. Taehyun, victorious but battered, stands amidst the wreckage with his stone skin activated. With Shun's defeat, Taehyun rises to national force level, solidifying his place among the elite. As the scene shifts, we see the aftermath in an undisclosed location, a tall building shrouded in rain. Chai Ming-min, China's national-level hunter, is informed by Jang El, the head of the Chinese Player Association, that Shun has been defeated. Chai Ming-min is shocked, unable to fathom how this happened. Jang El gives him an order. "You need to bring me Taehyun Yun's head." What an unbelievable first round, folks. From jaw-dropping revelations to high-stakes battles, this has been non-stop action from start to finish. The arena hasn't had a second to breathe, and honestly, neither have we.
You're absolutely right. And let's talk about the man of the hour, Taehyun. Cool under pressure, sharp as a blade, and delivering in ways no one could have expected. It's no stretch to say Taehyun is shaping up to be the MVP of this round. His performance has put the new South Korea team in a commanding lead, setting the tone for what could be a massive tournament run. The entire team looks unstoppable right now.
And this is just round one, folks. If this level of intensity is any indication, round two is going to be absolutely electric. The stakes are higher, the rivalry's hotter, and the surprises? Oh, you know they're coming. We're only getting started, and I don't think anyone's ready for what's next. Stay tuned, because round two is going to take this to a whole new level.
If
Shun
you're
is
finding
dead.
this
The blades of Predation hover over his lifeless body, extracting a portion of his power. A notification confirms the result. Your strength has increased significantly. Taehyun activates Predation, attempting to claim Shun's abilities, but the skill fails. Frustrated, he reflects. Predation doesn't work on the dead, and only specific conditions allow it to extract skills from the living. That voice I heard when it spiraled out of control, I'll have to investigate further. With Shun gone, Tetsu and his men kneel in fear, desperate to save themselves. Taehyun uses hypnosis to erase their memories of Predation and hands them over to the association. When Isaka protests returning to the Saintess, Taehyun assures him, She doesn't care about you as long as I meet her. Despite his fears, Isaka reluctantly agrees and departs. Back at his apartment, Taehyun unwinds and watches the news. Reports highlight Shushin's disappearance in the abyss and Taehyun's lead in the Asian exhibition games, after capturing 3 warlords. Taehyun suspects Jang Jinsu is concealing Shushin's death to protect his plans. As he mulls over his next move, Jang calls, requesting a meeting at an abandoned warehouse. At the warehouse, Jang reveals Pingwa's location, claiming she's hiding in a nearby building. Taehyun questions his sudden helpfulness, but decides to follow along, already knowing from Yu Young that Jang is a spy for China. Meanwhile, Jang plots Taehyun's downfall. The route I gave him will lead straight into Pinghua and Mingmin's trap. Instead of sneaking in, Taehyun unleashes a massive predation attack, obliterating the building in an instant. The explosion sends shockwaves through the area, and Pinghua emerges from the rubble, injured but furious. She glares at Jang. "You traitor!" Taehyun smirks. "Traitor? Care to explain?" Before she can respond, Chai Mingmin steps forward, his presence marked by a suffocating purple aura. Blood seeps from Jang's body as Mingmin's sensory domination takes effect. Mingmin smirks, addressing Taehyun. "You've caused quite the mess. Let's see how strong you really are." Taehyun's crimson predation aura flares as he locks eyes with Mingmin. "I'm here for your skill." In a distant garden, the Saintess Yoshikawa Tsurara probes Isaka's memories, intrigued by Taehyun's progress. So, he defeated Shushin? Fascinating. She spares Isaka despite his betrayal, seeing him as a tool to lure Taehyun closer. Annoyed yet intrigued by Taehyun's success, she decides to meet him herself. Her glowing pink eyes reflect her anticipation. And there it is, folks. Shun is out, completely lifeless on the field, and Taehyun steps in with the predation play. Wait, it fails. That's a shocking twist. Predation doesn't work on the dead, and Taehyun looks absolutely frustrated.
That's a tough break. He's got the skills, but the conditions aren't in his favor. Meanwhile, Tetsu and his squad are completely on their knees, pure fear on their faces. And look at Taehyun, smooth as ever, hypnosis activated. He wipes their memories clean and hands them off like clockwork.
Brilliant strategy. But wait, the Saintess is back in the mix. That's mind games at a whole new level. This game is far from over. And with that, we head into the next round. Who's walking away victorious? Stay tuned to find out. A man raises his hand and shows 3 fingers. He is revealed to be Jang L, the Chinese Player Association head and a national level player. Addressing the room, Jang states their objectives. First, win the Asian exhibition game. Second, eliminate key players to weaken other associations. Third, prove our superiority and monopolize dungeons and mana stone trade. Do whatever it takes. Murder, torture, I'll cover it up. Listening to him are Shun, Liang, and Chai Mingmin. Shun grins. As long as I get to fight strong people, I don't care. Liang adds indifferently. If it works, it's fine. Meanwhile, Chai Mingmin reflects on their madness. They're all insane. Then again, I've killed to protect Pinghua, so I'm no better. He recalls Jang threatening his relationship with Pinghua unless he killed Taehyun. Remembering Pingwa's request to eliminate Taehyun, Chai thinks grimly, "It's your turn now, Taehyun." In the present, Chai Mingmin pulls out a dagger and attacks Taehyun, his body enveloped in a purple aura, but he stops mid-attack, frozen in shock at the sight before him. Taehyun has fully activated Predation, summoning a monstrous entity with sharp teeth, huge horns, and glowing red eyes. The beast roars, ready to devour, as Predation's blades and tentacles encircle the area. Chai Mingmin panics, his domination of the 5 senses failing. This is no ordinary national-level player. This power is beyond human. Taehyun smirks. Domination of the 5 senses, huh? If I couldn't use Predation, I'd be in trouble. Luckily for me, I can. I'll make good use of your skill. With his glowing red eye flaring, Taehyun commands the monster to attack. The beast lunges, devouring Chai Mingmin in an instant. As the ground shakes, a notification appears. Domination of the 5 senses has been recorded. All that remains of Chai Mingmin is his dagger. Taehyun picks it up, noting its unique rank. A national-level player's weapon, huh? How fortunate. He calculates his next move. China has lost 2 national-level players. Only Pinghua remains. Once she's gone, the exhibition games are mine. Still, Japan has been unusually quiet. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter draws Taehyun's attention. He watches as someone jumps out, landing with explosive force. The Holy Maiden. It's Yoshikawa Sara. Her arrival shocks Taehyun. How did she find me? Sarah greets him. We meet again, Taehyun. Taehyun recalls her skills. Hyper-regeneration, capable of healing severe wounds, and holy orders. A skill that calms minds and enhances physical power. However, its true danger lies in its ability to alter memories and brainwash people. She's used it to turn enemies into zealots, Taehyun muses, and now she's after him. When Taehyun questions how she found him, Sarah laughs, "You should have known. I didn't capture the warlords because I didn't know where they were." Realizing she'd planned this encounter all along, Taehyun mutters, "So, all this just to see me? Creepy." Sarah smiles, amused by his reaction. "Why are you so calm after seeing me? Meeting someone as perfect as me should be a joy. Worshipping me gives people the will to live." Taehyun thinks, "Wow, she's completely insane." Their exchange is interrupted as cars arrive, filled with civilians. Taehyun quickly realizes they've been brainwashed by Sarah's holy orders. She taunts him, "Will you kill these civilians or accept my salvation? Choose, Taehyun." Taehyun hesitates, unable to act without harming the innocent. Frustrated, he shouts, "You're subhuman!" Elsewhere, two members of the Nightwalkers Guild locate the hideout of the warlord Shadow. As they call their guildmaster to report, one man's head explodes. Shadow, the vice guild master of Malignant Guild, emerges and eliminates the second man with terrifying ease. Shadow reflects on the growing threat of Taehyun. He's disrupted everything, but he's not the only genius in this world. I've seen pinnacle talent before. Let's meet in the abyss. Jang-El isn't here to compete. He's here to conquer, winning the exhibition, eliminating rivals, and controlling the mana trade. This man wants absolute power.
But not everyone's on the same page. Shun's committed, Liang hesitate, and Chai Mingman, he's stuck between his past and his future, and that's a dangerous place to be.
And boom! Hesitation costs Chai everything. He tries to take on Taehyun, but Taehyun crushes him instantly and takes his weapon like it was nothing.
But the real storm has just started. Yoshikawa Sarah steps in, and she's not swinging fists. Her mind-altering abilities are a whole different battlefield.
Taehyun's got power, but does he have the right moves to counter someone like Sarah? One wrong step and she could turn him into her puppet.
Which means this is far from over. Taehyun's taken down giants before, but now he's got enemies stacking up fast. The real question is, who makes the next move?
With that, Shadow opens a portal and departs. The battle between Kim Tan and Yoshikawa intensifies as the civilians, under Yoshikawa's control, attack Kim relentlessly. The civilians pile on top of Kim, leaving him seemingly unable to escape. Watching from a distance, Yoshikawa is convinced that Kim will not harm the civilians due to his reputation as a hero of East Point. However, her assumptions are shattered when the civilians are suddenly thrown into the air. Kim has activated his stone skin skill, using it to break free and gently but effectively neutralize the attacking civilians. Yoshikawa, frustrated by the failure of her plan, confronts Kim, accusing him of going against his principles. Kim responds with clarity, stating that he only retaliated against the civilians controlled by her. He then activates his golden chain skill, capturing Yoshikawa and pulling her towards him. With a decisive move, Kim lands a powerful flying sidekick, causing Yoshikawa to cough up blood. Staggered but not defeated, Yoshikawa gathers herself, ready to deploy her next strategy. Yoshikawa unveils her golden aura seeds, which rapidly grow into a massive tree with roots and branches that wreak havoc on the surroundings. As the civilians are put in danger, Kim uses his golden chain skill to save them, carefully removing them from harm's way. While protecting the civilians, Kim deduces that Yoshikawa is using a form of rapid regeneration to amplify the seed's growth, showing his analytical mindset even in the heat of battle. Yoshikawa mocks Kim for not fully committing to his attacks, forcing him into a moral dilemma. She orders the civilians to attack him again, declaring that she will not stop until he either succumbs or accepts her salvation. This prompts Kim to activate his domination of five senses skill. The skill severely impacts Yoshikawa's perception, leaving her in agonizing pain and unable to effectively control her powers. She recognizes the ability as one belonging to chiming min, sparking confusion and fear. Seizing the opportunity, Kim fuses his King Knight spirit skill with Predation energy, preparing for a final attack. With unwavering determination, he strikes Yoshikawa, destroying her giant tree and neutralizing her powers. Despite the devastating blow, Yoshikawa's rapid regeneration allows her to survive, but she is left incapacitated. Kim confronts her, demanding answers about her manipulation and her connection to his abilities. Yoshikawa, stunned by Kim's strength and mysterious powers, reluctantly agrees to use holy revelation on her. As Yoshikawa enters Kim's mental world, she finds herself in a blood-red sea with a throne at its center. On the throne sits a being resembling Kim, exuding immense power and mocking Yoshikawa for her intrusion. The entity, representing the core of Kim's predation ability, unleashes a monstrous creature from devouring Yoshikawa within his mental domain. The scene fades to black as Kim regains consciousness. Kim wakes up in a hospital, disoriented and surrounded by concerned allies. Yuang informs him that he has been unconscious for more than a day and that others involved in the battle, including Yoshikawa, were also found in similar conditions. However, Chiming Min's whereabouts remain unknown, leaving Kim with lingering questions about the encounter and his own abilities. Before he can process the events, Deputy Director Kotuk arrives with urgent news. The new Korea team, including Park Soonin, has gone missing in the abyss. Taehyun prepares himself, and it seems there is an argument between him and Kotuk. Kotuk says, "What are you saying, player Taehyun? You're saying you'll go alone?" It becomes clear that Taehyun wants to venture alone into the abyss to locate the missing New South Korea team members. But Kotuk is strongly against the idea. Taehyun firmly replies, "Just as I said, forming a search party will only cause more casualties. The new Korea team are veteran players. If they went missing, it's not because of an ordinary monster attack. A being with at least national-level power must have been involved, so I'll go alone." Kotuk becomes even more worried and responds, "But if that's true, I can't let you go. Even more so now. You're a patient who just woke up." Suddenly, the hospital room door bursts open. Taehyun's cousin enters, followed by his uncle and aunt, leaving Taehyun visibly shocked. His cousin Jae-young shouts, "Where do you think you're going?" Taehyun's aunt nods in agreement, adding, "Yeah, you're not even fully healed. Where do you think you're going?" Jae-young, "Do you even know how much we worried about you? Yesterday, we thought you'd never wake up." Hearing Jae-young's words, Taehyun remains silent, noticing how everyone around him is deeply concerned for his well-being. Yua Young then reveals, "I was the one who called your family." When Taehyun asks her why, she explains, "Since you woke up, shouldn't you see your family?" Taehyun looks again at his family and friends, seeing the genuine concern in their eyes. His aunt adds, "Anyway, recover your body first, then think about it." Even Kotuk insists, "Player Taehyun, don't push yourself." Reflecting on this, Taehyun thinks to himself, "Everyone, thank you all for worrying about, but I have to go. My comrades are in danger, and right now, I'm the only one who can save them. So I have to go. Aunt, uncle, you didn't raise me someone who abandons their comrades, right?" Despite everyone's objections, Taehyun remains resolute in his decision to enter the abyss for the rescue mission. Though worried, his family and friends respect his resolve. Yua Young, trying to lighten the mood, slaps Taehyun on the back and says, "Oh, my darling, how cheesy. It's decided. Come back safely and bring everyone back." In a vast desert of sand, a towering structure with countless floors looms ominous. A fight is underway. Park Sun-jin is thrown to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. Seeing this, Kwak Young rushes to him, worried about his condition. "Park Sun-jin, are you okay?" she asks. Before Park can respond, a sinister figure approaches from behind. "I may have been lenient, but I didn't expect you to last this long." "Not bad." Park Sun-jin of New Korea says Bloodsword Liu Ping, China's national-level player. He continues, "But this long game of hide-and-seek is over now." Liu Ping offers Park a choice. "Seeing your skills, if you swear to become my subordinate, I'll spare your life. I'm more merciful than I look." Park laughs at Liu Ping's offer. "You're asking me to betray my country and comrades? I refuse." Liu Ping smirks at the rejection. "Pride over life? Impressive, but it seems your comrade doesn't feel the same way." Seo Hangul, trembling with fear, raises his hand to accept Liu Ping's offer, shocking Park, Kwak. Both exclaim, "Why now of all time?" Hangul, however, thinks to himself, "You're all fools. Of course, now is the perfect time to betray. Liu Ping is a monster among monsters. If I want to survive, this is the only way. And besides, I've already betrayed you once. Doing it again won't change anything." A flashback reveals how Hangul previously leaked Taehyun's location to Yoshikawa under duress. In the present, as he raises his hand in surrender, Park places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Struggling to stand, Park says, "Seo Hangul, it's okay. You must have been very scared, but don't worry. I'll risk my life to make sure you all escape. It won't be too late to betray after I'm dead." Tears fill Hangul's eyes at Park's self. Overwhelmed by guilt, he apologizes for his action, uniting the three of them against Liu Ping. Both Park and Kwak Zhang activate their power, their entire bodies enveloped in the aura of their skill. With the three of them united once, their activated powers surge as they stand against Liu Ping, ready for battle. Seeing this, Liu Ping sighs and says, "Seriously? Why don't you understand? Even when I show you the way to survive, you still can't assess the situation." With a snap of his fingers, Liu Ping unleashes his power, summoning countless crimson swords in the sky, all pointed at the members of the new South Korean team. The team members are stunned. They can't believe such an overwhelming display of power. Park Jin trembles in fear, unsure of how to defend defend against the attack. As Liu Ping activates his power and prepares to strike, he smirks and says, "Now you understand, don't you? The only reason you're still breathing is because of my mercy." With that, he sends the red swords hurtling toward the team, ready to eliminate them. But just as the swords close in, something strange happens. The team is frozen in shock, unable to react, until suddenly, the swords lose their momentum, stopping midair. Liu Ping grins, believing this means his victory is certain. But then, his surroundings blur. He has been caught in the domination of 5 senses. A wave of panic flashes across his face as he processes the situation. The world of numbness. Chai Mingmen? No. Chai Mingmen is already dead. Looking up, Liu Ping sees Kim Tun floating in the air, his King Knight spirit skill activated and fused with Predation. Kim moves in to attack. With a devastating strike from his King Knight spirit skill, an explosion erupts, engulfing the battlefield in dust and debris. As the smoke clears, Liu Ping stands there, furious. Did they seriously just fire off one skill and run away? I was really looking forward to this. How boring. One of his subordinates emerges from the dust, concern in his voice. "Are you all right, sir? Should we track them immediately?" Liu Ping smirks. "No, let them be. Judging by the mana traces in their footprint, the place they ran to is Zhongn's tower, the so-called impregnable dungeon." The scene shifts to inside the tower, where Park Jin, wounded and exhausted, screams out, "Kim Tae!" But before he can finish, Kim interrupts him, handing him a healing potion. "First, drink this." Kwok Zhang turns to Kim and says, "Thanks for saving us, but what's your plan now?" This place, Zhongn's Tower, has claimed countless veteran players. It's called the Impregnable Dungeon for a reason. Once you enter, you can't leave unless you find the escape gate. Even if we came here to evade Liu Ping, Kim cuts her off. "It can't be helped. Even I can't protect all of you while fighting at the same time. But don't worry, after all, it's just a dungeon. If we clear it, we can leave." Hearing Kim's reasoning, Kwok Sang and Seungil exchange doubtful looks. Kwok Siang watches in disbelief as Taehyun eliminates every enemy before they even lift a finger. The team is stunned. Taehyun, having studied 2,437 survivor interviews before his regression, knows exactly where the tower's escape gate is hidden. Navigating through the traps and monsters with precision, he quickly leads the team to a staircase. At the top, they find a blue portal, their way out. Park Sunjin sighs in relief. Kwok Siang, suspicious, asks, "Did you know about this from the start?" Taehyun shrugs, "Just lucky." One by one, the team steps through. Sunjin pauses before entering. "Thanks, Taehyun. I'll repay this someday." Taehyun smirks. "Don't mention it." As he moves to follow, an unseen force stops him. A chilling notification appears. "You cannot use the warp gate. The owner of the tower, Kellen, is watching you." Back on Earth, the chairman is furious that South Korea's team returned without Taehyun. What in the world are you talking about? Player Taehyun is missing? How can the rescue team go missing as well? Kwok Yang tries to calm him. "I have no idea either. We were definitely crossing the gate together." The chairman then turns to Park Sunin. "What about player Park Sunin?" Kwok Yang replies, "He's been trying to go back to the abyss. He's causing a scene, insisting on returning to save Taehyun." Go Yu Young adds, "It's taking everything to hold him back." Hearing this, the chairman agrees. "Yes, you have to stop him. What does he think he'll accomplish without a plan?" Frustrated, he sighs and reflects. "We don't know what Liu Pong and Zhang Long are up to, so let's keep the fact that you're alive a secret." The Asian Exhibition Games are already on day 6. It'll be over soon. At this point, I don't care about rankings, but we wouldn't have made it this far without Taehyun. If he's gone, then what's the point of all this? Please, Taehyun, just be alive. A few days later, all the participants gather in the middle of the stadium for the final point tally. Spectators take pictures with their phones while the reporter announces the last day of the Asia Friendship Tournament, day 7. The staff on stage complete the final calculations, and just now, Japan's points are officially tallied. Japan's score is 4,600 P. They remain in second place, unable to surpass China's 4,800 P, which is still in first place. Unless we miraculously find hundreds of magic stones or hunt an SS rank monster, there's no way we can catch up. I'm sorry, player Kim Taehyun. My incompetence led to this result. Just then, the chairman hears sinister laughter. He turns to see none other than China's chairman, Zhang Long, standing beside player Liu Ping. Zhang Long smirks. He approaches. "What a pity. Truly unfortunate," he says mockingly. Just when it seemed South Korea had finally produced a promising talent, the chairman forces a chuckle, attempting to mask his anger. "Haha, chairman. He's only missing for now, isn't he? You shouldn't say such things." But Zhang Long's smirk deepened. Kim Taehyun cannot come back from that tower alive. Since he entered the Yongan Tower, it's basically the same as hearing this. The chairman clenches his fists, rage boiling inside him. An accident? An unfortunate accident? You wicked scum. We all know that every disappearance in this tournament is your doing. Everyone knows. Zhang Long and Liu Ping walk past him, taunting him with smug smiles. Now, enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony. The chairman trembles with barely contained fury. Just then, a bright blue warp gate suddenly appears in the middle of the stadium. The entire crowd gasps in shock. Taehyun steps forward, holding a massive red crystal stone in his hand. He surveys the scene before locking eyes with the chairman. Oh, come on. Our chairman is putting up with people like this? Tears well up in the chairman's eyes. He can hardly believe it. According to tournament rules, an SS rank magic stone grants 1,500 P. With this, South Korea climbs to first place and wins the Asia Friendship Tournament. The stadium erupts in cheers, with the entire audience chanting Taehyun's name.
And with that, the Asian Exhibition Games come to a dramatic close. Taehyun emerges as the undisputed MVP, scoring the most points of any competitor. What an intense showdown.
Of course, this may have been marketed as a friendly game, but friendly it was not. It's merely a way for them to maintain checks and balances without openly going to war. So, folks, what do you think? Comment below. And with that, my job here is done.
Wait a minute. How did Taehyun get out of the tower? We never saw what happened.
You can find that out yourself. There's no way I'm going anywhere near a dragon. They're practically divine beings. The fact that he made it out alive is more than enough for me. But if you're that eager to know, be my guest. Go see for yourself.
Are you serious? Me? Go near a dragon? Do I look like I have a death wish? Those things are on a whole other level. Like they know we're watching them, so they're watching us. That feeling is just creepy. Nope, no way, not happening.
If you're finding this story engaging, feel free to drop a comment below. I'd love to discuss the unfolding narrative and hear your thoughts. And if you're enjoying the tales shared, don't forget to hit that like button. For more captivating stories like this, simply click on any of the links by my side, and together, let's dive into more immersive worlds. Your feedback and interaction make this journey all the more exciting.